back to the Crossbones. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is May 22nd is my best guess. It's a Friday afternoon. Not normally a time slot we're known for streaming at, but we're excited to be here nonetheless. Hopefully you can join us on a Friday. How's everyone doing? This is a bit of an impromptu stream too. So this Sunday upcoming, where we normally stream Sunday mornings, we're meant to play the Scarlet Witch Protection deck. So we've bumped it up now to do it at this point in time. So who knows what Sunday is going to come. So if you have any suggestions, let me know. I also haven't had time to test this, but I guess we'll get to that sooner than later. Hey Gordon, how's it going? Random live crash based my birthday. Who paid you? Firstly, happy birthday. Glad we can make it out here. Hey, bonus crash base. HFT, how's it going? Hopefully you've been well. Hey Pat, how you doing? Good to see you last night. Hey Christian, how's it going? What's good, y'all? Just in time. Infectious, welcome to an impromptu stream. Shout out to the folks who hit subscribe and notify. You get to know when we're live. Hey Joey, Ninja Lance as well. Friday stream. Did we win the lottery? I guess. Before we maybe celebrate too much, I need to break some maybe awkward news to some extent. The reason why this stream exists and why there's going to be more streams for the next little bit. So I guess in terms of the history, we used to be streaming Friday afternoons. We did Marvel Champions. It was about a year ago, because I think we started in February last year. We were streaming and making content regularly. In fact, I was working as a full-time content creator. And I was not making a lot of money, but we were getting by. We were doing this. We're doing Netrunner stuff. At this point, this wasn't even monetized at all. And then I was like teaching lessons and doing some video stuff on the side. But about 9 months ago, I started working as a developer advocate, which is like a video and teaching role for a tech company, a startup here in Montreal. It started in July last year, and it was like a pretty exciting opportunity. And it's I had been out of like full-time work in an office space for a long time, so it was a bit of a learning experience to get back at things. But ultimately, it was cool. I enjoyed it a lot. It was a fun place to be. Unfortunately, this Wednesday morning, I've been laid off. A whole bunch of people at the studio were just laid off, a lot of people all at once. So as of Wednesday morning, I went to work. They told me, you don't got a job anymore. I got some severance, and then they sent me out on my way. So it's been a bit of a rough week for sure. I want to say like things are not as bad as they could be for sure. My partner, she's working. She has a great income. We're going to be okay. Things are definitely different than they were a couple of days ago, but now my afternoons, yeah, we don't got a job to go to, for better or for worse. So what that means over the next little bit, while we'll definitely be looking for some sort of full-time work in sometime in the future, we got a couple weeks of runway. Financially, we're not destitute yet. So we're going to be hanging out. We're going to be doing some more content, whether that means streaming during the afternoons. I'm interested to see if that works out better for a lot of folks. Some people want to do like second monitor content. So this might be a nice place to line up. Rip. Yeah. Hey, Jai, how's it going? I've seen you in hours. Hey, yeah. Hey, Pat. Had a great meetup earlier, 5 guys jamming for like 7 hours. That seems pretty good. I got laid off in the recent past. It sucks. Yeah, it's not great. It feels terrible. Of course it does. It's not like performance related. It's like an organizational thing. And they laid off a whole bunch of people all at once, which feels awful because a lot of those people were fantastic, hardworking people that put a lot into the company. And it's just the pits. In terms of trends, I think we're going to see a fair bit of this happening this year and maybe next year. I don't know. I don't have a most positive outlook on like tech space right now. I can't talk too much about it otherwise because technically I'm not allowed to. So I'll just leave it at that. But hey, Andy, hopefully, sorry to hear that. Hopefully you find something quickly. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be looking. I'm in a city that is bilingual, but I'm not very bilingual. So like my options are a bit limited. That's for sure. I classically worked in the video game space, and that's a bit tumultuous at this point in time as well. So it's all a bit, it's not the best, but we'll be okay. Very sorry to hear about that. The glad the situation is manageable at the moment. Yeah, it could be so much worse. Let's be honest. My partner, bless her, she's the best. She's definitely supporting us through this, which like that's awesome. But yeah, it's been a week, that's for sure. So I'm happy to be here for that. Porridge and hard bread? You're describing a strategy that is akin to like an old Brothers Grimm book. I don't know. Know what to do with that, Christian. Yeah, man. Yeah, zombie. Sorry to hear about that. Gordon, also sorry to bring down your birthday. No, we're not gonna dwell on that because honestly, yeah, things are gonna be okay. But today, what we're gonna do is we're returning to our roots in a whole bunch of different ways. I'm really excited for this. This character is Scarlet Witch, and Scarlet Witch is like really cool. But she's a character. She's like I think I asked this on stream last time we streamed on Sunday, and nobody actually guessed. But in terms of the heroes that I played the least, my 3 least heroes, one of them is Scarlet Witch. And it's the exact same situation largely with Spectrum, as much as I'll admit I like Scarlet Witch a fair bit more than I seem to like Spectrum, is that my partner played her when we did campaign runs. So we did a campaign run where I played Quicksilver, she played Scarlet Witch. So I saw a lot of Scarlet Witch, but I didn't play a lot of Scarlet Witch. But after that campaign was done, I didn't feel like playing Scarlet Witch because I kind of saw it. But Scarlet Witch is a really cool kit. And what we're doing today is we're throwing it back to old school, you know, Crash Space as of a year ago, where we're streaming on a Friday. But we're also throwing it way back to like old school fundamentals, which is this deck has no cards that weren't out at the time, just roughly that Scarlet Witch is out. So we're playing like a Protection staple deck, Protection standard deck, but all the cards we're playing are from that era. So nothing past, I think technically the newest card we have in our deck is like Ironheart, who I think came out in Wasp, which was that cycle, but it came out after Scarlet Witch. But we're just playing the old stuff. And it's something that had kind of come to mind recently is like for a long time, every protection deck was like a perfect block protection deck, at least in solo, where you play these 1-cost events that gave you +2 defense and give you some sort of ability. And then you just like ground forward minimal value and use your hero cards to do damage. And while Scarlet Witch is pretty well set up to do that, and her ability works interestingly with a small subsection of protection cards that care about counting boost icons. That sort of old school play pattern, like the undaunted defense play pattern, which shows up now every 1-2 protection decks I play. We're gonna go back and play that sort of old school loop, and hopefully it's gonna be fun. Thanks for streaming in the middle of this. Excited to see Scarlet Witch. Again, I need to reiterate, I haven't tested this deck yet. Usually there's more time in a week before Sunday comes around where I can play the deck that I want to play on Sunday and test it and iterate it and see what's good. But we're going to dive straight into it. And I think we have time this afternoon that we're actually going to try and play a whole campaign, an expert campaign using the expert obligation rules, which I almost never do when it comes to health tracking, and see how bad that is. So we have a lot to learn all at once for sure. We just need to get your various channel communities together for a huge Patreon push. Thank you, HFT. I do genuinely think there is a non-zero chance that I'll look into doing some sort of like minimal monetization around this channel just to like kind of help in the interim. Well, that's probably like YouTube memberships or something like that. I technically have a Patreon, but it's for the Metropole Grid, and I don't know, running multiple Patreons. Maybe that makes sense. I don't know. If that's something you're interested in supporting the channel financially, you can let me know. Whether that's, you know, generally attached to providing something extra, what that extra thing would want to be, I have no idea. I generally am not very incentive based when it comes to this sort of stuff, for better for worse, but yeah, any feedback is super appreciated for sure. Hey, how's it going, Sniper? I haven't had to deal with that. Most having difficulty finding a job on my end. It sucks all around. Yeah, it's not good right now, so hopefully things are going okay for you, Sniper. Those are the best playthroughs though. You never know how it's going to go. Yeah. Well, like, yeah, I guess so. I think on the stream that we had on Sunday last where we played Spectrum, wasn't my favorite, and that's because I don't like showing things like crashing in a way that we don't learn, or like it was still fun. I think we started that stream with biting off way too much more than we could chew when it came to playing like Expert Hood with some pretty mean encounter sets, it turns out. But yeah, maybe we need to claw back and play something that works. But I think we're going to discover some of these old cards and these old interaction points. There's like cards in here I have not played in like 2-3 years since I got into the game, and they were good cards back then. And I don't want to say power creep, it's more so there's just like better, more interesting things you can do that are more specific to certain hero kits than just playing like Clea. And like Clea's not bad, don't get me wrong, but I used to love to play Clea, so we'll see how this goes. I think she's a Mystic too, which is like a good little flavorful thing. All right, let's talk about a hero. Scarlet Witch. 2-1-2 stat line. It does feel like in terms of power creep in this game, stat lines have just gone up. We've seen a lot of characters that have like really questionable stat lines that, you know, sometimes you get boosted with upgrades and stuff like that, but like Hawkeye, right? Like a 1-2-1. That's bad. Maybe that's accurate to what Clint Barton is capable in the universe that Clint Barton exists in. And eventually he's a 1-3-1. But usually when you look at heroes, they have 6 stat points that they can distribute. And 2-1-2 is already like kind of strange, not unheard of, but it does feel like overall ability points have just gone up on this like basic action stuff. Regardless, 2-1-2 is okay. 2 thwart's really good. We generally are not going to attack for 1, but we have some big burst damage cards in our deck, so we can play those. And 2 defense is obviously not great for a protection deck, specifically a perfect block protection deck, but I do think it's still technically possible. As much as with a smaller card pool, we have less tools to be able to increase our defense, so we'll see how that goes. Now, our ability here, and we are Mystic traded, which is super important in this game, is called Chaos Control. When boost icons on an encounter card would be counted, you can choose to, as an interrupt, discard the top card in the counter deck and count the number of boost icons on that card instead, limit once per phase. So that's cool. And notably, Protection actually does have a couple cards that count boost icons, I think more than any other aspect, as much as Protection Scarlet Witch is not the most obvious, like, you know, sentence structure. That's cool. And limit once per phase is nice because we definitely want to do that because most of our hero cards care about counting. But then we can also do it during the villain phase when we count boost icons off of a defense, you know, offense, something like that. Don't need to disparage my Hawkeye. Yo, no, I want to be very clear. Hawkeye is my I think at this point, my most played hero. I love Hawkeye. I'm just very aware that Hawkeye, if he was printed now, would not be printed the way that he was printed. But you're talking to a Hawkeye fan, which there's dozens of us. So it's good to know who you are. This ability is cool, counting icons, and the fun thing about this is this fun thing that I really appreciate, these sort of abilities that allow you to interact with unknown information. You don't know what's going to happen, and that's so fun, as much as this ability is called control. Now, you want to generally get more icons, sometimes you want to get specific icons, but this is just a fun ability. I really like these sort of cards that interact with unknown information in the midst of a turn, and so that's always a good treat. We'll talk about her alter ego in a second. It technically has a weird text, but let's talk about the cards that work with this ability. So we have 4 copies of Hexbolt. And I think Scarlet Witch stands out for having a really weirdly structured kit. She has like a 4 of, a 3 of, like she just has a lot of weird not formatting, but yeah, it's structure of her deck. She also has 2 obligations, which is funny. And her Nemesis kit is only 4 cards. Like everything's a bit like weirdly non-standard, but Hexbolt's a cool card. It is a superpower as much as I don't think we're playing Depth Focus in the deck because this is one of the only like reasonable targets. It's a 2-cost hero action that says discard the top 3 cards of the counter deck. That's a really big thing we're going to be doing is discarding cards from the counter deck. So you will probably end up on an acceleration token sooner than later because milling through the deck is a cost. I want to say at this point in the time of the game, which we're playing time appropriately, Rise of the Red Skull, these encounter decks are big. Later on, you know, they're generally this big sometimes. So it's maybe a bit easier. We have a bit more like variance, but we have a bit more like tarmac before it actually is a problem. So we discard 3 cards, and for each card discarded this way, the boost icons are they equal to 0, 1, 2, and 3. And this is not all together for each card. You get to do 3 times one of these effects. Now these effects are not bad at all. For 0, you get to deal. Oh, that's not good. Hold on, I have to fix that. Give me 1 second. The thing is broken. Studio mode overlay, filter, sync card zoom in. Okay, let's see if we fixed it. I don't know what card this is going to pull up. No card? 1 second, please. What's going on? This is live, so we can work through this. Now that I'm jumping between Arkham Horror and Marvel Champions, sometimes I have the pedal on the wrong thing, and then it just kind of breaks. But this is going to show both of them? No, this is good now. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Okay, cool. All right, so when you discard a 0 boost, which is not super common, you got to do 2 damage. So that's not great, but it's okay. It's technically not an attack, so it beats stun, it beats guard, that's fine. 1 is remove 2 threat from a scheme, that's okay. Again, these are minimal numbers, but they do add up. If this is remove 6 threat, that's nice because they're like piecemeal small amounts, so you can always like distribute them where they need to be. 2 is draw a card. That's almost never bad. Drawing cards is just good in this game because you gain a resource. Hexbolt's cheaper. And then 3 plus, and plus is really funny as much as there's only like 6 cards in the game that have more than 3 boost icons, is place a status card on a character. That is such flexible text because a status card could be a toughness for us, let alone it could be a stun or confuse on the villain, which when it comes to solo play is super, super valuable. This is the only status generation we have in the whole deck. So if we ever have to jump down to alter ego, which from my understanding is a real thing when you play with the actual expert obligations, which I never have, that might come in useful. This card is so fun. And of course, when it comes to our hero text, we don't know what we're going to get, but we can modify one of those cards. So you discard all 3, if I'm not mistaken. And then once you start getting to the counting part, that's when you can say, I'm going to not count this one and then discard a 4th card. And then you kind of get what you want. Technically, I believe you're allowed to fire these 1 at a time. Correct me if that's not wrong, but I think you can draw a card off of a 1 boost or a 2 boost, excuse me, and then decide to cancel the next thing once you see the thing in the hand. I'm not 100% sure. Again, I've played very few games of Scarlet Witch, but it's a really fun ability. And speaking of that, we have Scarlet Witch's Crest. Yes, this is our 2-cost upgrade. This is when boost icons on an encounter card are counted, we can exhaust this to increase or decrease the number of boost icons on the card by 1. That is incredibly valuable because it can force a stun or confuse with your Hexbolt because you're likely to find a 2 boost. 2 boost seems to be one of the most common, and then you can make it a 3 boost, which guarantees a tough or stun or confuse. And then this exhausts, so it's functionally once per round, which that's not bad. This card's really, really good. It works with a bunch of other stuff we have in our deck. Molecular Decay, not you. Molecular Decay. Really cool theming on this. Really strong art too, especially because, and this is the thing that this game kind of leans into one timeline. From my understanding, Scarlet Witch is technically also a mutant, or she might, excuse me, she might not be. But isn't she meant to be like the daughter of Magneto in some storylines? So like seeing her blow up here as Sentinel is not something that's like really Avenger themed, but technically she's Avenger themed in this timeline. Same with Quicksilver, or this like version that we're seeing. As much as Quicksilver and arguably Scarlet Witch are meant to be mutants to some extent. I think she's technically not a mutant because she actually does magic, but Quicksilver is meant to be a mutant. Anyways, hero action, deal 5 damage to an enemy and discard the top 2 cards in the counter deck. For each boost icon discarded this way, deal 1 additional damage to that enemy. There is a chance that this card does like 11 damage for 3, right? Like on average, and again, you can always recount one of the cards with your hero effect. This should do 3 for 9. So it's better than swinging web kick. It also sometimes doesn't matter because you have a 3 for 5 floor and there's no way to give us overkill as much as you could do something with aggression and then play upgrades. But against the villain, this is how you add so much damage to your deck. And we got 3 of these. Like we literally have 3 copies of a better swinging web kick. The downside is the mills from the encounter deck, so you're closer to acceleration. But this is usually a 3 for 9, if not a 3 for 11. On some board states, this is absurd. Yeah, this could be a 3 for 14. Like really, really, really good. You do want to play this when you draw it because that does close the game out relatively quickly. She then has a bunch of these weird one-offs, and some of them are really important and some of them are really powerful. We have Chaos Magic, which just says play a card from your hand for free and then discard cards on the top of the counter deck equal to this cost. That's really good. That's just a really good ability. It's a superpower, but you know, Deft Focus doesn't really work on it, costs nothing. And as long as you're okay milling cards, get a free Avengers Mansion. Like this is just such an absurdly good card. I do not think milling cards off the top of the counter deck is a real cost. Yeah, sure, acceleration is a problem, but no, that's so good. So you, instead of playing a 4-cost card, you functionally play a 1-cost card because you pitch this functionally. You also have Warp Reality, and this one I don't really like. It says when an encounter card is revealed from the counter deck, cancel all of its effects and discard it, and then you discard cards from the top of the counter deck equal to the number of boosts. The issue with this card is it's an event and it's not an upgrade. Because it's an event, you want to either hold it in your hand between rounds, which is not a good use of your time or your resources because you're not guaranteed to reveal an encounter card. Oh no, this is not even a treachery. This is any encounter card. Okay, that's a fair bit better. So you are always guaranteed to be able to hold on to this. The issue is I don't like holding on to events that you have to hold on to them. It's also not traded, so it's not like you can store it away on like a Jocasta or any sort of card that can hold cards between rounds, any sort of character. If you have this in your hand and it lines up, it's usually worth playing. But the problem is I don't like holding this between rounds. Maybe there's a chance that that's powerful because I realize it's not just a treachery, it cancels anything. You can just discard minions with this and you cancel all effects. So it also cancels Surge, which is really nice when it comes to Expert. She's the one-pointed daughter of Magneto that was earlier, and then they retconned the twins. Yeah, that's what I understand, is her being like technically attached to the mutants. Yeah, Nate, we're streaming on Friday. We might be streaming more often on weekdays for the next little bit, so hopefully it makes sense. I get so much crap from my play group from him being my favorite. I mean, he's really fun. Like, okay, maybe now it's a bit different because of Shuri, but if there's any hero in this game that embodies the playstyle of Batman, it is technically Hawkeye, which is like big fight stat. Okay, not very good investigating for the greatest detective, but like it's all about throwing the right gadgets at the right time. Throwing the right gadgets at the right time is a playstyle that is like so integral to a lot of card games, along a lot of heroes kits. And the only person we really have that does that well is Hawkeye. Man, I like Hawkeye so much. I wish he had a bit of a more modern design where he had a bit more control over like recursion of arrows and he had 1 or 2 more interesting things happening, but he's really fun. They're getting moved to weekdays. Nate, I talked about this a bit earlier, but I was recently laid off from my job. So I don't have full-time work right now. So in the meantime, we're going to be just doing more content. Yeah. This is our ally. It's Quicksilver. He's okay. 4 cost, you can ready him once per phase. So he just gets to his end faster. Generally, you're going to use that ability once because you're going to be like attack for 2, attack for 2, next turn attack for 2, and then just let him block because defending with an ally is a really good part of the ally. That's okay. The one thing about him that makes him a bit more interesting in this deck is that Wanda is one of the few characters that has an alter ego ability that actually references a person by name. So her superhero sibling's ability as an action is alter ego to discard 2 cards, then draw 2 cards. That is technically the worst order. You'd rather do that the other way, but you can get what you can get. However, if Pietro Maximoff is in play, and that means that both of you have to be an alter ego if you're playing a 2-player or more, but if you have Quicksilver, your ally to play, he is Pietro Maximoff, so you can do this together. That's a good ability because you just go +1 card. It does technically rip through your deck if you think that's a real cost. I'm not convinced it is, but that just is a free card draw while first having to wean out the worst card in your hand. Again, if it was draw then discard, that'd be better, but this is more chaotic and that's kind of fun. So that's a reason to keep Quicksilver around, but I don't think we're gonna be able to jump down to Alter Ego with any consistency that's probably worth actually pursuing. Now the other card we have is Agatha Harkness. Agatha Harkness, I spelled wrong, but we found her. So as an Alter Ego action, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, it's okay, Nate. It happens. It could be worse, but yeah. One cost support persona. Got a little cat. I don't know the cat's name. Please let me know if you know. Exhaust Agatha Harkness to look at the top 3 cards of your deck, add one of those cards to your hand, and place the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. That's a really powerful ability because it's not just draw 1 as an Alter Ego support. It's draw 1 out of the 3 cards. That's the best card for you. And then also you can play the rest of the game or the rest of that cycle knowing what you're not going to draw into, so you can plan around that. Also, if you're very clever, the same way that you can kind of do this in Miss Marvel, you can set up the bottom of your deck where you're like, oh, it's the bottom of the deck. I'm going to put an extra resource there. And I don't know, it's not a great use of time, but like you can play a expensive card with an energy next to it, something like that. Regardless, you don't have to be too clever about this. It's just really good. And then you know where your cards are so you can make better decisions. How to get back to work, but looking forward to catching the VOD. Love Scarlet Witch. Have a great stream. Age of the, thanks for dropping in. Enjoy your weekend. Hopefully the rest of your Friday is good. Ebony is her cat's name. Thank you. That makes sense. Now, this is a card that I want to build in more aggressively, and this deck doesn't. And some of that is we're limiting the card pool, but Magic Shield's a really cool card. It's a 1-cost spell that just says when a friendly character would take any amount of damage, discard this to prevent 3 of that damage. We have 3 of these in our kit, which is surprising. There's a lot of like defense flavored characters that would wish they have a card this good. We do have cards kind of like this, like they're generally 2-cost defend 3s. Like I guess we could talk about Energy Barrier, and Energy Barrier is way better than that because it's 2 for 6 if you want to count that because you return the damage. But the thing with Magic Shield is that it hits any friendly character. So you can use this for allies. So if you want to play an ally that has disastrous consequential damage, you can use this for yourself in a pinch. This is also an interrupt. So if you ever fail your perfect block in your protection deck, you can just crack this in response. But this is a really strong card. Technically, it doesn't like progress the board state in any meaningful way, but it just means you have a really good don't die button. And you technically don't have to defend. And you're also almost guaranteed to perfect defend, even if you defend with your low stats. Kind of neat. I wish we could leverage this more to use this with our allies, because that's one of the better parts about this is it's flexible. It hits any friendly character. It's also not from specifically an attack, which is nice. So it's any sort of damage you can just cancel with this, which is really quite good. Really strong card, and I can't believe she has 3 of these, because maybe that makes sense. I don't know too much about Scarlet Witch, but that's a really defense heavy kit. She is really strong. The only thing she doesn't have really strong in her kit is thwarting. She has a 2 thwart stat, which is okay, but the only card that consistently thwarts is if you rip Hex Bolts and you hit 1 threat icons or 1 boost icons. That's okay. Classically, every time I play Scarlet Witch to date, it's been Justice, and I do think that works really well together. Not only is she on a bunch of those Justice cards, but that adds a bit more thwarting to her deck, which she doesn't thwart too well. But her hero kit is very good at doing damage and giving some statuses that I don't think you need to build into aggression, and you can get away with doing Justice or protection with more damage. I'm just worried that a protection deck might not have enough thwarting, so we'll find out if that works together or not. Yay, my old favorite character, Mataffer, how's it going? This is making me want to play Scarlet Witch now. She's so cool and she's so fun. And speaking of cards that care about counting things, this is a really weird interaction. But Preemptive Strike is one of the few protection cards that counts boost icons, which means with Scarlet Witch's ability, we can say, let's recount, as much as we have no idea whether we're going to make things better or worse. And importantly, you can't play Preemptive Strike on a card with no boost icons, so you're always going to go for 1 boost icon, maybe higher, and you can increase the count of the boost icons using your crest if things line up really well. Anyways, I like this card a lot. It can be a 1 for 6, which is fantastic. We can even force this to be a 1 for 8. If we want to, sort of, because we can use Crest to increase the boost icon on a card and then do 4 damage back, which makes us really cheap damage, and it ensures we won't take damage as long as our 2 defense stat gets us far enough or Magic Shields. This card basically says when you're being attacked, after you see a boost icon, cancel those icons, send it back to the villain, which is quite nice. It's really impressive in protection. As much as this card is unreliable, Scarlet Witch makes it more reliable, but this is a 1 for 6, which is really, really good. Or 2 for 6 technically, right? Because you have to pay for it. Now, these are the sort of cards that were such important cards for me when I played Protection when I got into this game. And I don't play these cards anymore. And that might just be the card pool is deeper or more interesting or power crept. There's a lot of different things. Again, more cards make harder for any individual card to hit a deck. But there was like a bunch of these cards that I played so much of. The other one, I forget the name of, but it's the one that says get +2 defense if you perfectly block, or more accurately, don't take any damage, stun the enemy. This is the other version. This is Desperate Defense. I believe it came out in Doctor Strange. This says defend, cost 1. You get +2 defense, and if you take no damage, ready your hero. The stun one, it was always more impactful. I think it's called Never Back Down, right? Yeah, Never Back Down was like such a good card when it came out, about that same era, I want to say, maybe a bit later, I can't remember. It has Miss Marvel on it. The art's really good. But this card was so absurdly good in protection because you were always perfect blocking. But the issue with this is if you're building a deck that has a lot of like benefit from blocking perfectly, whenever you stun, if you're playing solo and you stun the villain, then next turn you're not firing your unflappable, you're not firing your other like valuable protection engine cards. And so that feels kind of bad. Which is why I like Desperate Defense. It means that we'll be ready, which means we can use our 2 Thwart. It means that we can defend again if we get double activated on. So we're trying this one instead. And I will be clear, our 2 defense stats not amazing, but we have a lot of ways to make sure that we don't take extra damage. But this used to be like my favorite protection card. Shout out to the full art version of this. I've never seen a Marvel Champions alt art or full art, but yeah, it used to be a really strong card that you barely play anymore. And I said this earlier, if you're just tuning in now, every card we're playing in this deck came out at this time. So it's up to Wasp, I think our deck is technically, but we're playing everything that only from the first 2 waves, just to have a bit of a throwback. Excuse me, I'm spitting everywhere, and play Scarlet Witch in that sort of environment. We're playing Armored Vest. This is the only way to increase your defense stat. Did I spell this like American? Armored Vest? Yeah. +1 defense puts us at 3 defense, which is good. On Expert, again, we need to get those numbers up. If we want a perfect block, we'll see how equipped we are for that. We are playing against Crossbones here, and Crossbones can get attachments that give him more attack. We need to make sure we take those off because we're not that strong at defending, but Armored Vest is good. Unflappable, absurdly good card. So important of a good card because if you don't take damage, you draw a card. This now makes protection good and makes defending worth something because you use your basic stat during the villain phase and then you have extra cards to use those during the hero phase. And hopefully you do a big old attack. Hard to ignore. This is the one way we can get a bit more defense in a protection deck, at least as early as the cards we're playing. This card came out in... Wait, when did this card came out? Is this too late? Did we break our pattern? Because this card came out slightly later. When did Hard to Ignore come out? Regardless, this says if you perfect block, you can remove threat from the main scheme, which allows us to at least keep afloat, as much as we have to put extra threat off of side schemes and stuff like that when they show up. Electrostatic Armor, I mean, if you're blocking, why not? It's free damage. Not the most impactful card in the deck. We're on 41 cards, so you could definitely cut one of these. And that's the protection cards we're playing. And they're smooth, they're easy, they do exactly what you think they do, and then we can rely on our hero cards to be the stars of the show. Now, we're also a Mystic, which means we can play all the absurdly good Mystic cards, which means we have 3 copies of Spiritual Meditation. This card's almost always worth playing because it just replaces itself and gives you some filtering. Oh, it's in Drax. I think you're right. So we can't play Hard to Ignore because it is outside of the scope of this timeline. Shit. That's not good, Brad. That's not good. It's in Galaxy's Most Wanted. Yeah, so we have to cut it. Crap. I forgot about that. I was like, wait a second, this feels a bit too modern. It has Drax on it. So this is cards that we can't play. So we have 1 extra deck slot we have to put back. Do it anyways? I mean, we can see without it. It's a really nice card to allow you to play solo protection and not lose to threat. But like, we're 41 cards, so we could cut 2 of these and put 1 in. We could also just play with it, but we'll see how we feel if we need it or not. If it's not important, we'll cut it just for the sake of, you know, doing it. Metaphor, is your suggestion Lockjaw? Yeah, mea culpa, the air got me. I mean, that makes sense. But yeah, it came from that wave, which is all that mattered for me. We're also playing, of course, the Sorcerer Supreme because we can get an extra hand size on hero. Why wouldn't we play this? This card's absurdly good. Now, allies. Protection allies. I didn't like protection allies. In fact, I still don't like any of the protection allies that came in the original core set. I don't think Nova came in the core set. Nova's the one protection ally I'm playing slightly more because that text is actually pretty reasonable as much as it doesn't fire Change of Fortune. But Brother Voodoo and Clea, and technically also Iron Fist were the protection allies that I liked the most the soonest. Brother Voodoo is really good because we're an event-based deck. Brother Voodoo is recently reprinted, but it gives us some thwart, allows us to look at the top 5, grab an event. That's perfect. We have some really strong one-of events too, which are really nice. Clea is just a 2-cost chump block. And that was genuinely good enough at the time. Blocking with allies was really good in early Marvel Champions. It's gotten a bit worse because some scenarios punish you for that, but just really, really strong. That's for sure. And then, of course, we're playing Nick Fury and Ironheart, which are just good cards. They draw cards. Nick Fury is really great. And Ironheart, it's the same idea as Clea, except just draws 1 card and doesn't cycle back. Nova was in Miss Marvel in range. Yeah, I just don't think we need it in this kit, but we'll see if we have enough resources. Iron Fist is a good replacement as you can just Chaos Magic him. Yeah, the thing is, like, so I'm not playing any of the cards, excuse me, that's stun. And I think it's because it seems like stunning would be bad because when you stun the villain, we can't fire Unflappable and Hard to Ignore. But if we can't play Hard to Ignore, we might as well stun the villain. And that means we might want to, instead of play Desperate Defense, we could play Never Back Down. But let's just stick to the thing. Let's go ahead and bring out our favorite guy here. So we're going to cut 2 Hard to Ignores and we'll just play an Iron Fist and keep our stuff on timeline. So now we're 40 cards too for the purist. Let me get him. I think I need to give him a new sleeve because I haven't played him in a minute. Multiple Man was also not a bad card. It's just a lot of deck slots. But Multiple Man is another protection ally. Like the core set protection allies I don't care about. And then they got like consistently cool. He's expensive, but I do think our deck has maybe, I would say, too many resource generators. We'll find out together because we're playing a lot of resource generators. We're playing Quid Carrier, Helicarrier, Avengers Mansion, and Nerves of Steel. I'll admit I haven't played Nerves of Steel in a really long time. And that's because a lot of the decks that want to play one cost defense events, I just don't play those decks anymore. But it was really easy back in the day to play a deck that plays 9 copies of like Never Back Down, of Preemptive Strike, of Desperate Defense. And then just having a resource generator that just generates an energy for those was good enough. Now, this is maybe not necessary. This is probably not a priority we'll set up. We'll try it because this is kind of a vestige of older Marvel champions. And then we have all the staples they expect. Quid Carrier, which is just really good as a wild. We don't have any requirements. Helicarrier, I don't often play. It's obviously a bit better in multiplayer where we can be a bit more altruistic with it. And then Avengers Mansion, if we get that down for free, we get it down for free. I'm not a huge Avengers Mansion fan. And then that's Energy, Genius, and Strength. Suggesting Energy Barrier, 1-man team. Yeah, Energy Barrier is like probably very good. Energy Barrier kind of like this card's obviously very, very good. It means that we won't take damage for our perfect block stuff. It's like a similar card slot to Magic Shield, as much as Magic Shield is half cost. So I'm going to hope that Magic Shield is our Energy Barrier. But those are obviously very, very good cards for sure. Your run in Source Supreme 2A? Sorry? 1 second win in solo helps for when you can't heal. What is second win? The 3-cost healing card? Yeah, I've never played this. The art is super striking, but I've just literally never played this. 3 for 5 is a lot. That's your whole turn. And maybe we have enough resources to get there. But I've just never played this. This seems like a card that I'd be more interested in playing a multiplayer because you're allowed to be like, oh, I'm going to heal someone else. Yeah, of course we're running Sorcerer Supreme. Yeah, for sure. And that's it. We'll see how this is. Again, all these cards are really old cards, and some of them haven't stood the test of time. And it's not because they're just, not good enough. It's just like Protection now doesn't want to play a lot of 1-cost defense events. So a lot of that package kind of fell away. We have ways to do things that Never Back Down does, but with upgrades. Or I guess we even have a 0-cost version that just says don't exhaust. That might be better. That just recently came out. So confirm that's great in multiplayer. Yeah, I could believe that. I could believe that for sure. In solo, we might struggle to jump down, and like 10 health is not the most tanky. 2 defense is not the most tanky, but for what it's worth, and oh my god, this is a bad thing to say, Rise of Red Skull is not the hardest campaign. There's some really bad power spikes in Crossbones, specifically if you draw Madame Mask, or whatever her name is, Madame Hydra, like that's a problem. That is like such an absurdly difficult encounter card. So we'd love to be able to cancel that. But that's kind of it. And I think it's going to be really fun to be, I do think Rise of Red Skull is just like such a good campaign. It's not perfect. Like there are certain scenarios that are not that interesting, but it's just like a really simple, fun campaign. There's some very good encounters in it. And it's just nice. It's just like a bit of comfort food, especially for doing a campaign run on Expert. So how's everyone doing today? Happy Friday. Looks like a whole lot of folks are able to tune in on a Friday afternoon, which that is good information. If you're at work and we're on second monitor content, how's it going? I've already reported you to whatever your supervisor is. I do get a cut of that pay. I figure that's a way to monetize the channel. It's just like a little bit of a honeypot. Just keeping corporate North America running smoothly, one stream at a time. None of the villains in RORS are annoying, and the box teaches you a lot about the game. Yeah, that's a really good sentence. I agree with that. Great stream, thank you. So excited for the FNE campaign. I haven't been able to watch your Sunday stream, so I didn't see if you said anything about Daredevil. Yeah, we did a run through of all the Daredevil cards. Since then, 2 more Daredevil cards were spoiled. I know Villain Theory has a good video talking about them. They're weird cards. Like I had to reread one of the cards like 3 times to figure out how good it is. The answer is pretty good. But yeah, we got to see a weapon and we got to see another attack event, which is really weird that he has 2 attack events that scale off of upgrades. My IT department knows and they don't stop me. I mean, as long as they know. How's it going, by the way, side? All right, so we're off to do a campaign. Expert campaigns, I usually don't do the full expert text. I usually do partial expert text, and maybe that's a reason why we should put more healing like second win in our deck. Because with expert campaigns, you're meant to track your health pool between scenarios. I just don't do that. The reason why I don't do that is I think it leads to uninteresting gameplay where like you just turtle up a bit more. Where it's like, okay, we could win now. The villain's on 1 health. I'll just go back to alter ego and heal. And like, I don't think that sounds that interesting, but we'll find out if that's the case or not. We're actually going to do the expert campaign rules with the obligations. They printed those cards. We might as well look at them. Fun little, history here, but this box originally was not meant to be a campaign box with any sort of campaign or soft legacy components. Legacy is probably not the accurate term here. I believe this was said in a podcast, but it was on stage at like one of the Gen Con Fantasy Flight inflate reports that one of the Fantasy Flight execs said, yeah, the Rise of Red Skull is a campaign box. And I don't know if that was a misspeaking or that was them trying to force something. But then the folks who were designing this box at FFG were like, oh, great. Now we have to make it a campaign box. And how do they do that? They did that very minimally by just adding like a handful of cards. And then some of your choices or how long you take in certain scenarios will come back and interact with you later. I'll be honest, there's some campaigns for the last little while that have had, or some boxes have had campaign modes that have been less good than this, if you ask me. This one's really simple, like very much your first campaign box, and it's nothing compared to Arkham Horror that has like much more, complex campaign rules, but it's not bad. You gotta make cool decisions, you get some cool upgrades, you gotta choose when to use them. Timer counts, how much threat counts, like it's not bad. It's generally not bad. And none of the campaign elements add busy work for you to do. That was a lot of my criticism of things, like specifically Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It just adds busy work for you to do, and I don't find that valuable, especially because it's repetitive. You do it every scenario. I don't think I'm going to narrate these, but in short, bad thing happens. Crossbones here. We have to go stop it. The Avengers are on the way. Scenario 1 is Crossbones. So there's an experimental weapons deck. The setup here is so simple. Again, all we have to do is shuffle a deck and then we're off, and we have to worry about victory and expert campaign victory. So the main thing we have to care here about when it comes to the campaign stuff is the more of these experimental upgrades end up attached to Crossbones and or into the discard pile, they will end up permanently following us for the rest of the campaign. If you ask me, some of these are actually not that bad compared to what an average encounter card can be, but this is going to start shaping the campaign for going forward. Do your best Cap impression. I could do this all day. My favorite campaigns: 1, Galaxy's Most Wanted. Really weird take. Okay, never heard that before. Mutant Genesis makes sense. Sinister Motives makes sense. Rise of Red Skull makes sense. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that's higher than I thought it'd be. Oh no, you're talking about campaign. Yeah, I could see that. I would put Next Evolution over Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Madness and Shadow is not a bad campaign mode. Weird. Don't forget the Crossbones errata for his mod set. Can you remind me what the Crossbones errata is for his mod set? Because I'm not sure I know what that is. Is that Don't Play with Madame Hydra? Thankfully, the same thing didn't hold true with the guy announcing F&E. So the box only had full 4 villains. Yeah, people were really unhappy about that. They're like, no, it's actually, it's more than, it turns out it's 6, which is good. The market is, I would say that the market idea is really good, but I think the market cards are a bit, like, I have played through a Galaxy's Most Wanted campaign multiple times, and there's certain cards in the market I've never considered. You use Hydra Assault instead of Hydra Patrol. Yeah. So you do the text on the card, not on the book, right? So we're going to start here on attack on Mount Athena. So I know that one part of literature has this wrong. This is correct, right? So setup is create the experimental weapons deck. So there's 4 of these cards. We'll shuffle them. And then we have to do Hydra Patrol, Weapons Master, and Legions of Hydra. So sorry, this should be Hydra Assault instead of Hydra Patrol. Okay. So this is wrong. I don't think I've played it correctly ever. The Legions of Hydra is a really scary one, but instead of Hydra Patrol, which is the soft one, it's Hydra Assault, which is the one with the flamethrower people. Let me get that 1 second. No, I think I did it right. I don't know why, but I think I did it right. Yeah, Hydra Assault is in here. Why did I do that right? Hydra Patrol, Weapons Master, and Legion. Why did I do that correctly? That's not what it told me to do. Huh. I just did that. So we have Weapons Master, Hydra Assault, and Hydra Patrol. Hydra Patrol doesn't show up until Absorbing Man, right? But thank you for the hit. I don't know why I did that correct. I don't think I remembered that was a real thing. All right, we have 3 main schemes. They don't actually have huge limits here. We're also going to just take damage for sure. It's an attack, so you need a Hydra Assault instead of Patrol. Yeah, Cyclones, how's it going? It makes sense, right? Always run me the wrong way. The FFG never used Doomsday Chair and the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Huge missed opportunity for MODOK. I'm kind of glad that they stopped using encounter sets from the core box, which means like they should just reprint standard in every box. But oh, the book has it correctly. This card doesn't. Okay, cool. All right, we'll flip this over. We have attack on Mount Athena, jump scare, 3 threat to advance. When revealed, reveal the top card of the experimental deck. I'm just gonna roll a die. 1 is on left. 3. So we get Exosuit. That one's okay. It doesn't add anything besides extra stats, which like extra stats are bad because we don't protect really well and we have to be blocking sufficiently. So we have to get rid of that. It's one of each resource type. Just about all of them cost 2 resources. This is the one that costs, I think, 3, but it doesn't have like any traits like retaliate or when it hits you, discard a card, stuff like that. Hey, I come from the Arkham streams to say I love Wanda because she's a mystic just like the Arkham class. Yeah, she should be able to play some of those mystic cards. How's it going, Lucas? We had a pretty good time doing Arkham. We did 2 streams last week. We've been pretty busy. It's been good. It's been really good. And I did do a test where I played 2-handed off camera, on camera, and I actually can get 2 investigators with 2-handed. I have to make some corner cuts where I have to like put the decks off screen and stuff like that. But it is possible for us to play 2-handed. So I think our next campaign or our next gameplay will definitely be 2-handed, which is a good excitement because I think I don't like Arkham or 1-handed anywhere as near as much as I like 2+. All right, so what are we mulliganing for? We've already pile shuffled this, right? We don't actually have that many like important upgrades compared to a lot of decks. We definitely want to get a resource generator early. We can get our crest. We can get our crest. We have not much to do on turn 1 besides maybe take off the exosuit. And importantly, the exosuit we want to take off because it is weapon traded and there's a bunch of synergy, which if Crossbones has a weapon, this card gets surge or there's more boost icons and stuff like that. I guess it's kind of a moot point. I guess we should look at the villain too, because Crossbones starts with a machine gun, and that is a weapon, and there's no way to get rid of this besides waiting for 2 activations. Because when Crossbones attacks you, +0 on the attack icon is really fun. You have to discard cards on the top of the deck and take indirect damage equal to the number of boost icons, which we can actually control that, which is really kind of fun. The villain text is not particularly anything. It says, when revealed, search encounter deck and discard power for the machine gun. When you're playing on expert, attach it. And when Crossbones has a weapon attachment, his attacks gains piercing. I think we technically have access to toughness because we can conjure any status token in a really kind of magical way, which is something also that Doctor Strange does. I like that a lot. It's a mystic thing. All right, we're off. Draw 6. Alter ego text. We can still use this, and we probably will, to get rid of cards that we know we're not going to play, and hopefully we draw something better. Spiritual Meditation, we always keep this card because this is the basically keeping the next 2 cards and picking the best option. Unflappable, that is one of our engine pieces. Now, technically being attacked for 3 on turn 1 is not likely that we're going to fire it, so I'd still put this in the maybe category, but obviously a very important card. Electrostatic is a luxury card. We don't need to keep this. Nope, not you. But you see why he would show up there. Another Spiritual Meditation, I mean, I guess. Desperate Defense, we don't keep defense cards. We technically have 6 of these, but we don't want to keep these cards between turns. They're useless. And then Whip Preemptive. I'm pretty sure we shuffled okay, but this is a bit suspicious. I'm going to just keep shuffling. So, Unflappable, we want to find 3 different resources to get rid of the exosuit, and then we can defend for 2. If we draw one of our defense upgrades, we're in a good spot. We'll guarantee the defense, which should be okay. You only have to do this apparently 7 times mathematically for the deck to be shuffled. But when you draw like all your defense events together, it feels bad. Okay, so we'll just draw 3 more. Iron Fist, we just added. Cool. So Iron Fist technically is very expensive. I guess we're keeping. That's a physical icon if we want to build the trilogy to deal with the exosuit. That's really goofy. I've never drawn 3 in a hand. And our last card is Quicksilver, which in theory, if we play Quicksilver, we can like trigger our Scarlet Witch to go plus a card. I'm just not interested in paying 4 for Quicksilver here. I don't think we do. So that means we start with all our spiritual meditations, and once we're done meditating, then we'll do Wanda's alter ego text. We're going to see so many cards here. Hopefully we can build something that makes sense. Like we could get technically a free Avengers Mansion, something like that. So we're going to do spiritual meditation first. We're going to use the known information. Technically, what you're meant to do is actually use the unknown information before the known information. So it probably is correct in some way to do Wanda first. That being said, if we do spiritual meditations, we'll have bad cards in our hand, and then we can get rid of those bad cards to get good cards. But I think there's no shot we're playing Iron Fist or Quicksilver this turn. The only benefit with Quicksilver is that he has a wild icon, which is really easy to use the exosuit. But it could be correct to discard these 2 to draw 2, just because we know we're not going to play these. And then we can use meditation to build around the cards that we don't have control over drawing. You know what I mean? Like you want to usually do that stuff you don't control before the stuff you control, because then you can make better decisions. I don't know. If we don't get rid of the exosuit on turn 1, I think that's acceptable. So I think we are going to use our alter ego ability to discard these 2 and draw 2. Useless? That's good. Okay, so let's start meditating. So we got a lot of meditating to do, so we can play this as an action in alter ego or hero mode. Notably, we're mystic on both sides, so we're good. So we have to, what is it, draw 2, discard 1. And notably, the card that you discard doesn't have to be the cards that you drew. So 1, 2. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We'll definitely discard the Desperate Defense. But now we've set up our crest, which is nice. So that's that. We'll just keep going. I don't know what's the best thing that we can find here, but we'll meditate again. So we draw 2. Adventurer's Mansion. Molecular Decay. We're not going to keep the Molecular Decay because that's damage. So it's probably better to set up a mansion on turn 1. That's this. One more time. We'll meditate. Draw 2. Quinn Carrier. Into Sorcerer Supreme. I mean, not easy choices. I think it's going to be not the Quinn Carrier because then we can do Avenger's Mansion, draw a card, use that card plus this to play Sorcerer Supreme, hold on to Scarlet Witch. If we draw the last double, so be it. I think that's probably it. It sucks to throw this out because this card is generally very good. It ensures you 1 value worth of stuff per turn, let alone allows us to control our Hex Bolts, and Hex Bolts are really, really good. Mystic on both sides is interesting. I've played so much Magic, but never Scarlet Witch. I think every Mystic in the game is Mystic on both sides. I don't think there's a Mystic that's Mystic only on one side. Because the other Mystics are like Stephen Strange and what's her name? Galana? Is that right? Magic? They're all double Mystic. I don't know if there's a single Mystic. I think this is fine. We did all that. We're still on 6 cards, but like, that's a better hand for sure. So I think we're going to get greedy. We're going to spend 2 for the Avenger's Mansion. I mean, if you're going to play it on any turn, it's going to be on turn 1. If we just discard the thing that we discard, if we draw the thing that makes us discard a card, we're going to feel really bad. Oh, Warlock too. Yeah, Adam Warlock for sure. We've been playing a fair bit of Warlock on the channel. All right, a Magic Shield. Okay, so we don't need that, but we could play it if we wanted to. It will block damage for sure. Looking for single Mystics in your area. We'll flip up. Our hero text is not super relevant, or our stats are not super relevant. We can attack for 1, yippee. But I think here we want to just play Sorcerer Supreme and then float the crest. It's probably worth holding on to. Unflappable is not going to do anything for a while, but Sorcerer Supreme is like the most important card to get down because it's just the extra card every turn. And now we're starting on 2+ cards every turn as much as this card turn was bad. So spend 2 for Source Supreme. Just put it down here. We'll probably discard this sooner than the Avenger's Mansion, no joke. And then we'll just attack for 1 into the villain and we'll pass. And we'll hold on to the crest. I think it's good enough. We definitely want to get a Hex Bolt here because we're going to take a bunch of damage. We probably will defend for 2 because I think that's going to be better than anything else we're going to be doing this turn. So we'll draw up to 6. Nice, Hex Bolt, that's good. So we don't have a lot of doubles. So let's see if we get another Research Generator. We just discard the Quinn Carrier, but this can be good for us. Another Magic Shield. Really red hand. We shuffled well. Oh, we do have a double. That's actually sick. And our 6th card, Preemptive Strike, which this we can always play in a pinch if we want to. And maybe do a bunch of damage back. We just have to count whether our hand is worth doing that. Because we probably played this into this, this into this. So we have 1 resource left over, but we're going to draw 1 card here. Yeah, we can probably do it. All right, threat. No real text here. I did the silly thing where I forgot to. Hold on. This. I forgot to, you have to get these out before the stream starts because they're hard to get at. So this puts 1 threat here, has no active text. All right, Crossbones is going to attack us. However, when Crossbones attacks us, we have to do Crossbones' Machine Gun first. So we have to discard the top card of the deck. And we have to take 2 indirect damage. We, in theory, could use Scarlet Witch's ability here if we wanted to, which would say that we can discard the next card and count that instead, which is kind of a fun interaction. 2 is probably what we expect, so I think we're okay taking 2 here. We just have to take it to our face. All right, but now Crossbones is attacking for 3 in a card. I think we will defend here because it's unlikely our stats will matter. So 1, 2, 3. All right, it would actually been better if we discarded it. But Hydra Flame Soldier, this is a scary card because if you don't block into it, it eats a support. This card reserves during undefended attack, discard a support you control. We are so good we blocked that. Oh my god, are we good that we blocked that. And we're not allowed to preemptive strike this because in theory it doesn't have boost icon, so we can't cancel it. But that means we take 1 damage and we don't have to discard the Avenger's Mansion on turn 1. That would have been terrible. 1 encounter card. Oh, it happened. Oh, the bad thing happened. Oh, it happened on turn 1. Oh god. I don't get this card. It's so bad. When revealed, if Madame Hydra is not in play, search the counter deck and discard buff for Madame Hydra and put her into play, engage with you. Then shuffle the counter deck, place 2 additional threat here for each Hydra enemy in play. So this is a Hydra enemy. So this is going to have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't understand this encounter card. So this is 7 and a hazard. And we have to get Madame Hydra. We cannot clear threat off of this. Like there's some sort of dependency ordering. So this is Madame Hydra. Why is this the first encounter card? This is like so over curve in terms of an encounter card. So Madame Hydra cannot take damage while Legion of Hydra is in play. Sick. And after Madame Hydra schemes or attacks, place 2 threat in the Legion of Hydra side scheme. I don't understand. This card is worse than like so many Nemesis sets. This is the worst thing you can do on turn 1. Imagine you just picked up the Rise of Red Skull, you were a new player, and it's just like, okay, here's 7 threat, a hazard, and a 6 health minion that attacks for 2 that puts more threat on here, and you can't touch her. I genuinely don't get it. Now, we could jump down a bit, but like, oh my god, that's bad. Now, we don't have the cancel in hand. So we have to like figure out how to remove 7 threat from there, which is not super possible. It's not really possible, but maybe. No warp reality. Nope. Warping reality would have been worth this for sure. In theory, if we did fire, and like obviously this is all random, this would have been our boost icon, I think, if we fired our ability with Scarlet Witch. All right, we'll start with the mansion. So we just draw a card. Okay, 2 Hex Bolts maybe gets there. Because 2 Hex Bolts, if we're lucky, can clear this. And then we can maybe zap Madame Hydra. I don't think we have the resources to do it all. Because let's plan our resources. If we do 2 for the crown, which we might not have that luxury. Or her crest, excuse me. Scarlet Witch's crest. So this thing just says that when we count icons, we can increase or decrease the card count by 1. The problem is that is a lot of cards from our hand. Because otherwise we can do Hex Bolt. We can do Hex Bolt. But then we actually are stuck with 2 cards still. So we can't play it. So I guess we might as well play our crown. In theory, we could have more cards after we play the Hex Bolt because we could end up drawing cards. Because the Hex Bolt, we need to hit a bunch of things in the right order. We need to be able to hit 2 threat removal from this 3 times. And then even that's not enough. So we have to hit a bunch. It's like possible. It's technically possible that we knock out both of these. We just have to get really lucky. So we have to plan this out. Because if we do Hex Bolt into Hex Bolt, we need to end up, if we want to knock out Madame Hydra, which it's fine if we don't, I guess. But we need to draw 2 more cards off of these Hex Bolts, which is not very likely. But if we draw 2 cards off of the Hex Bolts, so we need 1 Hex Bolt to draw a card, right? Then we need this Hex Bolt to draw a card. Then we have to do 2 threat, 2 threat, 2 threat, 2 threat. So it has to be perfect. And we have only 1 ability to rearrange one of those cards. Hey, you finally found a hotel for Worlds. Hey, Joel, I missed that. Heck yeah. How close are you to the venue or how far away you are? And Montreal has good transit, so it shouldn't be like that big of a deal. This is possible. The only question is whether we play the crest. But if we play the crest, we're basically saying there's no shot we knock out Madame Hydra. It just gives us way more control over what we can pull from this. There's no card that we can hit here that will draw more than 1 card because we've hit all our meditations. So I guess that doesn't really matter that much. So yeah, we can't deal 2 damage to Madame Hydra. So the Hex Bolt has a really bad 0 boost icon. Drawing card is fine. Status token is also fine because we can stun Madame Hydra, which is good because then she doesn't put more threat on her silly thing. We also maybe could just keep the magic shield in a pinch because we are going to get hurt. So like maybe this is actually more wise. I think this is probably a bit better because I could see us needing the magic shield, especially if we don't draw a card. I don't think there's a way that we keep this. All right, so we'll start here. We'll play the Genius and we'll play this Hex Bolt. And we're just going to rip it. Again, we're going to reveal 3 cards. And then once you start counting those icons, then we can do our hero text, which says once per phase, we can count a different card. I guess I'll put this on top to remember. Now we'll just remember. So here we go. So again, Hex Bolt. We are looking for really need 1 boosts, a 3 boost, and a 2 boost. Just not 0 boosts. We get a 0 boost, a 1 boost, and a 1 boost. Not bad. So I guess we're going to use Scarlet Witch because the 0 boost is kind of useless. So we're going to use our hero ability, which says we are not going to counter this, and we're going to discard this top card instead, which is a 3 boost. I mean, that's pretty good. So let's do our text on Hex Bolt. So we're not drawing cards, which is fine. So we'll remove 4 threat. So 7 goes down to 3. And we will place a status. So we could even give us our toughness, but I think it's more important that we just stun Madame Hydra. Because she adds more 2 threat if we don't clear this. We also get rid of Under Fire, which is good to see. Bought on stream, but I wanted to say so sorry about the bad news, and I hope all as well as I can be. Hey, thank you, 9down. I really do appreciate that. Things could be a lot worse, that's for sure. And I'm very lucky to be able to like hang out with folks like this and like y'all and have a good time. All right, we'll do it again. Hexbolt. So now we have to just hope. One boost. Give us one more one boost. One boost? Okay, wait, we can do it. Drawing a card is no longer useful, but we did clear this in one shot, which is really good. 2 boost. Okay. So we just have to play it as a lies. So we'll remove 4 threat. We cleared Legions of Hydra with a really bad thwarting deck as soon as it showed up. So that's perfect. She can now take damage. 2 boosts as we draw a card. If we draw a double, I mean, that would have been sick if we did. Weird, I don't know, my computer also calculated for me. Just want to keep her crown right. I don't think we can afford to keep her crown because I think we need to play Magic Shield because if we didn't get the stun, Crossbones is going to kill us. So this is actually nice too. We could play this just to get rid of the exosuit, which might be worth something because then Crossbones is not going to have a weapon. This might be better because now we're going to waste a card if we just do this. So I think we're just going to spend 3 and knock out the exosuit while we have a moment because that's like permanently blocking for 1. So we'll spend 3 to get rid of the exosuit. And then when the attack happens, there will be no machine gun. So any of the boost cards that say double activate won't happen. I think that was a pretty good turn. We'll pass. Draw 6. Helicarrier. Okay. That was good. That was good. It's 0.3 miles. Is actually the hotel I stayed at for Districts of Silver Goblin. Oh, not too bad. Okay, and Molecular Decay, that's good. We want one of these because we want to be able to knock out, obviously, Madame Hydra. Chaos Magic. So this is if we get an expensive card in our hand, we can play it for free. At least we have a Helicarrier or Decay at a minimum. Ironheart is cheap. Another Hexbolt. And a Magic Shield. So very playable hand. We want a 4-cost card here for sure, but I think we've seen all our 4-cost cards. Actually, there's a Nick we could top deck, which would be kind of sick. This goes to 2. Crossbones is going to attack us, but the machine gun's going to go off first, so we're going to discard a card here. And again, we could recount this card if we wanted to. It's a 1 boost. We'll happily take a 1 boost. We'll take 1 damage to our face. This gets discarded. Okay, so issue is, if we block here, we will be exhausted. And if we're exhausted, we've seen both of the flamethrowers, so we won't lose a support, I don't think. But then we won't be able to clear threat off of this, but it's likely we'll be able to clear threat off of it with Hexbolt and or with Ironheart. So I think we can block here because we're not good at jumping down to Alter Ego too well. So we'll just get attacked for 2 in a card. Boost is 1, we'll take 1, we won't recount that. Madame Hydra is stunned. 1 encounter card. Okay, Combat Knife, that's not bad. This one's easy enough to get rid of. It's a mental and a physical, but attacks gain piercing, which doesn't matter. But again, it's really hard to play around the counter deck because it's so many dang cards. But at the end of the day, there's encounter cards that just say if it has Surge, if it has weapons, and there's cards that scale with the amount of weapons on Crossbones. So you want to keep them clear. All right, Mansion. Okay, it's Agatha. So we don't have a great target for Chaos Magic. It's probably going to be the Helicarrier. Madame Hydra is going to take us 3 cards. So we have to really plan this turn out. What is the chance we Chaos Magic for Ironheart? No joke. Hey, WRX, how's it going? Welcome to our Friday stream. We're going to be streaming for a couple hours today, so we might be able to get through most of this campaign. Hopefully at least 3 scenarios. 4 scenarios would be ambitious, but I'd be happy about that. All right, so Ironheart for free is like not bad. It just draws a card, so we save 1 resource. I mean, it could be just Helicarrier, but I think we're at the point where we need to like get tempo before we go for value because we kind of are behind on the board. Once we knock out Madame Hydra, will be good. Ironheart is fine. Actually, it's probably way better just to do the Molecular Decay for free. Let's be honest, right? And then with this hand, we can play 2 for Hexbolt. Assume Hexbolt draws a card, and then we can play Ironheart. No, if that's the case, that we should play Ironheart first. We could do 2 for Ironheart. Ironheart draws a card, then we can just play Hexbolt. That seems better. Just picked up Arkham Chapter 2. I was greatly inspired by Velma's Diner. Now I just have to find time to play. I mean, take your time. The first scenario is a teaching one. Maybe you know that, but hopefully you like it. I think it's a really good core set, especially if you're getting into it. So enjoy it. Let me know how it goes. The precons that come in there are really bad. If you want a better precon, just ping me and we'll put something in a YouTube comment somewhere. But the precons are like pretty bad. Like very, very bad. All right, let's knock out. Ooh, I spilled coffee, but not in a really bad way. 1 second. That was like normal human error. That was just like on the table human error. Okay, let's go. So let's play Chaos Magic. So this card lets us play something for free. The timing says play a card from your hand ignoring its resource cost. So we have to finish that resolution before we do the rest of Chaos Magic, I'm pretty sure. It shouldn't matter, but technically now we're resolving Molecular Decay. So it says deal 5 damage to an enemy. So we'll hit, obviously, Madame Hydra. And then discard the top 2 cards in counter deck for each boost icon. We don't need to recount them. That's 3 boost icons. That's one of our obligations. And now 6 boost icons. Again, this was a 3 for 11. We discarded 6 boost icons. Madame Hydra is so absurdly defeated. All right. Doesn't have overkill, but again, that card is wild. Then we have to do the rest of the text on Chaos Magic, which is discard cards from the top and counter deck equal to the printed research cost. So we get rid of a full auto, a Hydra Jet Trooper, and a Master Plan. That's good. 2 expert cards are out, I think. Exhaustion still might be in there. All right, we'll get our safety block with Ironheart. When she comes into play, she draws a card. I think she's the newest card in our deck in terms of release order because we're playing an old school. Okay, we got our 2nd Hexbolt, or 4th Hexbolt more accurately. We have to use Ironheart to thwart 1. Actually, no, that's not necessarily true because Hexbolt might solve it. We really want a 3 boost here, so we'll just play 2 cards for Hexbolt. God, Scarlet Witch is so fun. So we're going to discard top 3 and we can recount. We have a no boost, so that does 2 damage. It's not nothing. 0 boost, so that's 4 damage. And then we have 2 boost. 2 boost is draw a card, which honestly, we don't want draw a card. This would have been really nice if we had a crest because we can recount, but it's a 0/0/2. The issue is none of those are good. We can always use our hero ability to recount one of them. The draw card is useless because we have no 0 cost cards we can play, so that's like just bad. The damage is fine, like it's technically damage. So the best thing we want here is a 3 boost. 3 boost would be a stun or confuse, and we want the confuse to jump down. So I think we're going to re-roll the 2 damage because drawing a card is useless. We did a 6 damage Hexbolt. I mean, okay. Got him. 2 advances are out though, so like we can technically safely jump down, but not in the amount of threat on this thing. She's my fave till Nova drop, then Nightcrawler replaced them both. Oh, that's super cool. I know a lot of people do like Nova a lot, and I had way more fun with Nova than I thought I would. Setting up research generators and reduction cost stuff helps her win, but you gotta endure. I mean, yeah, we're just not at the point where we can afford to do that. Ironheart will thwart this for 1, and then we can probably block with Ironheart, and then hopefully we are decking out, which kind of sucks this turn. Actually, no, we're not. But we want to jump down, so we could maybe technically let this one go. Yeah, they announced the new Arkham campaign as of yesterday. You're right, the small one. Good to know. I was tempted to pick up a few of the new investigators too, but I figured I should see if I like the gameplay enough to warrant dropping more money. Yeah, definitely start there. If you don't like it, you can always like sell your core set box if you're in an environment where that's possible. But like, it's good. It's generally good. I think you'll like it if you like it. Like, I think if you watched Velma's Diner and you thought it looked cool, there's no surprises. Let's just say that. All right, that's a really good draw, Warp Reality. So we're in a pretty safe spot here. This is a hero interrupt that will just cancel something. And we actually did do a lot of damage to the counter deck. A Vest, Nicholas, Preemptive Strike, Nerves, and our last card. So these are pretty bottom of the barrel cards, especially bottom Clea is like not amazing. We do want to use Ironheart before we deck out, but yeah, this is going to be whatever. It's fine. So this goes to 2. Crossbones is attacking for 3 in a card. We'll just put Ironheart in the way. 4/5 is the boost. Ironheart's knocked out. We're not going to re-roll that. Okay, so this is a card that we can technically cancel. We have 2 obligations. I'm not sure what our obligation does. So this is called Slipping Sanity. So there's 2 of them in the deck. So give to Wanda, exhaust Wanda to remove Slipping Sanity from the game, or discard the top 5 cards in the counter deck. For each star icon in the boost area, place 1 threat on the main scheme, discard this obligation. So that's going to advance the main scheme most likely. So we can either cancel this, which rips 3 off the top of the deck for Warp Reality, or we can just go down to Alter Ego and get rid of this the hard way. Because Warp Reality says, when encounter card is revealed in the counter deck, cancel all of its effects, discard it, discard cards from the top of the counter deck equal to the number of boost icons, which would be 3. Technically, you can re-roll that, and we can discard the next card and cancel and discard that amount. I think that's kind of ridiculous, but I'm pretty sure you're allowed to do that. Because their hero text says, when boost icons on an encounter card would be counted, and Warp Reality has to count them, right? Discard cards from the top of the encounter deck equal to the number of boost icons on that card. Is that not counting it? Does Hexbolt specifically say count? No. Yeah, so we are technically allowed to use our Scarlet Witch ability to discard fewer cards from the top of the deck. That's so strange. Hey, Jerome, you may flip? Yes. Yes. But what about that? Because if we cancel that, we can't flip. I recently started playing a fan-made Khazar hero. I'm a big Tarzan fan. He's basically Tarzan. It needs some tweaks, but overall really fun. I only know Khazar from like Marvel Snap, where like he's a very good card if you play a lot of one-costers. How's it going, by the way, Jerome? Scarlet Witch is one of my favorites. A surprise stream on my lunch break. Outstanding. Ryan, welcome. Enjoy your lunch. Hopefully you're good. I do like her a fair bit, and I have played very little of her, unfortunately. So this has been good. So this is just an exhaust, or we spend one card to discard some amount of cards from the top of the deck, which, like, whatever. The thing is, if we spend one card here, we can't do much with our hand. Playing Nick is probably what we're doing. That deals with the threat, and then we don't jump down for a bit. So I think we do just jump down, and we can use our alter ego text. We can play Nick, and we can go from there. So I don't think we're going to be playing this preemptive strike, and then we'll just play war. Oh no, then we can't play Nick. Yeah. So we're just going to take this to the face. So you may flip to alter ego. We will. We'll exhaust Wanda. And we'll remove this from the game. So there's one fewer obligations. That's fine. As much as there's one fewer 3 boost. And it's back to us. So we know what this card is that we can draw with Avengers Mansion. It's a Desperate Defense, which is not super important. So the one thing that we can do is when we play Nick Fury, we can choose which cards go back into the deck. That will hit the deck out because you play the card by paying cost, and then they go back into the discard. So as our first action on our turn, we're going to play Nick Fury, but we're going to pitch 1, 2, 3, and I'll hold on to Armored Vest because we'll probably try and play it. And we'll pay 4 for Nick Fury. Nicholas comes in play. Oh, hey, Nanako the cat. Because I'm the only one at home now. The door is open to the studio, so she will come in and visit us every once in a while. Everyone say hi. Nick draws 3. So we draw a Desperate Defense, an encounter card, and 2 more after we shuffle. It's hard for me to move the camera, but she's slightly off there, staring out the window. So we're owed 2 more cards, and we still have an Avengers Mansion, so we can definitely make something out of this turn. We want to find a second to jump down and heal. Like, we have no healing, but we have 4 Hex Bolts, so we should be able to get there. Hi, cat. Yeah, she usually does come up here. She's not owed a meal for the next couple hours, so she probably won't be like super in my face. But she should say hi at some point. I'm realizing in the summer I can't keep the studio door closed because when I streamed Arkham Horror on Wednesday evening, this room got to 29 degrees Celsius, and it wasn't even that hot out. Like, I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but that's probably like 84, 85, maybe higher. Yeah, I just need to be able to stream with the store open more because the air conditioning for the house is in the next room over. It's not in the studio. All right, so 1, 2, 3. Cool. Hex bolts. Nice. That's really good. We might get our toughness or stun or confuse, whatever we need. We'll now just do Avengers Mansion and just draw 1 more. Good. Okay. So we can use Wanda's text here before we do anything else. And we're just never going to play these Desperate Defenses. So we'll discard 2. We have so much filtering. 29 Celsius is 84.2. Yep. That sounds right. I mean, we're going to just start ripping stuff. We definitely want a crest here, but we can just meditate, and we're going to continue to meditate. So if you're not familiar with this card, you should be soon. We have a lot of them and we play them. So it's draw 2, discard 1. So 1, 2. Okay, Voodoo's a bit expensive for this hand. We'll go again. 1, 2. One more time. We played 3 and 2 turns so far. 1, 2. You're a bit expensive. And the rest of this hand we might not be able to perfectly play. We still haven't established a proper like resource generator, which sucks because we like to play events. Regardless, we'll flip up. We are exhausted, so Nick might not thwart for 2 because we might get that off of the Hex Bolt. So Armored Vest is the most important. I think we just do 2 magic shields for a Hex Bolt and see what happens. We still have a reroll. Your laptop is just auto-converting everything? That's so wild. Hey, Cheddar. Wonder if your cat's name is spelled Nanako? It's spelled Nanako. I've been told that the name Nanako comes from technically Persona 4, but it translates roughly in Japanese to like small vegetable or small potato. But I think it was a character in Persona 4, which is my partner's favorite video game. All right, cool. Mine like to meow and slam cabinets when I'm streaming. I mean, they want to be on the stream too. Okay, 1 boost. So 1 boost is 2 threat. That's fine. 1 boost, we don't need that, so we'll reroll one of those. And then we have a 1 boost. Why does this keep happening? We'll reroll the Hydra Soldier. We get a 1 boost. We did a Hex Bolt to remove 2 threat. We really need our crest, huh? Okay, I'm not convinced we play the next Hex Bolt. I think we're just going to give ourselves an Armored Vest. So we'll play the Armored Vest over here. We go up to 3 defense, which does help technically, and we'll attack for 2 with Nick because there's nothing else to do. So the villain goes down to 2. This is a 2 encounter card round, so it could be a bit scary. We also could have considered getting rid of the combat knife, but let's hope that's not that problem. I forgot about it, I'll be honest. 1, genius. 2, Desperate Defense, playable if we need to. There's the crest, we love that. Another Hex Bolt, 3rd, Magic Shield, and Helicarrier. We might want to get the Helicarrier excuse me, helicarrier, because we've been short on resources. This goes to 1. Crossbones is attacking for 3 in a card with a big old knife. We'll put Nicholas in the way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Weapons Master. The deck has only like 10 cards left, I think. And we draw 2 encounter cards. There's one more expert card here. We would hate to see exhaustion, but Hydra Sidearm. This one is another +1 attack. We really need to do our due diligence and just clear these off the table. But this is +1 attack and it gains ranged, which doesn't really matter against us. Hard as nails. I think this is just like get a toughness. Give the villain a tough status if you cannot heal 3. That's not a real encounter card. We do not care. Yeah, she's a really cool Akira design. Hey, Nelson, what's good? Nice to catch a stream on Friday. Are we still going to have one on Sunday? Yeah, we'll be back on Sunday afternoon. I said this early on the stream, so it's worth repeating. Earlier this week, I was laid off from my job. It's not great, but it's not like awful. Like we'll be okay. But that means we're going to have more streaming at hours that we did not necessarily stream back in the day. Not only for here, but for Velma's Diner and Metropole Grid. So if you're interested in any of that sort of stuff and you want to subscribe to the channel, we'll just be live and doing more video and live streaming stuff at different hours. So glad you can join us for that. Okay, so the knives are stacking up. We have a knife, we have a gun. Those are all just resource sinks. Helicarrier doesn't really line up. This needs to be played for sure. The issue then, okay, let's just get our Avengers Mansion before we think. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it could be better. We get a Clea, but thank you. I appreciate that. I misread Hexball my first few times playing as Scarlet Witch. When I played properly, I started liking her a lot. How did you do it wrong? Like, how wrong was it? What kind of wrong? Sorry to hear that. Sincerely hope everything works out. Thank you. Yeah, my company laid off like 30 people or something all at once. So yeah, not good. More content equals more ad revenue. Yeah, I reckon so. Not in a way that like really makes up for a full-time position. But yeah, we probably will be adding some sort of memberships or some way to monetize this channel in the short term, maybe the long term, just to help with things. But I do really appreciate, yeah, ad revenue from this channel it's definitely something. It does help. Okay, so what are we doing this turn? I feel like this is weird. Normally by this time, Andre has like 17 upgrades on the table. Most people misread her boost ability in Hexbolt. What part of it gets misread? I think we really want to just do a Hexbolt to get it confused and jump down. That feels pretty good. We also might not play the Helicarrier and just like wait for the Quincarrier and get rid of some of these resources. So I think on vibes based, we'll do a double for her crest, which is really good. Scarlet Witch's crest. Okay. Now, when we fire our ability, we could do 2 damage, which is slightly wasted on the toughness, but I'd rather be able to get the toughness and then jump down, or sorry, the confuse and then jump down and be able to recover. We know both copies of Advance are in the discard pile, so jumping down shouldn't be very scary. The thing is, if we play our Helicarrier, we can't play anything else. So I think we play our Helicarrier and the Magic Shield and go on with our day. So let's Hexbolt. I was adding all the boost icons together. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're just getting 1 status counter, right? Yeah, this is for each card discarded this way that has boost icons equal to. Yeah, so you don't add them together, but I could see why that would come up. So speaking of, let's discard 3. And remember, we have the Scarlet Witch's Crest, which this just allows us to modify +1 or down one of the cards that we reveal. So we have a reroll and we have a modify, right? When boost icons are counted, increase or decrease. So let's go. 0 boost, that's either 2 damage or 2 threat. Not great. 0 boost, so far so bad. 2 boost. Okay, this is draw a card, which doesn't really matter, but we can force this one with Scarlet Witch's Crest, and technically we don't have to do this yet. So this one will make it into a confuse, so we can jump down safely. So we're going to re-roll one of these. So we're going to re-roll the Assault, I guess, and we're going to use Scarlet Witch's ability and pull this instead. It's a 3 boost. Okay, so this one's locked in. We'll resolve this one. So it's Legion of Hydra. It doesn't matter actually what it is. So that means with Hexbolt, we get to, we'll just go get a confuse here. Okay, so this one's done. This is a 0 boost, which we can only increase or decrease if we want to. I think we're going to leave it at 0 boost and just do 2 damage. Mind you, Crossbones is on 5 health. We did hit hard. And then this will be a 2 boost, which will modify with Scarlet Witch to give a status counter. So we'll just give ourselves either a toughness or a stun. I guess we have piercing, so we're going to go for the stun, right? Just in the future. So that's nice. And we got rid of Shadow of the Past, which is also kind of good. So that was good. We used all our stuff. We're just going to head and put Magic Shield down, which this card is just very flexible and good as much as we've been short on resources, just firing Hex Bolts left and right. And then we'll flip down to Alter Ego and we'll recover from 3. All right, not bad. I think we're covering, we're turning a corner of sorts as much as we're going to get our acceleration in a second. And this is not good acceleration. Popping the damage with 2 works. It's not perfect because you waste 1 damage, but it's still good. Like we could have attacked for 1 and not recovered, but recovery is way more important, I think. I watched a Nelson stream. I feel so dumb after I went back and reread the card. That's why like watching content is good. Shout out. I watched a whole bunch of Nelson, especially when I was getting into the game. Nelson doesn't stream anymore, I don't think, which is sucks, but I like Nelson's content a heck of a lot. All right, we have Iron Fist, which the stuns don't stack well, but you don't have to use the stun counter on Iron Fist. One of the other Mystic cards, technically. Molecular Decay will knock a Crossbones and more. 2 preemptives is ugly and Alter Ego, and a Nerves of Steel is like, this is not a good hand. Luckily, we'll be able to draw one more. All right, this goes to 2. Confuse. We do need to get rid of the weapons because some cards are bad. Okay, we found the Expert card. Hate it. We're exhausted. It's not super important. We're exhausted this turn. But that means we have to play an Allied to get rid of the threat here because that's the only way we're getting rid of threat. Next encounter card. Crossbones Assault. Okay, that's scary. Low thresholds and Crossbones Assault. When you clear this, Crossbones activates against you. This comes in with just 2 and an acceleration. So we have to drop this down to 0 every turn. That's a lot. We're actually not capable of doing that. So hopefully we draw something with Wanda's Text, or we draw something with Avengers Mansion. None of these are decisions, so we're going to start with Avengers Mansion first. We get Agatha Harkness. We can play her. Not going to be super valuable, but I spelled Agatha wrong. I need to fix that. But Agatha Harkness allows us to look at the top 3 and get their favorite card from that, which seems good because this hand is not going to convert super well. So we'll do... There's no way we play the preemptives, so we can just use the preemptives here. And we're going to use our Alter Ego Text to dunk these away and then draw 2. Another Decay, a Hexbolt. Hexbolt actually could save us really easily here. That's the best card in our hand. So I don't think we're going to play the Nerves of Steel. Shout out to that card. And we're going to play Agatha, and we're just going to go down 1 card here, which I think is good enough, but we probably should have done slightly more math here. So we'll exhaust Agatha. We'll look at the top 3 cards of our deck. It's a Quinn Carrier. It's a Warp Reality, and it's an Energy. I think we'll take the Energy because it lines up pretty well, and then we'll put these on the bottom. So we'll put Warp Reality on the top, which means next turn we're guaranteed to draw it because we're going to look at 6 as much as we could draw 1 more here. Okay, not bad. We'll flip up. Okay, so the issue is, this is, we can clear if we want to, but this we need to clear 2 off of this, but we need to clear 2 off of this. The best case scenario is that we do a Hexbolt and it's perfect. Like Hexbolt could remove 2, the stun goes off, and then we put another stun on Crossbones, which would be sick. Now that's the one thing with Hexbolt is I'm not sure if you have to do the cards in left to right order. It says for each card discarded this way. So I think you can choose them because you don't discard 1 at a time. You discard all 3 and then make decisions. But in theory, the best thing we could do is like remove 2 threat, then stun, then remove 2 threat, something like that, I guess. But yeah, man, Scarlet Witch is sick. So we get 1 boost, not good. Oh, no, that's good, that's good, that's good. 0 boost, not good. We can re-roll or increase it by 1. Hey, Nanako the cat, and a 0 boost. Why is this happening? So 0 boost, why, hello. Oh, that's where you want to be. You just gonna sit there, huh? Anna, what do you think? There's a camera above you. Oh my god, you got such good chin scratches. What a day. Oh yeah, what a good cat. Exhaustus Dusty Magic Boomer, my Gen Z cousin playing Scarlet Witch as Agatha support last week. Oh, but there's a cat on it. We summoned it. Okay, Nana, you're on top of the Hexbolt, so we're just going to figure this out. Okay, so sorry, Nan. It's 1 boost, 0 boost, 0 boost. The 0 boosts we don't need, but we can increase 1 of the 0 boosts. I am blocking. Yeah, now Crossbones attacks. Unfortunately, Nana will take it, but she'll be fine. I think we're gonna get rid of this assault. Oh, Nanako has distracted us. The deck is emptied, so we have to shuffle, which means we're at 2 acceleration this turn. We have to shuffle these. Yeah, clean yourself. It's good. It's good to be clean. It's really important. I didn't realize if there wasn't 3 cards left in the deck, you don't discard until you get 3. You just discard 2, and then the Hexbolt fizzles. So we got lucky that we drew the Hexbolt right at the right time. I like how the camera's actually just focusing on her now. She's just enough in the middle square here. How's your day been so far? Okay. So I think we rerolled the assault. It's good to know where the assault is. It's because this we can make into a 1. This we can make into a 1. This we want to be a 3. That would be the best case scenario. So we're going to reroll that. 0, 0, 1. Okay. So we're just going to do a bit of damage, which is okay. But we are going to get attacked. And Nanako did just leave us. So if we want to clear Crossbones Assault, we get attacked for 4 and a boost card. I guess we'll crack the Magic Shield at the worst case, but that could have been better. So I guess we'll do what we can do. So gang up will fire. Again, Hexbolt will remove 2 threat from a scheme. This is going to hit if we don't clear it. Then we're going to do this hard as nails with 0 boost to do 2 damage to the villain. And then we're going to do this, and we're going to Scarlet Witch's Crest to do 2 threat to remove this. Crossbones Assault, when it gets cleared, we just get activated on. Crossbone activates, which the stun goes off. Cool. Yeah, she's just over there now cleaning up. She didn't make too big of a mess, which is good. All right, that was not the best, but we could have done worse. We could have done better. At this point now with 3 damage, it's like a bit too much to do the molecular onto Crossbones. So I think we just play Iron Fist. And when we stun Crossbones, I think that's probably the play, huh? So spend 4 for Iron Fist. So Iron Fist comes in, 3 health, attacks for 1, thwarts for 2, takes only a consequential. However, when Crossbones comes into play, this is the Proto Psylocke. You can remove a Mystic counter to stun. So we're going to get these as our counters. We have 2 of them. Oh, yeah, coming through. And we're going to activate with Iron Fist to do 2 damage to the Crossbones and spend a Mystic counter to stun. So we don't have our unflappable, so it's not like we're happy to be attacked. We didn't clear any of the weapons, but we have a panic blocker. We should be in an okay spot. We're turning some sort of corner. We've only added 1 experimental weapon so far. Not too bad. And we're going to draw a cancel, so we basically have no villain phase this turn. Electrostatic armor, chaos magic, so hopefully we have something expensive, like a decay. Ironheart, again, unflappable. And our 6th card is the warp reality that we chose to perfectly put there because we knew that would be there. Kitty's a nice fancy name, and mine is cross-eyed derp name, Wilbur. Wilbur's a good name. I mean, I think of it as a pig name, as many do, but that's not a disrespect to your lovely cat. Crossbones is attacks for 4, but is stunned. We reveal 1 encounter card, and we can cancel it. Do we cancel this one? This one's just a stun. This only one is probably not worth canceling. So you are stunned, deal 1 damage to your hero, 2 damage if they're already stunned. So this is a stun and 1 damage. I mean, that's probably good. What are we doing with the rest of the hand? So we'll attack with Iron Fist, which will do enough damage to advance Crossbones, and then Crossbones advances. Then we'll probably just go ahead and molecular decay Crossbones. So that's that, and that's that. It leaves us with 4 cards in hand. We'll have 1 more with Avengers Mansion. We should draw and play Ironheart. So I think we're allowed to warp reality here. The stun is not super impactful. The damage is not super impactful because our activation here, we have to thwart for 2 anyways. Oh, but we can't be stunned because of the decay. Yeah, so I guess we will cancel it. We'll play Warp Reality. So Warp Reality says when an encounter card is revealed from the counter deck, cancel all of its effects. This has 1 boost icon, so we'll discard 1 card. We discard a Hydra Soldier, which we've seen only 1 minion, and it was the worst minion. Okay, cool. Let's just use Avengers Mansion. Oh, that draws the last card, so in theory, we should play these in the right order first. So what are we going to do? We're going to use Iron Fist to attack into Hydra, into Crossbones, and we're going to do 2 damage, and we're going to use the stun counter. And Crossbones is advanced. We go to Crossbones 3, home stretch. That doesn't have a lot of health. In fact, we could do 13 damage. When revealed, his attacks have piercing. He attacks for 3 now, which is technically 5. But when revealed, reveal the top card of the experimental weapons deck. So we'll roll a die. 1, 2 will be left. 4, 5, 6 will be right. Sorry, 1, 2, 5, 6. 3, 4 is the middle. We get the power gauntlets. That's one they actually have to deal with because I think this like saps cards from your hand. So power gauntlet says it doesn't add stats, but after the villain attacks and damages you, discard randomly a card from your hand. Or it's not randomly, it's your choice. But that one is one of the ones that you have to get rid of because the text is bad. The one that adds ranged, the like laser rifle, do not care. This is the one that I usually remove. But I don't think we're going to get attacked for a minute. All right, 16 damage. We could actually win this turn if we're lucky. So we'll do Chaos Magic into Molecular Decay. And we need to look for those big boosts. So we're going to be targeting Crossbones. We start by doing 5 damage to Crossbones and we discard 2 cards. We can recount some of them. So 0 boost, we're going to reflip that. And then 2 boost. So we're going to use our hero ability to cancel the assault and reveal something else. So that's a 3 boost and a 2 boost, which means we're going to use Scarlet Witch's cape. Her crest. To make this a 3 boost. So we're going to do 6 more damage to our friend here. The villain, again, took 11 damage in a single attack. Then we have to do the text on Chaos Magic. Man, Scarlet Witch is sick. So we had to discard 3 cards because we cheated a 3-cost card. Shadow of the Past is amazing. Hydra Soldier and Hydra Jet Trooper. So we can drop Crossbones down to 4, but I don't think we can get full lethal. No, the last card we're drawing is a Quinn Carrier, which is not super valuable, but I guess here we might as well just use Avengers Mansion to draw our last card, which decks us out. We get an encounter card. We're in a good spot. Thanks to everyone for my kind words from a derpy cat. Watching your streams has made me a lot more cognizant of what I get cards into my deck cycle. Too late many times, but I do try to pay more attention. It's really important. If you have a good card and you want to play it, I think the ordering of when you deck out, like it's very easy to be like, get more cards first. Okay, so like first order is just play your hand as you want, okay? Second order would be draw as many cards as you can before you start playing cards. That's usually better. In a lot of card games, you want to get as many options in your hand before you start spending resources and like committing to lines. But technically there's like the third order, which is sometimes it's not right where you actually want to play cards to get them into your cycle if you're going to specifically deck out and then draw more cards. It is a very important thing to do, especially with certain hero kits where like keeping track of your BAMFs are really important, or making sure Lockjaw is always in your discard pile. So you want to play him before you deck out. That sort of stuff is like really important on the right board state. We also have 3 mental icons, so we can't remove any of these attachments, but we have a magic shield, so we should be in an okay spot. Okay. I guess we're going to spend 2 on Ironheart. The card that we draw is probably not playable, but what can we do? So Ironheart comes down, draws a card. It's a Brother Voodoo. We won't hold on to Brother Voodoo. Ironheart will attack for 1. We will thwart for 2. And we'll pass. So we should have it next turn. Not too bad. Staying on this would be amazing as much as we could still get an advance here. We've drawn our brother Pietro. Nick is here. Electrostatic. We'd love to get the encounter card canceled. Desperate Defense if we need to. Genius. And our 6th magical card is a Helicarrier. We played no resource generators, and honestly, we're doing okay. This goes to 2. Crossbones tries his hardest, but is stunned. And now we draw 2 encounter cards. Let's see how bad this could be for us. Okay. This sucks. We can't cancel this. At least it's not a bad encounter card, but it means there'll be 1 more experimental weapon in the deck, because once this clears, that happens. So Crossbones is going to scheme on us for 2 and a card. We can't stop it. 1, 2, 3 for 5. Under fire. It's a big boost, so this cracks. We go to the second scheme, which is the Infinity Stone. It just has flavor text, but on the back of it, the Infinity Stone, 2B, comes in with 1 thread, gets 1 per turn, technically 2 a turn because acceleration, and it just says 1 revealed, add the top card of the experimental weapons deck. So we'll do even on left, odd on right. Odd. We add, oh, the other interesting one, Energy Shield. So the one that we got that we didn't get is the one that I'm the least worried about. So we did technically bad roll this, but this is the villain's Energy Shield that just gives Retaliate, which like that's technically a real thing that we have to worry about. Next card, Crossbones' Assault. Okay, that's fine. So we've seen this before. So now we have to play around the expert rules where we have to win, but we have to win the game at full health, which we are technically not capable of. We need to figure out how to do 1 more damage. So we're capable of with Quicksilver, so we should be fine. But very importantly, when it comes to the expert rules, you have to mark how much health you are, which technically this means we want to always win the game when we're in alter ego so we could recover before the game is over. And that shouldn't be a problem this turn. So we'll just keep it as simple as we can. We'll do Avengers Mansion to draw a card. We're not going to play that Molecular Decay because we don't need to. I guess we'll jump down to alter ego. We can use our alter ego text in a fun way, but first we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Quicksilver. And now Quicksilver is in play, so our text on our ability gets slightly better, but we don't actually have to do it, so we probably won't. But this means now, on our alter ego, we can discard 2 to draw 3. I don't think there's any card in our deck that really matters that we get rid of at this point. We also could have just played Nick Fury to do 3 damage. 4 damage? Yeah, we should have just done that. Regardless, we're going to jump down, we'll recover for 3, which puts us at full health. And then we'll just attack for 2 to the villain. We'll attack for 2, we'll attack for 1, the villain is dead. We could have just played Nick, which would have been cleaner after we recover, and that's 10 health, and we knocked out Crossbones. We're going to be adding 3 experimental weapons permanently to the campaign, but we end with full health, so we don't have to worry about any of these obligations, which we're going to try our best to never add to our deck. That was the first scenario. Not too bad. Crossbones can be scary, but stuns are really good. Obviously, we had some nice Hex Bolts. I can't believe we dealt with Madame Hydra kind of super elegantly, even while interacting with the top of the Hex Bolts and hoping for the best. So victory, each player chooses one of the tech upgrades from the Hydra campaign. There are 4 of them. They're once per campaign triggers, but they're upgrades you can discard on turn 1 because they're not permanent, which actually really helps against things that force you to discard stuff. Then we record the name of each experimental attachment that entered the game. You don't actually need to know the names. They just always are in the encounter deck. So you just keep them with the standard and expert cards. And an expert campaign only, record each identity's remaining hit points in the campaign log, as well as any cards added to their deck. We're just going to go ahead and ignore that because it doesn't matter. And again, I do want to say all the cards that we're playing in this campaign are cards that existed at that time. So we're doing a bit of a throwback. And so far, all the cards have been pretty sick. As much as like Scarlet Witch's Hero Kit is like easily the star of this deck. Because we've barely been doing any protection stuff, I'll be honest. But the protection cards are definitely not bad. All right, let's clean this up. We'll go on to Absorbing Man, which is a bit of a rush. You do want to rush into Absorbing Man. Because the longer you play against them, the more counters you get. And those counters actually come back to bite you when you play against the finale, which is Red Skull. Just wanted to say, hey, Narm, I've learned so much from your streams and videos. Thank you for the content. Thanks so much for the kind words. I really do appreciate it. It's always really nice to hear that people, value the work that you put out. It's like a really nice thing. So thank you so much. That's very kind. Again, I don't want to repeat myself too much, but when we make this sort of stuff on the internet, a lot of this is to show like enthusiasm for the games, the hobbies that I think we all like, and also to show like how to play with intention and make, get more out of your hobby by thinking about what you're doing and stuff like that, which is kind of sick. Second Wind does help you stay in homie. Oh no, for sure. Yeah, I would play Med Team or Second Wind. In the context of Expert, where our health is actually a resource we have to manage for a couple reasons, I could see these being better. Med Team I don't mind, but I don't think there's any ally we really want to keep on the table forever. Okay, so these will go away. We're going to do a quick cleanup. I'm not sure in technically if you play campaign mode, if you're allowed to modify your deck or not. My guess is you're not. I don't think we have a big reason to, though. But we will have to actually deconstruct this deck in a reasonable way because a lot of these encounter sets are reused later on in the campaign. So give me one moment and we'll do a bit of a breakdown. How is everyone's Friday? These can all go together. So Assault, Legions of Hydra, Standard, Crossbones, Legions, Weapons. Why does it always get so hard when you have to do this on stream? Assault. We got really lucky we blocked on the attack that would have taken down our mansion. That would have been so bad. Oh, there's 3 Flame Soldiers. I thought there was only 2. That's good to know. This is now following us as well. I feel like I did a mistake, but we'll always double check. I always count. There have been some streams where we played like an entire scenario without missing one of the standard cards. It just happens, which means we'll try and do our best to count card counts. Like all we do here is we don't have to see all the card numbers. We just have to make sure there's 6 cards here. It turns out there's way more than 6. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I messed up. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's Legions. And then this should be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, perfect. This Weapons Master is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're off. Oh, we still have to make a decision? There are 4 of these tech upgrades. Let's remember to get one of these into our deck. They're all very good. Oh, that's not good. Are you still there? I just full screened my Cerebro bot. Nah, it looks like the stream's still up. That's fine. I did lose the mouse. Okay. So the 4 cards we can play, we can only fire these once per campaign, and you only fire them in a case of an emergency. They're all very good. I think some of them are better than others, but it depends on what you have in your deck. So Emergency Teleporter. These are all set up 0 cost upgrades. You can discard them though, so you can replay them, which that's fine if you don't want to discard something more important. Discard this card and remove it from the campaign log, so you can only do this once. Search your deck and discard pile for an ally, put into play, give it a tough status card. Now in our deck, the best reason to do that is this is a hero action, so it's not great to get Quicksilver, is take out Nick Fury, but giving Nick Fury a tough status card is not super important. That's a really good, nice get out of jail, let alone play an expensive ally for free. Adrenal Stim. Adrenal Stims, discard this card, remove it from the game, ready your hero and heal 5 damage. For solo, that's like really good text because it's an action. You can't do it during the villain phase, but healing 5 and readying yourself just means you won't be caught out. Our stats are not that good, but our stats are going to get slightly better in a moment. So, I mean, that's fine. Laser Cannon, this one's really good. This one just like wipes the field, right? Discard this card, deal 5 damage to the villain and each enemy engaged with you. Obviously, that's absurd, and usually you lose in solo when you just get overwhelmed by minions. We don't have any AoE at all, besides like Hex Bolt pinging 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, so this seems really good. And then we also have this last card, Tactical Scanner, which is a 0 cost. Discard this top card, draw 5. Obviously, drawing 5 is really good, but there's a chance that what you're looking for is Laser Cannon. He's done adjusting slightly after the feedback. My Friday's okay. Going to the Gundam TCG tonight at my LGS as my partner's working the night shift. Got an MC meetup after 9 p.m. to show off my leader I made. Oh, Thor, sick. Yeah. Please, if you want to share that on this channel, we'd be happy to play it once you're happy with all your feedback. Yeah, I do think I'm most happy with the laser cannon because it's the sort of thing that you forget is there, but then it saves you the whole game. Like this can be easily 10 to 15 damage for free, and we'll only fire this if it actually really, really matters. I found the laser cannon is really good for the final scenario. The final scenario, really? I don't remember there being too many minions. It's interesting that none of these deal with thwarting. Like usually there's like a healing one, a thwarting one, a damage one, but the only one that does thwarting is technically like the teleporter. I also don't know who this character is on the teleporter. Does anyone know who this is? It's like a reasonable vibe, but it looks like a character from a first-person shooter in the late 90s. A deck I ran with Scarlet Witch was Justice, but really only cards that help draw one way or another clear the area. You just burn through your deck and counter deck at the same time. Every single time I've played Scarlet Witch to date has been Justice. It's really good. I totally hear you on that. You have awesome energy and play my favorite games on stream. Thank you, Zombie. With a layout, both physical and digital, it very much helps me keep you enthusiastic. That's really kind to hear. Thank you. Geoforce? I would think laser cannon would be best for Zola. Yeah, me too. It doesn't have piercing, and sometimes you have toughness, but laser cannon is really good at knocking out like 2 mutates that stack up. I usually do fire this in Zola because like Zola's bad. So I think we're going to take the laser cannon. Notably, again, it just starts in play every turn, and we can discard it if we need it. We usually don't fire it unless it's going to cost us the campaign. Technically on expert campaign, if you fail a scenario, I think you fail the whole campaign. I don't think it allows you to redo it. We're not going to do that, of course. But yeah, cool. Campaign mode. Let's go deeper, and deeper we go. Now we're going against, I think, the low point of the campaign, admittedly, which is Absorbing Man. Look at everyone punching at everyone. Someone gets away on a motorcycle. So cool. And then this guy comes out and he's really into chains. So this is Abs Man. Rules clarification. I don't think it matters. Setup. We have to do the campaign setup after you do the main setup, but it's not a huge difference. So we shuffle each experimental attachment recorded into the campaign log into the encounter deck. Each player searches their deck for all cards with the setup keyword and puts them into play. So we start with our laser cannon. Technically, the expert campaign says set each player's hit points to the remaining hit points recorded, which for us was 10, and each player may add a random obligation from the expert campaign set, which are all bad. I've never played with them, to heal their identity. Technically, if we were at like 7 or 6 health, we'd probably not do that because adding a thing to your deck for the whole campaign is silly. We would just recover 3 on turn 1 and not use our basic activation, which is fine. I have not respected Absman before and lost to him on stream, but he's considered not the scariest threat in any Marvel Champions tier list of difficulty. So villain name, Absorbing Man. Yeah. Why did that not work? Villain name, Absorbing Man? Oh, never mind. Hold on. There we go. That should do it. Yeah, cool. Let me get him real quick. Okay, this is the one with Hydra Patrol. So Absman comes in with only 15 health, not too big. We're on Absman 2. We'll get one out of the way. Absman cares about environments, and specifically also cares about not blocking. So you want to be defending against his attacks, because if you don't defend his attacks, that's where environments fire. So we're also going to have to put super absorbing power into play. I'm just going to go ahead of when it tells us to do that. And then there's only one main scheme that has a high threshold, but you can lose to that because if advances, you lose, as usually it goes. So we play None Shall Pass. For those who don't know, and I'm only like 50% confident about this, Absorbing Man can mimic the attributes of things that he touches in his environment as he absorbs them. So we're playing with Hydra Patrol as the only encounter set. So it's mostly Absman cards, and there's so many of them, like legitimately so many of them, and then just Hydra Patrol. Our setup says discard cards. Mind you, we have Expert and Experimental and our 2 obligations, so it's a really thick deck. But discard cards from the counter deck until an environment is discarded, put that card into play, and shuffle the counter deck back into the encounter pile. I forgot to do this for the last scenario, but obviously we have these. But this is Absorbing Man. It's not going to tell us that much, but it has a bunch of environments. A whole lot of treacheries, but there's no minions in this deck besides Hydra Patrol, which adds a bunch of these guard minions that replicate themselves, and the Hydra regulars, which is pretty small. So destroying minions is not going to be super important. This is not definitely going to be a laser cannon scenario. If you want to make Absman better, add the Sinister mod. You know the one? Wait, no, I don't. Which one? Like give him toughness? Or sorry, give him the brute trait and +1 attack? The character named Solo is on Emergency Teleporter, the one-man war. Does he have heroic powers, or he's just really good at doing violence? Played Absman a couple weeks ago with the modular Ice Giants and Whiteout. Oh, that's sick. And the special Absman always has the ice trait. It feels like Absman should be a really good platform for like extra modulars. And I know that they did that for like certain counter sets. Like there's so much, you know, support for the Thunderbolts. I'm not the biggest Thunderbolts fan in solo. I know a lot of people like Thunderbolts, but I do wish like they printed more environments. They printed more timelines for our friend Beast, Dark Beast or whatever. Like I do kind of wish that there was more ways like that. Technically, it's very easy for you to make up your own if you're somewhat creative or you just go online. But I do like that. Underrated Absorbing Man. Darth Bane, how's it going? Are you a big Absman fan? We're gonna have to shuffle this again because we have to discard cards until we can fire an environment. There's only 4 of them, I think. It's like earth, ice, stone, metal. Sorry, it's like metal, stone, ice, wood. So and again, discard until there's an encounter thing, we go again. So we're just gonna keep discarding. It doesn't matter what we discard because it gets shuffled back. We are on the rocky outcrop. So this is our environment, comes into play. It says surge, but that doesn't matter because we didn't reveal it. We put it into play. After Absman makes an undefended attack against you, heal 1 damage from him. That's not super impactful. He only has 15 health. 2 damage instead of their 5 or more delay counters. Every turn we add a delay counter. Hopefully we won't forget. And delay counters just make him worse. And I think it makes a couple of encounter cards worse. But very importantly, delay counters matter in the final scenario. As soon as you start the final scenario, you add threat to the main scheme equal to the amount of delay counters. And that actually can immediately advance the main stage, stage 1, and go straight to the final stage. So you do want to rush down Absman. So we do play a bit more tricky, or a bit more, less careful, a bit more aggressive, which at least makes Absman more exciting because he's not particularly exciting. All right, None Shall Pass is the backside, of course. It comes in with 2 threat, gets 1 return. 12 is how we lose. And it says, after resolving step 1, so right at the beginning of the villain phase, largely, you add a delay counter here. And when an environment enters play, you discard all other environments, and when this advances, we lose. Now the villain says, because we're playing on Expert, when he comes into play, we put Super Absorbing Power into play. Yep. That's it. Shuffle and counter deck. Cool. Gets the trait of each environment in play, but Super Absorbing Power, we definitely want to get rid of as quickly as we can. It mostly interacts with encounter cards, but Super Absorbing Power just says he has access to all 4 traits. And a whole bunch of the encounter cards say like, this is worse if he has this, or this does this if he has this. So getting rid of this is good. It'll just help us in the future. As much as we don't have an easy way to do 3 threat on turn 1. The Absman scenario, I'm always a good time to recover full HP before you advance to Taskmaster in campaign. Yeah, Taskmaster's really good at doing incidental damage to you. He does threaten your health pool if you flip a lot. I find Taskmaster easier on average than Crossbones, but Crossbones has more snowball potential if you ask me. All right, we're off. I don't think we learned too much. I would like to get some more research generators. We had a really weird turn 1 last game where we got our Avengers Mansion down and our Sorcerer Supreme after doing so much meditation. I mean, obviously that's really good. That ended up drawing us like an extra, I would say 14 cards in the whole scenario, give or take. So that's good. Let's just do a pile shuffle and we're off. Maybe we'll be able to do 4 scenarios today. It'd be a shame not to get Red Skull down, but maybe we'll start on Sunday with that. Yeah, Taskmaster also gives you those free allies, yeah, which are really good. But I don't feel like he hits anywhere near as hard as Spones can. All right, we're off. Our alter ego text, it gives us a bit more consistency, as much as it's unknown what we're going to draw into, but we'll draw 6. Scarlet Witch's Crest. We did hold on to this for a turn, and it is that good, just because this makes it more easy for us to get a stun or confuse, which buys us more time. This is in the very high keep, but not necessary. We won't keep Desperate Defense. Neither that one. Ironheart, so maybe keep, especially if you get a double. She's really good because she's just a free block. She thwarts for 1, which actually hits the breakpoint of hitting Super Absorbing Power with our 2 thwart. Magic Shield, we don't need to keep that. We'd rather set up. And we have a Spiritual Meditation, which we always keep. So these cards are a bit expensive because they're 2-costers. Technically, Ironheart is kind of akin to being a 1-coster card because she gets a card back. But with 2 2-costers, that's your whole hand, which is not amazing. A Hexball would be good here. I think we can just keep these 3 and hope that we get a double and we'll be fine. Look at people's Discord and they were like 9-10 in the channel gaming. Loving seeing that. I don't understand in that Discord, and maybe there's more people that are not in my time zone, but there's so many games going on in the afternoon. All right, the 3rd Magic Shield, or say 2nd Magic Shield, we have 3 of them. We have a double and we have Desperate Defense. So that's not bad. We want a double for Ironheart for sure. Okay, so same question. Spiritual Meditation is a cantrip of sorts. It replaces itself. But I think when we want to make a decision, we want to have all the cards that we didn't make a decision with to some extent. So we might just start with our alter ego because there's no way that we keep either of these cards. Magic Shield is not a no way keep. It's a probably not keep. But I think we're going to start with their superpowered siblings to discard 2 to draw 2 and then use that information to make a better meditation choice. Quicksilver? No. Nick Fury, actually maybe, yeah. Pretty good too. So now we'll do a spiritual meditation and we're hoping to find another double to make Nick super cheap. So we'll draw 2. There you go, discard 1. So we're not gonna play Quicksilver. Wow, so much consistency. And you see that it's basically like we have 3.5 mulligans because we're going to get another mulligan here. We're going to spend 3 cards to get 3 cards. We can use Agatha to go deeper. Like this is nonsense. The amount of like extra card draw and like, you know, consistency you get off the Mystic trait. So in Alter Ego, because we might still play Agatha, we'll just start with Nick here. And we're just going to do the basic Nick idea, which is again, spend 3 cards to draw 3 cards and get a free block and 2 thwart. Double is so good, as much as that's all our doubles. And we draw a Hexbolt too, which would be an absolute treat to play because it's just one of the most fun Marvel Champions cards. Okay, so good thing we can clear this guaranteed. Maybe the Hexbolt gets there as well. We could play Agatha if we want to, which is 2 cards for 1 card. So that's kind of nice. But we also could like do Ironheart. Ironheart draws us a card. We could do these 2 for Witch's Crest, but then we're a resource short. So that's not great. We don't need Ironheart, but Ironheart and Nick hit this breakpoint, so we can thwart this, which is fine. We always want to be throwing damage, but generally the damage we throw is molecular decay. So if we do Ironheart, we get a card. If we do that card for Agatha, we get a card. These 2 play Scarlet Witches, we can hold Hexbolt. That's honestly not the worst. I don't know if we're going to be jumping down to Alter Ego that much, but technically with a 12 threat, we're allowed to, so Agatha's might be worth it. The thing is we have no more doubles, so Agatha's not going to like high roll. Okay, we'll do Ironheart. So Ironheart draws a card. When we enters play. Nerves of Steel, we're not going to play that. Turns out, I don't think this card should be in the deck, but back in the day it was. Even though you still had all the good neutral cards. Is she dirty or is there just stuff in the clouds? Oh, there's just stuff in the clouds. There's just stuff in the clouds. We're not filthy. We'll flip up. And we'll just fire 5 damage to the villain. All right, so here... Oh, no, sorry, we're not flipping up. We're playing Agatha, excuse me. So we're going to do Agatha Harkness. I did spell her wrong, but we'll get there. And we're going to exhaust her. And then we can look at the top 3, draw 1, bottom the other 2. So Decay, we're probably going to bottom. I don't think at the end of the day we're going to be able to play any of these cards. So we're just going to grab the Electrostatic Armor because we don't want it. Because we're definitely going to Hexbolt here. Because we have our Crest. No, we're just going to play our Crest here and pass, right? And hold the Hexbolt. Which means whatever card we draw doesn't really matter. So I'll put the Decay on the bottom facing at the top. So we do know where our next big damage burst is. And we can technically play around that to some small extent. I mean, good enough. That's a setup turn. We're not actually doing a lot of numbers. So these 2 will both thwart for 3 together, clearing this. So we lost all other traits. We always want to be having an ally to block so we don't have to do Absman's bad text. And then we'll just spend 2 on the Scarlet Witch's Crest, which is obviously very good. This just says that we can exhaust this to count more numbers on things. We will attack for 1, which actually means that we should have thwarted. No, we'll thwart this for 2. We, in theory, if we want to be a bit more aggressive, we could have thwarted this for 2 and did Nick for 2 damage. I could see that being better, but we technically get there in like 2 molecular decays, so maybe we don't have to be too worried about that. I'm not sure how aggressive we have to be. We're not good at thwarting, so maybe keeping this down as low is good. It might have been right to do 2 instead and just say, get on with it. Because we're on the clock. Yeah, let's just say we'll get on with that. So we won't thwart this. We will thwart the side scheme, and we'll use Nick to attack for 2. Just so we can get closer to the end of the game faster, because we're on a clock. We'll pass. Hexbolt, Meditation, Decay. We need to throw that every time we draw one. Hexbolt, I mean, that's a good card. These hands are so goofy. We have no more doubles, though, so we need to find a research generator, because these cards are going to get expensive. Gonna head outside and take a walk in the beautiful weather. God, hope to be back before you're done. If not, have a good rest of the stream. Hey, enjoy a good walk outside. Like, hey, touching grass. I don't do that enough, so enjoy it. I have no doubt your kid's gonna enjoy that too. Thanks for dropping by. All right, so none shall pass gets a counter on it. This is the delay counter. It has no impact with the inherent, like it doesn't do anything on its own, but certain cards will care about that text. So now the villain's going to attack us for 2 and a card. We'll put Nick Fury in the way. And the Rocky Outcrop text will technically not fire here because we're blocking. It says after Absman makes an undefended attack, you either heal 1 or 2, depending on how delayed we are. So 1, 2, 3 for 5. Hate to see a 3 boost. We want to keep those for our own affairs. We draw 1 encounter card. Caught off guard. And this is what I mean, right? Like caught off guard is usually ugly on turn 1, where you put in an important upgrade that's expensive, but we are allowed to discard this because it doesn't have permanent and it's just a 0 cost wild icon. So really nice how that interaction works in the campaign mode. A bit goofy, but pretty nice. Okay, so we definitely want to fire the Molecular Decay, which is 3 cards, and we can't draw any doubles. So there's not much we have to do here. We'll block with Ironheart. Well, we should be ready. We'll probably thwart for 2. So it sucks to not fire a Hexbolt, but we don't really need a status card here because we have a chump blocker. So I guess like it's sometimes you don't want to meditate. It gets us through our deck. But if we draw another copy of our big damage card, which one is on the bottom, we don't know what the third one is. I think we just hold it in our hand. Yeah, this actually is a bit awkward, isn't it? Draws awkward hand. Because like I think we just do Molecular Decay and pass. If we had a research generator, we could do more, but like we might just do this and hold on to the Hexbolt or hold on to the meditation. This is our first and second Hexbolt, so there's 2 more in the deck. But we just need to do damage, that's for sure. This can, again, can't knock out Absman, but it can do 11 damage, which means in theory we could knock out first Absman if we get really lucky. We're all trying to find the guy who built this deck. That guy should be spanked or whatever. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's a shame, but I'd rather hold on to this for next turn. So we'll just do it. Molecular Decay. So we'll deal 5 damage to Absman. We'll discard 2 cards and we can both re-roll and increase. So we're doing 5 plus 2 boosts. Not bad. And 1 boost. So we're going to re-roll with our ability, the 1 boost. So our hero text says once per phase, we can always recount. That's a 3 boost. And then we're going to use Scarlet Witch's text to increase this. So that's our obligation. So we do an extra 6 damage. Again, these are 3 for 11s if you're somewhat lucky. We actually could advance Absman on this round. I don't know if there's a big incentive to do that. So I think we'll just thwart for 2 and keep this in track. Because next turn, we can maybe do the 2 damage with a Hexbolt. So that's fine. And we'll block with Ironheart because we don't want some healing here. Absurd. All right, draw 5. Preemptive Strike, that actually could knock him out. Queen Carrier, Avengers Mansion, Iron Fist. Very expensive hand. Pretty ugly, expensive hand. So I think this hand is let's just play Preemptive Strike, play Hexbolt, and just go on. So we probably will defend. Or not defend. Probably not defend. No, we have to defend because of Absman. But technically, Preemptive Strike is a defense card. So if you play Preemptive Strike, you've considered defending, which means it's not an undefended attack, so we don't have to do any healing. Let alone, it doesn't matter if we knock him out anyways. Goes to 2, goes to 2. Absman's going to attack us. Health is a resource as much as we are playing on expert difficulty, so our health actually does matter. So I think we are... Like, are we going to thwart for 2? Probably not. We're going to defend for 2. And Absman's attacking us for 2 in a card. This has 2 boosts on it, which is perfect. So we're not going to stratus it. We're going to play Preemptive Strike. We, in theory, could increase the damage or draw another card, but we won't. So when a boost card is turned face up, we cancel all icons. Actually, we should read this icon because it does have a text on it. This says if Absorbing Man has the ice or metal trait, so that doesn't matter. So Preemptive Strike just does 2 damage back, which knocks out Absman. Let's see what Absman 2 is. Villain advances. So if Absman has any of these traits, so currently only has Stone trait, after Absman activates against you, if he has a Stone trait, place 1 threat on the main scheme. So that will technically fire because Absman did activate against us. So we take no damage. Absman does no damage to us. We block, so he doesn't heal, but it's at 16 health. But this technically does chunk up, if I'm not mistaken. 1 encounter card. Hydra Patrol, okay. This one's not bad, but we are not easy to clear it. It's 2 threat with a crisis, which again, if we just throw damage to the face, it doesn't matter. And when you defeat this, you put a Hydra minion into play. You don't reveal it. And that means you can just get a 2 health Hydra minion with no text that attacks for 1, which is totally acceptable. Okay. We might end up clearing this accidentally with a Hexbolt, but we might as well send it. So we're going to just Hexbolt and see what happens. I mean, that is what we do in Scarlet Witch. So we're going to play Hexbolt. So we're going to reveal 3. And we have, again, our ability and the Witch's Crest ability. 3 boost, that's a stun, confuse, or a toughness. Perfect. 2 boost, that is draw a card. We don't want that. And then a 1 boost, which is acceptable. So we can increase 1 or decrease 1 with the crest, and we can reroll 1. So 1 threat is remove 2 threat, which can knock at the Hydra Patrol, which is fine. Then this we can make... So we can make this a 1 to remove threat. Then we can make this a 0 to knock at the minion, and then we can just stun Absman. It doesn't really do anything in terms of forward momentum. The other option we can do is just make these all... We could re-roll the Steel Kick and just do 4 damage. Maybe. We have a lot of options here, but I think we just want to send as much damage as quickly as possible because that does beat Absman sooner than later. That timing window, it's a cool timing window as much as it can be frustrating when the villain gets retaliate suddenly. So this, I think we lock in. This, we can make it to be damage, and we can just hard reroll this. It's just drawing a card is not good. So in theory, we could keep this as 2 threat removal. But I honestly think there's a chance that we just don't deal with Hydra Patrol, and everything we draw is damage. We know that the card that does damage is here on the second bottom. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're likely to draw to another 13 damage. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to be 2 more turns until we find our next one. So maybe we get enough damage soon enough. But I honestly think we'll reroll this and then see what happens. So we're going to reroll that. It's a 0 boost. That's perfect. So 0 boost. We'll make this a 0 boost. And then we'll have 3. So we're going to do stun and 4 damage to Absman. Just sending it. Full send all the time. That's our turn. We just passed. That's all we have to do. We just did 4 damage and passed. And a stun, which is like fine for a 3-card hand, right? Draw 5. Hexbolt, okay, more damage. Chaos Magic, so free card. Hopefully we get something expensive. Voodoo's okay. We would love to get the Molecular Decay for free with Chaos Magic. We have a Warp Reality, so we can cancel an encounter card. All right, goes to 4. Goes to 3. Is stunned. Draw 1 encounter card. We can cancel it. It's a Hydra Regular. So if we cancel this, we cancel all of the text. So we cancel the Insight 1, which is not super impactful, and we cancel the minion. Our hand, this will play this, and then Hexbolt will play this. Hexbolt might knock out the regular. I think we just let this slide. So I think I did the Insight 1. Did I put the threat on here? I think I moved this up. No, I don't think I did. So this is F5. I'm pretty sure we didn't do that. Cool. Yeah, fine. Fine. Chaos Magic. Do Brother Voodoo for free. So Chaos Magic allows us to play a card for free. We have to do Brother Voodoo first. In theory, we could win this turn if Brother Voodoo finds our Molecular Decay. So we search the top 5. We have Molecular Decay. We might win here. So we'll attach Molecular Decay, shuffle these back into the deck. So now the 1 Molecular Decay at the bottom isn't there anymore, necessarily. But we should have lethal here. We just have to have... We just need to do at least 9 damage, which is very likely. We're still going to spend more time setting up Absman than playing Absman. Like literally 4 turns. All right, Voodoo's in play. We have to mill 3 off the top of the deck. Advance. Exosuit. Swinging Stone. And now we're going to spend our 3 cards in hand to play the Molecular Decay, targeting Absorbing Man. So we are going to do 5 damage to the villain. And then we're going to discard 2 cards. It's a 0 boost, so we'll probably reroll that, right? And it's a 1 boost. So really bad boosts here. We'll definitely use our Scarlet Witch ability to reroll the 0. It's a 0 boost. No, we're going to be short slightly. Oh, that sucks. So I guess we'll do 2 more damage to the villain. So we are unfortunately short by 1 damage. 1, 2, 3. No, we're short by 2 damage. So we had to get slightly luckier there. I don't know if we're scared, but that's not amazing. We'll use Brother Voodoo to attack for 1, I guess, into the villain. We'll keep Ironheart as a panic block, and we'll just attack for 1 into the villain, and we'll pass. Imagine we blew up the 5 damage thing to advance. We probably draw into Molecular Decay here. So we want to be able to knock this out with our minions. So ideally we draw, an ally, because we might have to recover, because the Hydra Regular might do 2 damage to us. We'll see. Draw 5. Armored Vest. Molecular Decay. Okay, that's the last one. So that should guarantee the win. Helicarrier. Sorcerer Supreme. Clea. Or Clea, excuse me. This goes to 6. This goes to 4. Absman is attacking us. We might as well put some minions in the way and then just hope there's not a boost card that attacks us so we can preserve our health. So Absman is attacking for 3 in a card. We'll put Ironheart in the way. This means we're at full health, so even if we attack, we should be fine. So 3. Assault. Ironheart takes no damage. And because it's blocked, we don't do any healing on the Rocky Outcrop, which is the one bad thing, right? Because this just says if the attack is non-defended. Hydra Regular is going to attack us for 2. It is a bit sketchy here, but we're just going to block with Brother Voodoo, who's going to take 2 and get knocked out. And we're trying to preserve our stat. We just want to draw 1 encounter card. God, you hate to see that when you're getting close. We draw 2 encounter cards. So hopefully this is not a big attack. Dense Forest. Okay, this is fine. This just replaces the thing. So, oh, we have to put 1 threat here. Forgot about that. Because Absorbing Man now on Expert says you have to add threat. So this actually, we could in theory lose here if this is an advance. But yeah, Absman's text specifically says, after Absman activates, if we have the stone trait, put 1 threat on the main scheme. Dense Forest now is here, and Dense Forest has the wood trait. So that says after Absman makes an undefended attack, deal 1 indirect damage. And now we have wood, so after he activates, we have to take 1 indirect damage regardless. All right, ball and chain, that's fine. Ball and chain, attach to Absman, spend a physical resource to shuffle this in the counter deck, adds 1 and 1 to all his stats. We'll play Molecular Decay. Good game. All right. I mean, that's Absman. It's fine, I guess. This does 5 damage. We can rip 2 cards. 0 boost, 2 boost. We reroll this. This is 1 boost, 2 boost, so we'll do 4 more damage. Goes down to -6. That's it. 5 turns. We didn't even deck out. That is Absman. Doesn't do too much. Just wants you to put things in the way and then send the damage. Okay. Good enough. We're at full health. We actually took literally no damage that entire scenario, I don't think. We never recovered, right? We just didn't take damage and had a really good setup. Didn't draw a resource generator or play a resource generator. And again, I do think the problem is our upgrades are so good. I think there actually is a chance that Deft Focus should be in this deck because we have the Hex Bolts are the superpowers, but the Molecular Decays are not superpowers. They're attack spells. But the Hex Bolts are the only thing that we want to like reduce. It's nice to only play 1 card for a Hex Bolt. Of course it is, but that's not worth it. It's just like we're not playing Nerves of Steel. So I could see us placing the Nerves of Steel for sure with the Deft Focus, or maybe just a better card in general. When did the Power in All of Us come out? Because I also could see us playing a Power in All of Us, but this came out in Wasp as well. So I think it is a legal target for our deck. I think that's Wasp, right? Because we could play that over the Nerves of Steel, and that just makes things like Nick and Quinn Carrier and everything else cheaper. I think we'll make that change. But like, admittedly, a lot of our protection cards we're just not playing. So is this truly a protection deck? It might be better as a basic deck, but I'm gonna take out the Nerves of Steel because there's no shot we're playing, and just increase our deck. Maybe make our deck more consistent even. Doesn't Environment surge unless I missed it? It did, and it surged into this ball and chain. Oh, did I forget the surge on it? Oh, you're right. I did forget the surge on it. No, Cody, you're right. Oh, that does change everything. Yeah, because this was meant to surge. Okay, so I forget what it was. The Dense Forest was drawn in off the Under Fire or the Dense Forest that drew this. So we're meant to surge into Hydra Soldier. No, you're right, which actually does complicate things because the Hydra Soldier specifically has guard. So this is a big asterisk. Yeah, we forgot the surge because this has guard, so we can't send it to the face. Oh. Ooh. Oh, we biffed it. Yeah, because we revealed it. We didn't put it into play. So this was meant to surge. Crap. It was Wasp. Okay, cool. Yeah. I don't know how to fix that. This is bad because this is the only guard card in the deck. Anything else would have been fine. I guess Omnimorph will probably do some damage to us. This will say we have technically this 4 wood trait, so discard a card randomly from your hand. Would have been a different surge though? Oh yeah, you're right. It would have been a different surge because we discarded cards. So we would have got an Abandoned Factory, which would have surged into Energy Shield, which is fine. Yeah, we would have been fine. You're right. Because we would have discarded this instead. So thank you. That's a really good outcome here. It would have surged into the Energy Shield, which has Retaliate, but the damage fires first. So we would actually have won with full health still. Hey, Ryan, thanks so much for joining in for the lunch break. Again, it's nice to know whether this time slot works for a lot of folks. It seems like viewership is pretty good in the middle of the day. So maybe that's lunch or maybe we're all working. Who knows? Okay, let's add the card before I forget. But yeah, that was a good catch, actually. Thank you, Cody. I was so excited to get to the end of Absman. I kind of messed up something important. We're just going to add 1 copy of Power in All of Us and see if that lines up. Our resources are now here. Cool. All right, onwards and upwards. Let's see what the campaign has for us. I think this allows us to add an upgrade to our deck, and the upgrades are really good. So, Victoire. Record the number of delay counters. So that is 4. So I'll just keep this on the side to remember. I'll just put it over here. Remind me if we forget. That only matters for the finale if we get there today. Each player may choose one of the basic condition upgrades in the campaign and attach to their identity. Expert campaign says record your health pool. So these are really simple upgrades, but they're very good. They're only upsides. And I honestly don't know which way we're meant to go on these. These all just like imbue one of your stats, right? So they also give you a bit more health too, which I don't think we've seen cards that are this generous in a long time from campaign cards. It feels like. So we have the basic attack upgrade, thwart upgrade, which I wrote as thwart upgrade. So the basic thwart upgrade is +2 hit points, which is fine. And you get +1 thwart. That brings us to 3 thwart on our basic, which is pretty good. Technically we're a defense deck, so maybe we don't want to consider that. Basic attack upgrade, it's the same. +1 hit point instead only, but +1 attack, which is good. And then there's 2 defensive ones. Basic defense upgrade, which gives us +1 defense, +3 hit points. That actually adds up a heck of a lot. And then the really goofy basic recovery upgrade, which allows you to recover so good, and it gives you +4 hit points, which also does matter. My guess is because we're technically meant to be a perfect block deck, we should do the basic defense upgrade, but there's a big chance the basic thwart upgrade is the one that we should be going for, and that is because the final scenario in this whole campaign is Red Skull, and you really need to be able to thwart for 3 against Red Skull consistently, because a lot of the side schemes come in with 3 thwart. So despite us being a defense deck, and that's not really the best part of our deck, I think we're going to go for the basic thwart upgrade. Eventually you're able to flip this if things go well and has even better text. But I think we're just going to go ahead and put ourselves to 3 thwart, which for solo play is just massive. And then we have +2 hit points, so we'll be up at 12, which is a nice start. So I think that's what we're going to do. Technically defense is better for us, but let's be honest, we're not blocking that much. This could easily be a justice deck, but good card. We'll take it. Let's clean up. And I think that's it. The setup on the next one is, what's his name? Taskmaster, Greg Davies. So we'll see how that lines up. It's a fun scenario, and we can unlock some allies to add to our deck. The one thing we have to remember is to take out that 0 cost upgrade from our deck because it will start on the table as much as we won't fire it. Yeah, it's nice to be able to get caught off guard. So we'll put those there and we'll shuffle and we'll be off. All right. Yeah, Absman, not a big fan. I have lost to it, but it's like one of the least interesting. The environment thing is cool. It's just like all Absman does is attack you over and over again. There's like very little tricks going on. We do have to sort this out reasonably because Hydra Patrol is reused, but all we have to do is take out the expert cards otherwise and the standard stuff. Why is this so difficult? Cool, that should be it. All right, on to number 3. How's everyone doing? Is everyone ready for Kana Heroes 2? 2 weekends in a row? One more time, let's go. This time with feeling. 3, 4, 5, 6, can't nail it. All right, the Taskmaster. Villain, name, Taskmaster. If I make jokes about Greg Davies and you're like, who are you talking about? It's very important to know that there's this long running show in the UK called Taskmaster, which 2 comedians, Greg Davies and Alex Horan, basically invite their friends. And at this point, it's just comedians and people in show business in Britain onto their like weird little cottage house where they make them compete in tasks. The tasks are sometimes physical tasks like get a hole in one, as much as there's usually more elaborate rules, or sometimes more weird open-ended things that are creative, whether it's something to do with like painting or like be the most masculine, you have 20 minutes, stuff like that. And it's not as like chuddy as that can sound. It is so good. It is so funny, and it's all on YouTube. I can't recommend it enough. It is a show where comedians come in and basically embarrass themselves with really open-ended tasks while the Taskmaster is mean to them, but in a nice supportive environment. Again, it sounds awful whenever you describe it, but it is one of my favorite shows. It's long running. It got us like, we watched so much of it through the pandemic, and there's like literally 22 seasons of it, which again sounds overwhelming, but they're just an absolute treat. And there's a lot of localized versions of it. So there's like Taskmaster Quebec, there's Taskmaster New Zealand, Australia, there's Sweden, I think. So yeah, they did it once in the States and it was awful. They did one series and they missed the tone so bad that they destroyed it and buried it. But watch Taskmaster, it's good. And they're currently in a season. They're starting to bring Americans in. So like Kumail Nanjiani is on it right now. Jason Mantzoukas was in the last season. So they're trying to get a bit of a more broader American appeal. But I don't know. The British stuff is so dang good. All right, Taskmaster. So this one has a whole bunch of allies. What is this card? Oh, the laser rifle, right? So there's 4 allies here that we can liberate them. They're 0 cost allies that have really nice kickers. They're wilds. And when you play them, if you do the condition on them, if you pay the right kind of resource, they give really good benefits to you. So we want to liberate them as many as possible. The thing is like, that's not under control. We have to draw this 1 5 threat scheme. There's 4 of them in the deck. So we want to find them sooner than later. Our main scheme is hunting down heroes. Okay, so we're playing with, I think, Hydra Assault, probably. So we have Taskmaster. Again, no minions. Sorry, 2 minions. Oh yeah, they're the tankier big Hydra guys. We have Hydra Patrol that's coming back. So little small guys with guard and little small guys with insight. And then we have Weapons Master, which Taskmaster has that sort of photographic kind of reflexes thing, kind of similar to Echo. So it does mimic your moves. So we're going to have Hydra Patrol here, which is back. And Weapons Master is 5 cards here with some attachments. The attachments are not super impactful. The Weapons Master card itself can have Surge if there's a weapons attached. And Taskmaster has his own weapons, so we have to deal with that. That's mostly it. Set each captive ally side out of play. Search and counter deck for a Hydra Patrol. Why did I just shuffle that and put it into play? So immediately there's this 2-threat thing that if you clear, it grabs a minion. But as we've said many times, it puts that minion into play. It doesn't reveal it, so you just get a little guy that has no text. So that's not bad at all. That's not what we want. This is what we want. Cool. That's mostly it. We'll flip this over. There's only one main scheme, and it gives some pretty bad... you have to make a decision every turn. It's a cool decision. I like decisions. Hunting down heroes. So comes in with 1 threat, adds 1 per turn. 12 is a relatively high limit for solo play, which is nice. And it says forced response, though, after resolving step 1 of the villain phase, each player in hero form either has to take a damage or place a threat here. Now, it's only in hero form, so if you confuse and jump down to alter ego, that's a nice way to cheese it to some extent. But then it butts up against villain's text. Because Taskmaster says, firstly, when revealed, deal each player an encounter card. We'll get to that in a second. But after a player changes to hero form, they discard the top card of the encounter deck and take damage equal to the number of boost icons. Now, the really fun thing is here is that's counting boost icons, which is really nice that Scarlet Witch can interact with that. So if we don't like it, we can either re-roll or we can even decrease that damage using our Scarlet Crest if we get that down. I wish we had a closer Scarlet Marvel Champs Con on the side of the States. I take it you're on the West Coast, right? Because the East Coast has stuff like MCDCs in October. I guess like if you're in the Midwest, if you're going to Minnesota. But you always can run your own convention. It's only a lot of work. But generally, if you do it, I believe people will come. Yeah. Yeah, you're in Oregon? Okay. There must be something on the West Coast. There has to be. There's a lot of people out there. I'm not too plugged into the convention scene, especially in the States. Traveling to the States is not like a thing that I'm really willing to do, which kind of just makes them a non-starter. But I hear they're fantastic events. Okay, that's it. Let's just look at the campaign setup to see if we missed anything. Okay, story. Cool. Look at Absman. He's literally on fire. He's smoking. Flash a red light. Off we go. Looks like we're getting attacked by Taskmaster, who has a really big gun. So basically the setup is just do the things that you should be doing. So we put in all our setup cards, we shuffled experimental cards. In expert campaign, we set our hit points to where they were, which in theory technically should be 10, but then once we put the setup card, we get +2 hit points, so we're at 12, and then we can add that thing to our deck if we want to. But we've so far been perfect. All we have to do is get allies. There's no other extra goals when it comes to expert campaign here, so we should be off. Moon Galaxy living in Australia, any cons sound like a lot to me. In Australia, there's some cons, right? Like there's a PAX in Australia, I'm pretty sure. Like Australia has nice events. In Netrunner, there's like a really good scene in Australia. And Australia is also like way bigger than anybody thinks it is, that they are not in Australia. I'm not sure if I've already done this. So there's like people playing card games and board games and stuff. So I imagine you can find something. But I know like Netrunner events are popping off in Australia. In fact, the Netrunner World Championship, usually every year, it bounces between being in Americas and being in Europe. That's just kind of the thing. So every year there's a place that every 2 years, you usually have something that's relatively close to you. There's never been one in APAC. And they announced in 2027, they're like, hey, just so you know, because for a lot of people, it's a very expensive travel. The Netrunner World Championship in 2027 will be in APAC. The guess is it probably will be in Australia, but that's a nice thing to look forward to. We got a couple of anime conventions, but anything niche like Catan Con or Marvel Champions, I never heard of. Bummer. Maybe even just doing like a big meetup at a store is something, but I don't know. I've never played Marvel Champions in a public setting. Okay, that's mostly it. Taskmaster, mind you, when revealed, give us an encounter card. Let's not forget that. And when we flip up, we take damage. 16 health is relatively low. These villains don't have a lot of health pool in the first cycle, so that's okay, I guess. And then that's it. We're in alter ego. We have 3 thwart, which is nice. We have ability to filter cards on turn 1. Let's see what good cards we can filter. Again, that's like basically 16 health is one good molecular decay. Okay, armored vest. At this point, we could get our 3 block up on turn 1 and actually start blocking against Taskmaster. And preserving health is actually important because Taskmaster just continues to ping you, or hunting down heroes continues to ping you. I don't know if we play a Molecular Decay on turn 1 because it's really expensive. And generally on turn 1, you want to be setting up with things that give you more ongoing value. But like turning down what could potentially be a 13 damage card doesn't feel good, but very unlikely to keep that. Neverwinter World 2027 APAC, yeah, they announced it. I don't know where in APAC, but likely the biggest tournaments are in what's it called? Are in Australia at this point. Iron Fist, it's a lot of our resources, but it's a nice card. Does 2 damage and gets a stun, which is good. Taskmaster does attack a fair bit, so I could see that being a maybe. Unless we get some doubles, though, it's going to be a bit too much. Okay, that's good. We always keep a double. Agatha is a maybe keep as well. She's really good in Alter Ego. She just basically spend a card to get your next best card. So you go down 1 card and we have a Clea. Okay, not great. Again, we have a lot of filtering still we can do. So what are the timelines here? If we play Iron Fist for 1-2, say, I don't know, random card Clea, 3-4, that leaves us with 2 cards. We could just play the Armored Vest and call it a day. Like just say 3 defense go, but then Taskmaster will be stunned, so it might not be super relevant. Iron Fist is a really good value proposition because it's like 3 stuns functionally because it blocks himself and you get 2 stuns while 4 damage. Like that's not bad for 4 cost. I could see that being okay. Now we can still get rid of any 2 cards that we draw with Wanda's ability to see deeper into our deck. And then we could play Agatha if we wanted to, if we'd find something like a double to play. I mean, this is not great, but it's not terrible. Like Iron Fist is just that good. We're drawing 2 encounter cards as well, so it's a bit of a like, we're going to be on the back foot for the next turn. We want to be able to ready and to do a lot. So having Iron Fist might help too going into that turn. Do we full keep? I don't think we full keep. There's no chance we keep these. Cleo's also not bad because she blocks an attack, but with the stun and the Iron Fist, that might be a bit too much. The one thing I guess we should be playing around is like, what are we going to do with the table? Because we can thwart Iron Hydra Patrol and it just spawns a little guy. The little guy we'd want to knock out. And the way we knock out the little guy is by finding a Hex Bolt. So I think we can mulligan these and hope to get a Hex Bolt. Yeah, we'll try that. It's a weird mulligan, not my favorite. Quinn Carrier, that might change everything because getting a Quinn Carrier down on turn 1 would be good. We've never played a Research Generator and a useless Desperate Defense. Okay. So if we play Quinn Carrier, and mind you, we still have our Alter Ego text. We can do 1-2 for 3, and then we can do 1-2-3, and we can't play Iron Fist. So again, a 3 and a 4 cost card. It's hard to play both of them, that's for sure. So that's not good. And I think Iron Fist might be better. We're just never going to play a Research Generator in this deck. We always discard 2 to draw 2. So if we play Iron Fist, we do 1-2-3-4, and then we play Armored Vest probably, because drawing 1 card with Agatha is not worth anything. So I think we can just get rid of our 2 worst cards, which would be Agatha and the Quinn Carrier. There's a chance that we actually draw a double, play the Quinn Carrier. So we'll do Agatha and Desperate Defense and use our Alter Ego. So we'll discard 2, draw 2. Useless. Not useless. Huh. Do love playing Hex Bolts. It is the favorite part of this kit. That being said, if we're doing Iron Fist, it's like 1-2-3-4, and then we're left with this hand. So we probably just play Armored Vest and pass. Hex Bolt's so good though. What about if we just play, maybe we should have kept Clea, but what if we do 3 for Quinn Carrier, then Quinn Carrier plays Armored Vest? No. Yeah, it's ugly. Yeah, I think we just do the best we can with this hand. So if that's the case, we can flip up. We have to do something of value, so we're just going to clear Hydra Patrol. So we're going to thwart for 3 off Hydra Patrol. So all this says is we have to search the deck for a Hydra minion and put it into play, not reveal it. So there's always one good choice here, unless you have damage built up. So we're going to take a bit of damage. Oh, speaking of taking a bit of damage, when we flip up, we have to do this first, excuse me. So I think it's on the villain, but when we flip up to hero mode, we have to discard the top card of the deck. It has 1 boost. We won't reroll that. We'll just take 1 damage. It's indirect, I think, but we have no other option here. Yeah, we don't want to put it on our ally, which we would play this turn. Okay, so now we can search the discard or the deck, I think, for a minion. 2 captured by Hydras at the bottom. Feels bad. Kind of shuffle the deck. Why are these all together? And we'll get a Hydra regular. Now, notably, we put this into play. We didn't reveal it, so we don't have to do the when reveal text on Insight. And we just got a guy here who's going to attack us for 2. We're not going to knock this out on this turn. That's going to be a Hex Bolt problem for another day. It's bad to float a minion into a turn where you're drawing 2 encounter cards because the chance of drawing gang up is technically the highest it is on any individual turn. So that could be bad. Ooh. Okay. Still waiting on the Hydra Bob villain. We have the Hydra Bob minion, or sorry, ally, don't we? 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll play Iron Fist. I say the word iron weird. Like Iron Fist is easy to say, but when I say like, oh, it's made out of iron, I say it in a really strange way, which I've told is from Alberta, but that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Comes in with 2 Mystic counters. And we're going to go ahead and attack Taskmaster because it's just more valuable. So we'll do 2 damage. We'll use a counter to stun. So the Taskmaster's down on 14. Then we'll just go ahead and play our Armored Vest. It's a shame. We'll just stack all our stat boosts. So we're going to be at 3 defense and we'll pass the turn. Cool. Technically, you could play Quinkcarrier Hexbolt in the Vest if the Hexbolt draws a card. Yeah, I think Iron Fist is just so good. But you're right, counting on the Hexbolt drawing a card, it's like not the easiest thing if you don't have your crest down. How's it going, by the way, Nikos? But the card draw is not something I think we can count on. Technically, if you play this first, then you can see, and then maybe you should have like 2 plats, one where you don't draw, one you do draw. But Iron Fist is just really good in general, so I think we can play him when we have him. But yeah, I could see that line being good. Draw 5, Meditation, nice. That's just some more consistency. A Warp Reality, so we can cancel an encounter card. Let's see how our hand lines up for that. That's Sorcerer Supreme. We love a double. Amazing card. Too expensive. Weird hand. Nothing to do on tempo. So it's probably play Warp Reality, Meditation for a better hand. Get a Hexbolt and or play Sorcerer Supreme. Probably play Sorcerer Supreme. This goes up. Hunting down heroes. So we have to make a decision. Either we have to take 1 damage or place 1 threat here. 1 threat here puts it at a 3 threat, which is a really good breakpoint for Scarlet Witch, who's not going to be attacking for 1. So I think we'll just do that, right? Stun. The Hydra Regular is going to attack us for 2. We'll just take it. So we go down to 9. And then we draw 2 encounter cards. That sucks. Honestly, we cancel this, right? Because this is such a good cancel. Because notably, Warp Reality says you cancel all effects on the card. So you cancel the Surge too. So I'm going to throw out the Helicarrier. We're going to play Warp Reality. Our turn is probably just play Sorcerer Supreme Pass. We're just going to play Warp Reality. When an encounter card is revealed from the counter deck, cancel all of its effects and discard it. And then we have to rip 2 off the top because that has 2 boost icons. I don't count, like in theory, we could re-roll that. I don't really care to. We just don't want to discard the cards that allow us to grab side minions or allies to rescue. That's fine. Okay, warped. Next card. Oh, nice. We can drop down to Alter Ego. What a treat. So you may flip down to Alter Ego. If you do, exhaust Wanda, remove this from the game, or discard the top 5 cards of the encounter deck for each boost icon. Place 1 threat on the main scheme if we want to stay up. So if this adds fewer than 3 threat, we might as well let it rip, right? Because 3 threat we can just unexhaust and do. Now jumping down to Alter Ego is nice in some ways, but jumping back up is expensive because we have to take more incidental damage. So I think we go for the discard, and notably this is still during the villain phase, so this is for each star icon that's technically counting icons, so we can still use our hero to cancel one of those boost icons if we need to. So we're going to discard 5. I think we're allowed to interact with that. So we'll discard. No star icon. No star icon. No star icon. Ooh, getting rid of Assault in advance is good. No star icon. No star icon. Sick. No reason to reroll, and we did not discard any of the rescue and ally stuff. All right, so that didn't do anything functionally. That's good. Okay, this hand doesn't do much. Spiritual Meditation will allow us to C2, discard 1. Even if we find a double here, it doesn't change anything. So it might be okay just to play Sorcerer Supreme and pass. We can thwart 3. Iron Fist can attack Taskmaster. We're going to take 2 more to the face over and over again. This could be a turn where Iron Fist knocks out the Hydra Regular, but then we waste one of the stuns, and the stun seems so much more valuable. But there's nothing the Spiritual Meditation will draw into that opens this hand up, right? Because Spiritual Meditation draws 2, we discard 1, which will probably be this. Like, even if this is a double, it just leaves us with 1 card. So I think we just play Sorcerer Supreme and pass. Or not pass, but like, don't do anything else. Doing well, thanks. I saw, thank you. I was about to watch an anime, but they saw you were starting a stream and changed my mind. I mean, that's awesome. That's really cool to hear. You could technically do both, but if this is like good stuff to watch, that is like the kindest compliment. So thank you. I guess you discard the obligation to not remove from the game when choosing that option. Yeah, that is one of the downsides is you don't remove it from the game. And technically we're the one deck that might redraw the same obligation because we get through the counter deck pretty fast, but like, it's fine, I think. But yeah, removing from the game, it technically does remove a 3 boost from the deck. And sometimes that's an upside for us. So we'll see. Crash Space anime when? I mean, I have no ability to make any of that part real. Okay, we'll thwart for 3. And I think we will use Iron Fist to do the 2 damage to the villain and a stun, which seems like it'll mitigate more damage than Hydra Regular because of the way that villains work. So yeah, Hydra Regular has been pretty annoying. We could jump down here If we jump down, we still draw 6 cards, so it doesn't really change much, besides we could technically only thwart for 1, but I think we're just going to pass and draw 6 now, because Sorcerer Supreme gives us that extra sweet, sweet hand size. All right, Unflappable. Power in all of us. Good to get that. Let's see if we draw a mansion or something. Chaos Magic, we can get something free, so maybe not amazing. Please draw an expensive card. Voodoo for free is not bad. Nick Fury for free is pretty good, as much as the Power in all of us is good, but I think Nick Fury for 1 card is so good. All right, this goes to 1. Again, we have to make a choice. I'm realizing I need to make a shortcut. So instead of writing the whole name of the thing, I can just write main scheme and this code that shows up. My guess is we'll just continue to put 2 threat here because damage is important. All right, villain is going to attack. Just kidding. Stunned. Hydro regular is going to attack. Just kidding. No, it is. It is. We'll go down to 7. We'll draw 1 encounter card. It's the Hydra Hunter. So this is the one that that is specifically from Taskmaster set. 3 health when it attacks against piercing and ranged. 3 health is a bit awkward, but we should be able to deal with it. And that's all we have. Okay, so Chaos Magic just says play a card for free. Then rip cards off the deck equal to the cost. That's not a real cost if you ask me. It's technically a soft cost, but we're just going to put Nick Fury, draw 3 and see what happens. Ideally, the Power in all of us, so Chaos Magic is basically playing 1 for Nick Fury. If we do Power in all of us, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 for Nick Fury. So Chaos Magic actually saves 2 cards. So ideally we draw into something basic like Ironheart that we can actually use this on. So we'll Chaos Magic. We'll play Nick. Technically you resolve Nick first. Nick Fury could just knock out the Hydra regular Hunter, for 3, but we're just going to draw cards instead and see what happens. That's usually a bit better. So we'll draw 3 cards. Desperate Defense is useless. Spiritual Meditation is fine. Hexbolt is always the best fun. And then Chaos Magic resolves and we discard, 4 cards from top of the deck. So haven't discarded the side scheme, haven't discarded the side scheme, haven't discarded the side scheme, haven't discarded the side scheme. So we're just getting closer to that sweet, sweet ally we want. Every time I watch VODs, I always wonder how the overlay for viewing cards works. It's really incredible. Thank you. The short of the long is I wrote some code to pull up cards. I have a keyboard on my lap and I have pedals under my feet. So I can do things like this in real time. All this is controlled by my feet. It's weird to think about my feet being that important, but this is how it works. Oops. No, that's fine. We can hit these buttons. Everything that we're doing with the counters, the health, the cards, that's all just typing. So we can look up any card we want whenever we want. Okay, so here we have meditation. We can definitely get rid of Desperate Defense. We're definitely looking for something for power in all of us. So Spiritual Meditation, draws 2, Magic Shield, Genius, not amazing. We discard 1, Desperate Defense is useless. I love how nerd you are. Thank you. Classically, professionally, I work in this sort of field, which is automation when it comes to visual effects and live streaming and doing video content. So this stuff is totally my wheelhouse. And I've been doing it for over a decade. So this stuff comes in time and it's fun. It's surprisingly low tech, which I think is the most charming part, at least for myself, who knows how it works. Okay, I think we rip a Hexbolt and see what happens because nothing else here really matters. The only other thing we could do is first play Brother Voodoo and see what Brother Voodoo brings us. But I don't think there's any event we'll play off Brother Voodoo that's actually that good besides another Hexbolt. So let's start with the Hexbolt because then we can react to what the randomness does. God, this card is so fun. I'm glad that she has 4 in the deck because they realized hey, why'd play Scarlet Witch to rip cards and see random effects? Okay, make her do that all the time. Discard the top 3 cards in counter deck. We have a 2 boost, but that's a Captured by Hydra. We don't want to discard too many of those. There's 4 in the deck. So that's draw a card. Shadows of Past is another draw a card effect. And then 1 is remove 2 threat from a scheme. So the best thing we could do is 2 damage because that hits a breakpoint off the Hydra Hunter or knocks out the Hydra regular. 2 threat is fine, but we thwart for 3. We'd rather do that. So I'm going to re-roll the, the 1. Okay, so it didn't change. So in theory, we actually could resolve these 1 at a time. So we draw first. Whatever. We'll draw again. That's good. We can use the double. And then Hydra regular will just remove 2 threat. Okay. We still hit a breakpoint because we can attack for 1, attack for 2. Good enough. Okay, we have a moment here. Mind you, we could just fire off our laser cannon and clear the field, but I don't think we really need that. So now we can do 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think we're playing Brother Voodoo. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Avengers Mansion. It's good to get that on the table in your first cycle if you can. So we'll exhaust that to draw a card immediately. Preemptive is useless, but that's fine. And so here we can play 2 1-cost cards. We'll definitely play on Magic Unflappable. Because now if we do perfectly block, we can draw cards, which is good. And then we'll just play a Magic Shield. And Magic Shield is just a flexible card because we can trade it in to get damage mitigation, let alone immediately draw a card with Unflappable. You basically guarantee it. This is also not necessarily an attack. So if there's like a big boost or something, or off of the Hunting Down Heroes, I think you can cancel it. But that might be wrong because I think you might not pay the cost. Okay, so Taskmaster, we can block with Nick, which means we can just use Iron Fist to knock out one of these and we can clear the board. We're going to lose Iron Fist as a blocker, but I think we'd rather just not take 2 damage. So we'll attack for 1 into this. Iron Fist will attack for 2 into this. Nick Fury will attack 2 into this. We'll just clean the table. The order doesn't matter. Technically, the discard pile order is ordered. So if you want to get the least bad one on top, but I don't think it actually matters in this campaign. All right, we'll pass. Good turn. Really good turn. We drew through a lot of our deck, and I think we have 1 more Molecular Decay in the deck. Okay, Crown, we want that. Meditation, sick. That last double, that's perfect, and we should have more Hex Bolts coming. Then our 6th card is Quicksilver. Okay. Not my favorite card in the deck. Has no synergy with the kit. 1. On Hunting Down Heroes, we're definitely going to put an extra threat here, because we're very good at doing 2 to 3 threat a turn, but not taking damage infinitely, so that's good. And then the villain's going to attack us for 2 in a card, which will put Nick in the way for sure. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Nick is knocked. Best encounter card here will be Rescue an Ally. Instead, it is this again. All right. So there's 3 more cards in the deck that could give us an ally. This we can decide to jump down and exhaust ourselves or just rip 5. Again, if we exhaust ourselves, we could just thwart for 3 without having to jump up and take more damage. Technically, we could get some value by going into Alter Ego and playing Quicksilver and drawing an extra card, but like, it's not a big deal. This hand is really good. So I'm just going to do the other side of Slipping Sanity, and we're just going to rip 5. Hopefully we don't discard the side schemes that we want. No boost. 1 boost. No boost. Side scheme we wanted. Okay. So we could choose to re-roll the Hydra Hunter, and I think we should. The only downside of re-rolling the Hydra Hunter is we might discard another Captured by Hydra. Technically, it doesn't actually impact the stats because you're just discarding a random card, so it doesn't matter. But I will actually use Scarlet Witch to re-roll the Hydra Hunter because there might not add any threat here. The worst case, we're in the same position. All right, we add no threat. We got rid of 2 Captured by Hydras, 2 Assaults are out. The Gang Up is out too, which is good to know. Okay. So it's us. We'll start with the Mansion. Draw a card. Preemptive Strike. I mean, yeah, we are technically a protection deck. If anyone asks, we're a protection deck. So just let them know that. I guess we can Spiritual Meditation here. But we are always going to play Ironheart. So I guess we should just play Ironheart first and see what we get before we determine. So we already have 1 bad card in our hand, which we can get rid of. So Ironheart comes into play. For a double, we draw a card. It's a Desperate Defense. Okay, so we have 2 cards we don't want. We'll play the Meditation. So we draw 2, discard 1. We're getting to the bottom of the deck. Hexbolt, love it. Hexbolt, love it. So we'll discard a Desperate Defense. Our last card in the bottom of our deck is a Molecular Decay, which sucks that 1 misses the cycle. And if we play that, we might actually knock out Taskmaster. So all we want to do on this hand is basically play the Crest, play the Hexbolt. That's good enough. So we'll spend 2. It's really important that we get the Crest down, so we will. We'll put this one on the back line. So Scarlet Witch's Crest just allows us to increase or decrease once per turn the amount of boost icons on a card. And then we'll just spend 2 for the last Hexbolt in our deck cycle. And we'll just see what happens. So every number is good besides drawing cards. 3 boost, that's perfect. That's a toughness or a stun, really good. 1 boost, that is 2 threat, that's also perfect. And then we have a 1 boost, which we can make it a 0 boost and not have to rip more cards off the top of the deck. Because at this point, there's this few cards left in the deck, and 2 of them are valuable side schemes we want to get. We did rip through the deck. This is perfect. Let's do it. Let's not change anything, I think. No, that's not true. We will change 1 of them and decrease them. So we'll do the 3. The 3 will just put a stun here, which I think is better than technically a toughness because there's a way that the villain can get piercing. There's no way I think the villain can get stalwart, but I could be wrong about that. This 1 will go through to remove 2 threat. And then this 1 will make it a 0 using our Crest, and we'll just do 2 damage to Taskmaster. Clean. Good Hexbolt. That's a really good Hexbolt. That does so much for 2. And it's so fun the whole time. All right, we're not doing anything. We'll attack for 1 to the villain. Ironheart might as well attack for 1. She's going to miss the deck cycle, but what can you do? And we'll pass. Actually, there's a chance toughness is better because toughness means Unflappable can fire, but Unflappable only fires if you defend. So we'd have to exhaust yourself to play a defense event. And in theory, we know the bottom card is not a defense event, right? It's a molecular. So yeah, I could see a world where the toughness actually is better than the stun. It's just the toughness can get pinged by this, which I don't want to do that. I'd rather have this done for that. So we'll pass. We draw into the decay, we deck out, get an encounter card, shuffle, draw 5 more. We've been streaming for only less than 3 hours and we're already more than halfway through a campaign. That's one of my favorite things about playing campaign mode. It is obviously faster if you're not talking and pulling up cards and stuff. But like I can play through a whole single player campaign in 2.5 hours on like a Wednesday night when nothing's going on. And I really like that about this game. It's not something I can do with Arkham Horror. What does a molecular decay do? How much damage do you think it does for 3 cost? Galaxy, do you want to guess? And then I'll tell you. But let's just say it's a 3 cost attack. How much damage should it do? The card's nonsense. And we have 3 of them. It's so good. Admittedly, we've done a bit too much damage to Taskmaster, but maybe we'll be unlucky. The art is also just so metal. And if I'm not mistaken, this art was designed for Marvel Champions. Like it's a credited piece of art, which means it's bespoke, right? Has to be more than 8, but I'm guessing so maybe 12. Yeah, the answer is we don't exactly know, but it can do up to 5. It can do 12. So this is 5 damage, discard 2 cards, and then do that extra boost damage to cards, that extra boost icons and damage. So minimum, it's doing like 3 for 7, 3 for 8 is average. But on the upside where you get a 3 boost and then you make a 4 boost, which we haven't done yet. We've done 5, 6, 8. We've done 3 for 11s consistently today so far. So maybe that much. Strength, preemptive, which we could just play. Molecular decay, we don't need 2. Meditation, and a Nick Fury. Okay, so a lot of good things to do with this hand. The preemptive strike probably won't fire because he's stunned, but we'll see. We'll put 2 threat there instead of taking damage. Taskmaster stunned. Let's get 2 encounter cards. One of them should be our side scheme. That would be amazing. It's a Hydra Soldier. That guy sucks for a bunch of reasons, but also has guard, so the decay is less useful. And when you defeat it, a new head is spawned. And hey, that's actually good. I forgot about that. That's a way we can basically guarantee to get the side scheme. Shout out to Expert. So it says place 4 threat on each side scheme. If there's not, discard cards until there's a side scheme. And the only side schemes left, which are the bottom 2 cards, literally the bottom 2 cards were the captured by Hydras. That's absurd. So now the bad thing is there's only 1 card in the discard pile. So if we play Molecular Decay, it only discards 1 card. But hey, we got it captured by Hydra, which that is good. The issue is we're going to lose the next one because there's oh no, if we deck out, yeah, there's no way we can deck out. So we're only going to get 1 per whole deck cycle, which is not very lucky. So when revealed, you place an ally underneath it. I'm going to do that when we clear it because there's no reason to do that ahead of time because you can't tell what ally is here. It only matters in multiplayer. No, it doesn't really matter. They're all random. Comes in with 5 threat and acceleration. And once you clear this, you add the ally to the hand. And then technically this would have victory 0 on it. But I don't think that was a thing back in the day. We want to do these because those allies are really good and they're added to our deck for the rest of the campaign, which is phenomenal. Okay, so we can still meditate. We can just still molecular decay the soldier, I guess, just to mill this because we're going to lose it. You could kill the minion to draw the side scheme as an encounter card. Oh my god, you're right. It's perfect. Yeah, you're totally right. If we knock out the Hydra Soldier, it draws the next encounter card. That's amazing. It's like exactly what we need. Yeah, that should have been obvious, of course. Yeah. Hey, Kyle. Yeah, kill the soldier. Because when defeated, the only issue is we can't play the Molecular Decay. Because the Molecular Decay forces you to discard first. No, that's actually not true. Because the Molecular Decay, you do 5 damage, finish sentence, then you continue doing it. Because this says deal 5 damage to an enemy and discard. Okay, no, so you have to do the whole thing at once. So we have to knock out the Hydra Soldier with our own ways. All right, well, Avengers Mansion. We got Clea. She's been fine. We've never not played her. Don't worry about that. We can nick here, but we might as well Spiritual Meditation because we don't want to keep the Preemptive Strike. So we'll do Meditation. We'll draw 2 and just go ahead and discard the Preemptive Strike. We'll do it again. Draw 2. We'll discard the second decay, I think. 1, 2. Just kidding. We'll discard Preemptive Strike. Cool. Nick to do 4 damage. It might be right. I never like doing damage with Nick because drawing 3 cards is so much better. But we have no good breakpoint to do enough damage in context of Molecular Decay. So I think we do probably do 4 damage with Nick. It's just expensive. But like, yeah, I guess so. Because if we do 4 with Nick, we do 1, 2, 3, 4 with Nick. It leaves us with this hand, which like just plays Clea. I don't like that. The other option with Nick is we could draw cards, clear captured by Hydra, and hope that Nick plus the minion we rescue deals with Hydra Soldier. That's probably a bit more consistent, honestly. Because Nick plus Scarlet Witch clears this. If we have a wild in hand, which we don't, we might get the right minion. So I think we're going to hedge that this minion can help us defeat the soldier. I think all of them have at least 1 attack, so maybe we get lucky, but I'm not 100% sure. So we'll do 1, 2. We don't need 2, there's 3. Electrostatic is technically easy to play, and Voodoo we're probably not going to play here. Only does 1 attack, so we'll play Nick and draw 3 and see what happens. Another card we can get off of this is Hexbolt, and Hexbolt has a good chance of dealing with the Hydra Soldier, or bringing the Hydra Soldier down to where we can deal with it. 1, Chaos Magic. Ooh, should have kept the Voodoo. 2, yuck. 3, okay, every molecular decay, at least that one's free. All right, you don't know, Chaos Magic is a 1 of in the deck that just allows us to play a card for free, which is good fun. But we can't play it now because it discards the important card we want. Okay, so we will thwart for 3. And then Nick will thwart for 2, which clears this. So this goes into victory display, and then we have to roll a die. And whatever card that we get is going to be added to our deck for the campaign, but also will be added to our hand. I think it's a hand, right? Yeah, adds it to their hand. So 1 is left, 4 is right, 5, 6 is reroll. We get White Tiger. Bummer. She's the one that's good at thwarting, which is not perfect for what we want to do here. So this is White Tiger. 3 health, comes in for 0, and if you spend a mental when you play her, she removes 3 threat, which we don't really need the kicker. Which means we don't have enough damage on the table to deal with the Hydra Soldier. We got unlucky. I think that was the only 1 attack one. Otherwise, it's 2 attack, 2 attack, and 3 attack. Yeah, not great. We can still do it. No, we literally needed any other one. Holy moly, it's strong. Yeah, they're absurdly good cards. There's another one that does stun, another one does confuse. She's so good if you can bring her to Red Skull for obvious reasons as well. But that was like the worst one in her hand by a lot. Because if we had the 2 attack one, any of the ones that do 2 or 3 attack, we can knock out with Ironheart, White Tiger, and Clea. But that sucked. There's actually a chance that we should have kept Brother Voodoo because Brother Voodoo has a chance of, well, we didn't know we'd play Brother Voodoo for free, but Brother Voodoo could have got a Hexbolt as well. Yeah, that sucks. Because the most damage we can do the Hydra Soldier is 3. Oh, that's annoying. That was a 1 and 4. Whatever, that happens. Is there anything else we can do here? Oh, Nick should be on 2 health. I don't think so. That sucks. Feels bad. We could knock out the Hydra Soldier with... No, Preemptive Strike does it back to who's attacking you. We have no way to do damage during the villain step. That is like one way we could knock out the Hydra Soldier before we draw an encounter card. But yeah, we just can't get it. I don't think there's any way to get it. We got unlucky. That was a 1 and 4. You can fire the laser. Personally, sick that you thought of that. But yeah, there's no shot we're firing the laser here. It's way too good later on. But yeah, we could have just fired the laser. That's really funny. Let's just go ahead and put this one on top because it's the one that's more important that we remember is technically there. All the other ones are static boosts. Just fire the laser. I mean, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, it sucks. Okay, well. No, we can defend against it. We can knock it out with electrostatic. Hold on, no, we can do this. It's going to take us a bit of work to do it. We can do it with electrostatic armor. We play the armor, we defend. We take it down to 3. Hey, Em, how's it going? Recently found your channel and love it. I'm scratching my champions itch while I can't play due to moving and being busy. Looking forward to watching this later. Hey, cheers. Thanks so much. Welcome to the channel. Moving can be really stressful. I know we moved last year and I had to pack up all my stuff. I didn't play board games for like a month and a bit. I think I left some Marvel Champion stuff out, but I get it. And I'm glad to be able to be part of that for sure. Imagine being a random Hydra Soldier and suddenly a mutant that controls reality hits you with a giant laser cannon. That's what they signed up for, I think. Okay, so for this hand, we have to play every single ally in electrostatic armor, so that's not too bad. I guess we'll start with playing White Tiger. Actually, we'll end with White Tiger because we don't know if we have a resource left over. But for sure, we're going to pop the Desperate Defense to play the electrostatic armor because we need this. So this gets us pseudo retaliate as long as we're defending. That can knock out the soldier. Then we'll play White Tiger. We'll play Clea. So we can do everything we want. We just don't do an attack. So we'll play White Tiger for 0, and we'll spend a wild, which can be a mental. So when she comes into play, she clears up to 3 threat. These cards are nonsense, which is why we're really like doing everything to hunt them down. She will attack for 1, which obviously that's a bit weird. Ironheart will attack for 1, which is obviously, well, it's not amazing because you want to block with her. And then we'll spend 2 for Clea, and Clea will attack for 1. Clea is like, was just a good enough card back in the day, especially before it, we had Ironheart. So Clea is on 1 health as chump block territory, and this is down on 1, and we'll pass. So we're going to be able to do it. Requires a bunch of moving parts, but we'll get there. We'll draw 6 cards. Don't give up. No chance we're giving up. We got to figure it out. That's the Hexball we could have got with our friend there, Brother Voodoo. That's unfortunate. Yeah, okay. 5. Our 6th card is Quicksilver, which maybe one day. We'll put 2 threat on this. Taskmaster's attacking. For 2 and a card, we'll put Nicholas in the way. We did just deck out. So, oh, because of the boost card. Why did we do this? Yeah, this is fine. I forgot this was going to be a boost card. There's no way to stop the boost card, but we do deck out. This gets an acceleration. The Captured by Hydra won't be shuffled back in. That is the worst part. So in theory, we should have Hexbolted the Hydra Soldier, because now the Captured by Hydra misses the deck cycle, and that's the most painful part. There's still 3 more in the deck, but yeah, okay. The best laid plan was not laid well enough. Bummer. Yeah, that actually was so not good. Yeah, we could have Hex bolted the soldier to get the thing into the deck for the cycle. That's on me. I mean, that happens all the time. You know, where you plan your whole turn and then you deck out and you draw the card that you put on top of the encounter deck to be your boost icon, and now it's your treachery. And you're like, what did I do? You put an assaulter and advance on top being like 0 boost. And then you like draw your 5 cards, you deck out, you're like, oh, what have I done? And you're an alter ego. Yeah. That happens. That happens. All right, Nick is gone. Okay. Now the Hydra Soldier attacks us. If we choose to defend against it, we can do 1 damage back, but now I'm not really that interested in doing it. Yeah, technically we can do it. I mean, it draws 2 encounter cards right now. Yeah, whatever. We have a Hex Bolt. We want to deal with things. So we'll defend against the Hydra Soldier. Now the benefit of this is we take no damage. So we can firstly draw with Unflappable. So that's some value. We get a Warp Reality. That's good to have when we're drawing 2 encounter cards. The Hydra Soldier gets knocked out. And when it's knocked out, we deal an encounter card. So we're seeing 2 encounter cards, which we technically like. We can always cancel any of the encounter cards and all their text. It just costs us 1 resource. Under Fire, you know we're going to cancel that. So let's just go ahead. We're never going to play Quicksilver. We'll do Warp Reality. So we're going to cancel this. And then we don't deal with any of the text. So we don't Surge. We don't do When Revealed. So we just cancel 2 for the price of 1. We just have to mill 3 from the top of the deck. 1. Technically, we could have milled a card to mill a different card, but it's all random. Those are fine. Really good Warp Reality there off of the Unflappable. Very good. Mimicry. Okay, this one's fun. So Mimicry says, hero, discard the top 5 cards of your deck. If an attack card was discarded this way, Taskmaster attacks you. I think all our attack cards are in our discard pile, but maybe there's 1 Molecular Decay. Nope. Nice try. That's it. Literally nothing happens. Scarlet Witch just stands there. Sick. Yeah, canceling Under Fire is so good. A lot of the other cancel effects in this game just say cancel when revealed. This is one of the few ones that just says cancel literally all the text on the card. So you cancel Surge. Yeah, sometimes you do overcook, yeah, and then you burn what you're working on. Okay, this is fine. We're not going to deck out, but we still have some card draw here, so I think we can just start with the Mansion to get another card. We get a Hexbolt. Is this the triple Hexbolt turn? Like, it's probably responsible to play the Helicarrier, but we could just do triple Hexbolt and see what happens. I'm in for that timeline. I'm very much in for that timeline. All right, we'll do Hexbolts, see what happens. I got nothing else going on here. We're exhausted. So we'll discard 3. 2 boost, 1 boost, 1 boost. Okay, hold on. So 2 boost is good. We definitely want a 2 boost because 2 boost is a card draw. We're going to need a bit more card draw to make this hand make sense. So I'm okay to lock in this 2 boost before we make any other decisions so we can draw a card. We drew a double. Okay, so we're guaranteed to be able to play not every Hexbolt yet. So the 2 boost is gone. Then we have a 1 boost and a increase. So I think we're going to Scarlet Witch this Hexbolt. Or sorry, we're going to Scarlet Witch this Hydra Soldier to make it a 2 boost to draw another card. Do we have the legendary 4 Hexbolt turn? And then we're going to just remove 2 threat, which is acceptable. I really hope we can do a quad Hexbolt turn this turn. It would be absurd if we can do it. The issue is now the 1 boosts are like kind of useless, and we've already used Scarlet Witch's crest. We still have our hero ability. So let's do another Hexbolt and see what happens. Here we want damage. So we discard 0 boost, that's damage. 2 boosts, that's draw a card. We're getting there. 2 boost, as much as unfortunately that's a Captured by Hydra. So there's only 1 more in the deck, which sucks. So we'll lock in the Hydra Hunter to do 2 damage. I think if we draw a card, it doesn't really help us that much because it's unlikely for us to do the trip. No, we're going to try for the quad Hexbolt. We'll draw a card. Meditation's good. We have exactly 2 cards left or 3 cards left. There is no reasonable doubles in it, so it's not likely to really help. And then this is the 2 boost, another 2 boost. So the one thing we can do with this is draw 1 more card, which guarantees It doesn't guarantee anything. These hex bolts are so silly. They're not actually doing that much. We're literally just cycling cards for the sake of it. Like this was just play 2 to draw 2 cards. Yeah, we'll go. We'll draw one more. All right. For our next trick, 1, 2, third hex bolt. This one's gonna get him. So we discard a 0 boost, that's damage. A 1 boost. We need a 2 boost here. 1 boost is useless, and a 0 boost. Okay, so we're gonna use our hero ability to reroll the mimicry. We get a 3 boost. This is good, but unfortunately, we're not going to be drawing enough cards to play the last hex bolt. So we're just going to play a magic shield and call it a day. But this is good. The 3 boost will be a stun, and then we're going to do 4 damage to our friend here. So not bad, but unfortunately, we were just short of the quad hex bolt turn. We just did a tri hex bolt turn. If we want to use Clea here, we can, and then she gets shuffled into the deck. But I'll be honest, I just want to deck my deck out, and then we'll play another magic shield, which we can just stack these. Which in theory we can use Clea and just prevent the consequential. That's just not a great use of anyone's time. We can knock out Taskmaster. What happens when we knock out Taskmaster? What's Taskmaster 3 say? We draw an encounter card? Yeah. Yeah, let's just knock out Taskmaster. So we'll attack with White Tiger. We'll attack with Clea. We'll choose not to shuffle her into the deck. We'll just put her here. We're going to be drawing into Iron Fist and Power and All of Us. None of those are great with Clea. So let's advance. Taskmaster 3. 17 health only. Still a stun when revealed. Deal each player an encounter card. And after a player changes form, the same text you expect. We'll pass. We're drawing 3 encounter cards, actually. That might be a bit much. But we at least have 2 magic shields and a stun, so it couldn't be the worst. More boost cards or more encounter cards are more likely to liberate another hero. So we have Iron Fist and Power and All of Us. No surprise. Encounter card. Shuffle. I think all our obligations are left in the deck, but I think we've milled one of them. Move over Domino. This is the real luck deck. I mean, sometimes it's good. Scarlet Witch's Crest is actually like really, really important. Getting a bit more consistency on those hex bolts. It's like a lot of those hex bolts just didn't do anything. It was like spend 2 cards to draw 2 cards, do 2 threat, which is like fine. But we ended up doing, I think, like 6 damage and drawing through a deck, which that's okay. 6 damage, 2 thwart, and we drew through our deck. White Tiger misses the cycle. That's like maybe the bad thing, but we'll have 3 threat this turn that she can work on. As much as our stats are not very useful here. We might have to block if we get attacked a second time. All right, 1, 2. Magic Shield, the last one. Brother. Queen Carrier, that's okay with the Power in All of Us. And we have a Chaos Magic. So actually we can play probably Brother Voodoo for free and Power in All of Us to play the Helicarrier. Or sorry, Queen Carrier. We also still have the Avengers Mansion to find deeper. All right, we're going to choose to put this on 3 because it has text. We do want to protect our health to some extent because we have to jump down and recover. Even if we start at like 9 health, that's good enough. We're not going to take an obligation for that sake. The villain's going to activate against us. Stunned. And then we draw 3 encounter cards and hope for the best. We can't interact with any of these. Assault. Okay, we're getting attacked. So that's okay. We can put White Tiger in the way. But it's an assault. So villain attacks you. So Taskmaster attacking for 3 and a card. We can block. If we defend, we will crack our magic shields and we'll draw another card. Ultimately, whether we defend or White Tiger defend, it doesn't really matter. The only thing is if we defend, we play around exhaustion, which I don't know if we've seen exhaustion yet. It's like such a big deck that feels silly to play around something. But I could see us defending because at least we get a card from that. So we will. We'll defend for 3. And we can always block 6 more damage if there's big boosts here. 2 boosts. It is literally the exhaustion we were playing around. And so we don't take damage. We're going to pop the magic shield. So it does something. So we're going to prevent the next 2 damage, which means we defended and didn't take any damage. Electrostatic Armor does 1 back to the villain. And we can draw a card with Unflappable because we defended and didn't take damage. Ironheart. That's good. We have a Power in All of Us in our hand. Second card, Taskmaster's Sword. And there are cards in this deck that do compound if Taskmaster has weapons. This gives them Piercing, which does technically matter sometimes. But we have to exhaust our hero and spend 2. So it's much more expensive to get rid of this. Good order we drew these in, I guess. And A, we have the Power Gauntlets. So honestly, we're at the point where we're not going to get rid of these. Now this says if you take damage from an attack, you have to discard a card from your hand of your choice, which that's expensive. Okay, can we win this turn? It's not impossible for us to win this turn. It really isn't. If we draw Molecular Case, we can play them really cheaply. So let's start with the Avengers Mansion and see what we get. It's a Helicarrier. Okay. I think we're definitely going to do Power in All of Us or Ironheart to draw another card to see if this opens it up. But if we do draw a Molecular Decay, we have a chance of having enough damage. It's not very likely though. We drew a double. Okay. So our hand is mostly resources, not a lot of ways to impact the board. Cool. So We can cheat out a card for free. It's probably Iron Fist. So we'll Chaos Magic for Iron Fist. So we get to play Iron Fist for free with Chaos Magic, and then we have to rip 4 off the top of the deck. So there's one side scheme we care about. 1, 2, 3, that's it. So I don't think there's any other ways to get allies in the rest of the deck unless we deck out one more time. Yeah, they're all gone. So we're probably just going to try and end the game before we deck out twice, because 2 acceleration is a lot. Not the biggest thing. Another ally would have been good. Shang-Chi is sick. Elektra is sick. And then we get an Iron Fist. Iron Fist is pretty good. We're going to attack with Iron Fist to do 2 damage and get a stun using a Mystic counter. Cool. White Tiger will just thwart 3 and get knocked out. Okay, and the rest of the hand I think is just value, right? Yeah. We could play Brother Voodoo and actually still have a chance of winning the game. It's possible that Brother Voodoo wins the game. So like, I don't want to play 2 resource generators on this point in the game because like we're a turn away from winning. So if we play Brother Voodoo, I guess we could get a Hex Bolt, but I think all our Hex Bolts are in the bin. But if we only have 2 resources, we can't play the card on Brother Voodoo. It'll just add it to our hand. I mean, I guess we still play Brother Voodoo because he's a blocker and does damage. Because I don't want to spend our turn here just playing, you know, resource generators when we're 1 turn away from winning. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. For Brother Voodoo, again, the protection allies are pretty good, surprisingly good. As much as the core set was just not my favorite part of these. So when we comes into play, we can look at the top 5 for an event and add it to our hand. Worst case, we're going to play the Magic Shield and pass. Best case scenario is a Hex Bolt, but I don't think there's any Hex Bolts left. So Energy, Nick, Molecular Decay, that's the one, Desperate Defense, and Spiritual Meditation. So I'm okay just taking the Desperate Defense out so we don't draw it, but Molecular Decay will win the game. The issues were 1 resource short of playing it this turn, unless we ordered slightly different, but I don't mind what we did. And then we'll just play another Magical Shield, which gives anybody some defense, and we'll just attack for 2 with our 2 friends, putting us closer to 1 big Molecular Decay, knocking the game out. And especially now because our allies are set up, well, it's actually a lot harder, but if our allies are set up, we can jump down and recover and stuff like that. In fact, this stun maybe should have been confused. Oh no, but it's from Iron Fist, not from our Hex Bolt. And we'll discard this and we'll pass. Because in theory, we want to be on 10 health when we advance. So I guess what we do is we do a Molecular Decay to bring Taskmaster down to like 1 health. We jump down, we recover. That's probably our game plan. We'll draw 6. Preemptive, that's some free damage if we want, but he's stunned. Meditation, we just want a Molecular Decay here. We just want not a defense card. Okay. Yeah, I mean, these could be anything. Could be a boat. We'll choose to make this go to 3. Taskmaster is stunned. 1 encounter card. Photographic Reflexes. This one's a bit tricky because we have to basically trade damage. So attach to Taskmaster. When a player attacks Taskmaster, prevent all the damage will be dealt and deal an equal amount of damage to that player's identity instead. Then discard this max once per attack. So we just attack with Ironheart or Brother Voodoo. We have to take 1 to the face and discard this. We can still win this turn. I think it's within the realm of possibility. So we're going to use Avengers Mansion to draw Molecular Decay. I mean, that was worth a shot. We're going to use Spiritual Meditation to draw a Molecular Decay. Nailed it. Okay, that's good. And we'll discard a card. We're going to do it again just to draw deeper to find doubles. Just kidding. But now we have to figure out how we can close the game out here. So no matter what, we'll use Brother Voodoo to attack for 1. So when a player attacks Taskmaster, I think that includes our encounter. I think a player also means our cards. I think it's our cards that it doesn't say you. So I think a player is our player and all their cards. I'm pretty sure. Please let me know if that's not the idea. The idea of Taskmaster pairing a Molecular Decay. Yeah, we have to take like 13 and we die on the spot. So prevent the damage and deal it an equal amount to your damage to that player's identity. So we'll take 1. I'm pretty sure we're allowed to do this. And we discard this. Okay. So now we're just going to do a Molecular Decay and hope that things work out. So we'll do 1, 2. We don't want to do 12 damage in a single shot, but that's very difficult. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 for the decay. Worst case scenario, we'd have to like attack with our basic attack, which means we just can't recover. So it hurts slightly, but not meaningfully. We can even stay a whole turn in Alter Ego and then just like do it next turn. So deal 5 damage to Taskmaster. Okay, discard 2 cards from the top of the deck. So we want to discard big icons. That's a 1 boost. That's a 1 boost. Okay. We'll use our Alter Ego, or sorry, our hero ability to reroll this Hunted by Hydra. That's a 1 boost. Okay, that sucks. So we'll use Scarlet Witch's Crest to increase it, so we'll do 3 more damage to the villain. So it was still Swinging Web Kick. It was a 3 for 8. Unfortunately, we're 1 damage short of winning this turn. All we have on the table is 3 damage. We needed 1 more boost icon to win easily this turn. Oh no, that's not true. We can play Clea. Yeah, we can play Clea. 1, 2. We'll play Clea. Cool. We'll jump down to all 3 go. We'll recover for 3. We're at 9 health, and then we'll attack for Clear for 1, Ironheart for 1, Iron Fist for 2. That does 4 to Taskmaster. Game. Got out there only taking 1 damage overall. That should be good. We only rescued 1 ally. The issue is like I don't want to sit here long enough to just like grind for allies because we lost all of them. We did deck out poorly. We could have had 1 more in this deck, which could have mattered. I think the Molecular Decay play was right. Otherwise, we would attack for 1, jump down. We would thwart this instead. We would get a thwarted for 3, 4, 5, 6. So this would go to 9. A bit scary. And then we would have drawn an Assault, which was surged into a Hydra Soldier. Yeah, we might have been okay. The Hydra Soldier makes it a bit more complicated, but we probably would have been okay to survive another turn if we had to not burn a minion attack into that thing. Nice. It's 3:05. It's 3 o'clock. We've been streaming for 3 hours. We might be able to do this whole campaign. Mulligan, do better next time. Go full health. I think on expert campaign you're not allowed to. But yeah, maybe we want to do 1 more health there. Maybe we should roll that back. All right, victory. Each player who rescued 1 or more allies adds it to their deck. That's largely it. So we're going to clean this up and go on to Zola. Zola's probably the hardest one in the box. There's a lot of really big minions you have to deal with, and they have Retaliate. Some of them do. Zola has Retaliate, which is not bad for Hexbolt because it's not an attack. Molecular Decay is very much an attack, but Zola also doesn't have a lot of health. These are very low health minions, or villains, if you ask me. All right, we're trucking along. How's everyone doing? We did not rescue Elektra, Shang-Chi, or Moon Knight. We're going to be seeing more of these characters in the near future, I'm pretty sure. Let's just give this a pretty good cleanup. The 1 card that we added to the deck, the Power Novus, has been pretty good. And I'll be honest, again, a lot of our defense cards are not doing the thing that we're doing, and that's because we have allies, and allies are pretty good at doing the defense for us. Like, the extra defense stat on the Armory Vest did not matter this game. We defended once, and we had to pop our magic shield regardless. All right, let's clean this up. But again, if you had a small card pool back in the day, you could play solo protection. It was good. Hey, Joel, you wrapped up yet on a Friday? I don't know how your Friday is going. You still scanning? All right, let's clean this up. This is when Scarlet Witch goes Indiana Jones and pulls out her big laser cannon. I mean, we're ready for that. Has the, what is it, stomach virus? Didn't want to fight. Does cannon, walks away. I have actually completed campaigns with this thing on me, which you just either don't need to fire, so you don't. At that point, you probably should have fired it, but if you don't need it, you don't need it. Okay, this is Taskmaster. This is campaign. Weapons Master. I think Weapons Master shows up on Red Skull. I think Red Skull's a Weapons Master. Canceling this was sick. Canceling Under Fire is really absurdly good. Feel like we did a good job. Okay. On the sorting, I mean. So that should be enough. Taskmaster's out. Zola's in. Let's just count these. This should be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This should be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nailed it. This should be 7 plus 3 plus 2 plus 3, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Experts 1, 2, 3. Obligations is 1, 2, and then we have 3 experimentals. Yeah, that's right. All right, let's go get Zola. All right, Zola is definitely the hardest. And this is the first scenario we saw in the entire history of Marvel Champions, really, in which the game is about big minions. Like, especially big minions that can continue to modulate and get bigger and bigger and bigger. So it was a really cool change of pace of like, yeah, you have to deal with the minions in a very obvious way. Zola, not a lot of health. In fact, it's possible to one-shot Zola. Is it possible to one-shot Zola? I guess we could do 4 boost into 3 boost plus 5. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, Zola's safe. Retaliate 1. Classic Zola. And when revealed, we have a whole bunch of when revealeds to do. So Hydra Prison is here, which means we have a big Hydra Prison to rescue because we have a big ally. And we also have test subjects, which we want to clear on turn 1. So this does have a pretty substantial turn 1 problem that you have to deal with. We'll just put Hydra Prison over here. This goes here, and we start with an Ultimate Bioservant. We'll just go ahead and shuffle this, and then we'll talk about the setup. It's my day off, but I know I went out with my mother for lunch. I'm done with scanning for everything I need so I can start working on animations to do something akin to modular counter animation. Oh, super cool. I'm excited to see how that turns out. I remember in one of your videos talking about expert without the 3 expert cards. It really does feel like the sweet spot. Under fire sucks. Yeah, I played a whole lot of that on accident where I increased the villain to expert, but then you don't add the expert encounter cards. I could see that being a reasonable way to play. Like if that's fun, that's fun. I do think a lot of times the expert you lose to the encounter cards. And I think the encounter deck being scary, like that's good. It just, yeah, obviously doesn't feel great when it's like, oh, you'd surge into a surge into a surge. And that's like you can't deal with that. But yeah, if you want to play like that, please do, because it allows you to see more of the card pool without having to specifically play against those cards, which can be annoying. I do want to see more cards, and I think we saw a fair few of them even in Civil War, in which the cards have bespoke text if you're playing on expert. Like that's the fact that expert is basically just the stats go up 1, the health goes up a bit, and then you add 3 horrible cards to the deck doesn't feel like the best like organic change on difficulties. And also shout out to like Arkham Horror, which the next expansion is going to have way more granular ways to highlight a difference between different difficulties than just like Chaos Bag gets worse. So I think they're realizing it that some of their games do not have that many great scaling options. I don't think Marvel Champions is exactly in that camp, because Marvel Champions gives you like 600 ways to affect the difficulty of what you're playing with like modulars and the counter deck and all that. I'm glad that that in later campaigns with the side schemes that brought out allies, they tweaked the formula a bit to make them more consistent. I hated it was so luck based to see them in the scenario. Yeah, like Sentinel brings that side scheme into play automatically. Like it forces you to see it at least twice, which is good. But those allies I think are a bit more balanced. But I hear you. It kind of incentivizes you to just like keep toe to towing and like keep searching for allies against Taskmaster, which I guess there's a bit of theme to that. All right, hold on. So Zola has a setup for sure. Zola has a lot of minions. It's like 10 minions, and some of them have quick strike. A lot of the other ones like really continue to build, and a lot of attachments. Oh shit, we have to go get under attack, which under attack is really frightening. Specifically, Concussive Blast just says that if you block with a 1 health ally, you're going to take it to the face half the time. You have to watch out where the 2 Concussive Blasts are. Let me get those. There's very few counter sets reused from the core set. This is the true one that's reused from the core set scenario. Let me get it. Cool, we'll shuffle these in. Good that we checked that animation. And we're on the island of Dr. Zola. So search encounter deck for the Hydra Prison and reveal it. Each player searches the encounter deck for a copy of Ultimate Bioservant and puts it into play, engage with them, shuffle encounter deck. So we've done most of that. Hydra Prison is, it's interesting. We have to deal with this. There are actually repercussions if we don't deal with the Hydra Prison before the end of the campaign. It says each player searches their deck and discard pile for their hero specific ally, and it goes into prison. You add threat here equal to the amount of a cost of your ally, which that's weird, I guess. I don't think more expensive allies are always better. Regardless, when defeated, remove the scheme from play and return each ally to the hand. So you don't even get to play it for free. I assume play it for free would make sense because you just rescued them from prison. They should be ready to go. And then the increased cost actually equals increased threat feels like a better balancing mechanism. But we're not going to have Quicksilver, and honestly, that's fine. We could easily leave Quicksilver on here until the penultimate turn in which we rescue Quicksilver, because we largely don't play Quicksilver, and thinning our deck is actually an upside, it turns out. So whatever, he might have to do some time until we get around to him. You just want to make sure, because if you don't liberate your friend from prison, the campaign is not happy with you. So 5 threat. Also, leaving this in play means if you draw a master plan, it just puts 4 threat here, which is like kind of acceptable. Okay, other things. We have the test subjects, which actually that doesn't show up yet. We have the ultimate bioservant. This thing is toughness. It has 1/1 and 4 health. Toughness 4 health is pretty bad. We don't have good instant 1 ping damages, and you don't want to obviously throw a 9 damage molecular decay into a toughness. So we have to ping this off somehow. Otherwise, when this thing gets attachments, and there's a whole bunch of attachments, its stats just go up, and a lot of the attachments already increase stats on their own. There are 2 main schemes. These are the sort of like Magneto main schemes that accrue counters, and 1 in every 3 turns roughly a bad, even worse thing happens. So this one only has 6, which is scary. That means you can't really jump down at any point safely, because if you add 1 here, then Zola schemes for 2 and you get a 3 boost, we hit 6. Like 6 is such an ugly breakpoint for solo play, because you can just never safely jump down without a status effect. As soon as it's 7, if this is on 0 threat, you can jump down. If we put 1 here at the beginning of the phase, we put 2 here for Zola schemes, and we draw a 3 boost, we're only on 6. The difference between 6 and 7 is massive. Again, forced response. After resolving step 1 of the villain phase, place a test counter here. Then and only then does this check. If there are 3 or more test counters here, discard cards from the top of the counter deck until you get a minion. You don't reveal that minion, you put into play, which means quick strike will happen, but the cards that say when revealed, search for an upgrade won't reveal. So there's much better cards to reveal in this than others. The quick strike one is brutal because it'll quick strike now, and then it'll quick strike during the minions when they activate if you're in hero mode. Finally, Zola's text, the villain. So Zola comes in with Retaliate 1. When revealed, search the counter deck for test subjects and put into play, which we have here. Test subjects, we want to clear on turn 1. It's a bit dicey. The best case scenario is you clear this when you're in alter ego, because when defeated, the first player discards cards from the top of the counter deck, and then you actually reveal that minion. If you get the quick strike one here, which is like a 1 in 3 chance, I think, it won't attack you if you're in alter ego. So you are incentivized to clear this. Speaking of Arkham Horror, shout out to Velma's Diner. Thank you. We've been going through our Velma's Diner campaign. I've been having a good time. I tested two-handed the other day off camera, and it actually does work. So we're going to get to that in the near future. Joel, do you know what software we're going to use for animations? Like, are you on the After Effects gang, or are you just going to use Resolve? Because I think Resolve can do everything After Effects does, and doesn't cost you like $70 a month. All right. Also, in terms of the campaign, I don't think there's anything else we have to do. We're not going to choose to go up to 10 health. Technically, where I should be on here, technically we should be on 11 health because we're going to get our thing in a second. But each player searches the deck for their setup keywords and then shuffled experimentals, which we've already done that. So why we're on 11 health is like this weird thing that happens is that basic thwart upgrade now comes into play, and basic thwart upgrade says that we get +2 health. So we just go from 9 to 11. Sorry, it should be 11. I don't know why that happened. So that's good. So we only missed 1 health. That's fine. Of course, we have our laser cannon. This is the one scenario where we're more likely to use it than any other because this does 5 damage to everything engaged with us and the villain. That is not an attack, so dodges retaliate as much as toughness. It does knock out the bioservids, and it does knock out the 5 health ones, no problem. So we have to remember that this button is real. And that's it. We're off. Resolve, unless my friend still has After Effects. I think Resolve might be easier to learn, but there's probably classically more After Effects stuff like tutorials on the internet. But now there's more Resolve internet tutorials. Like more people have Resolve now than After Effects, I think. At least non-professionals, which I don't think the professionals are making the tutorials all the time. All right, let's go. Draw 6. Nick, good start. We almost always can play Nick on turn 1 for many reasons. Clea, I mean, Clea's not the worst as like a way to get toughnesses off, but I mean, we're probably playing Nick, so this is probably very much keep. This is a maybe keep. Nick gets a lot better with doubles. Nope. Sick. Yep. Amazing. I'm just going to mulligan these. That's so good. That's a 3-card Nick Fury. And we still have a Spiritual Meditation after. Hexbolt, that's fantastic. A Hexbolt on its own, if we're lucky, technically can knock out an Ultimate Bioservant. But the best thing about Hexbolt is we could hopefully remove 2 threat from this and then deal with the minion that shows up. Also, because we have Nick Fury in Alter Ego, we can remove 2 threat off of this and then see what happens and dodge the Quick Strike thing, which is good. Molecular Decay is probably a bit overkill here, but we're going to be drawing at least a bunch more cards, so that should be fine. Okay, that's us. Really good start. So the Power in All of Us, if you're not familiar with it, it's just a resource card that generates 2 if you're playing the Power in All of Us. It generates 2 for a basic card. It's very good. The basic cards in this game are usually very good, unless they're an event, in which case, good luck. We'll spend 4, we'll play Nick, and we'll draw 3 cards. Agatha, nice. Quinn Carry, okay. Chaos Magic. And notably, Chaos Magic is only in hero mode, so that's good, but that's a free Quinn Carrier. I mean, I can't be upset about that. We've always played our research generators all the time, right? Every time we play a research generator. The power of basic. I mean, basic is good. Sometimes you need your fundamentals. Okay, I'm okay to see what the test subjects is before we do anything with Spiritual Meditation, let alone we have our Alter Ego effect. So we're going to use Nick to thwart 2 on test subjects, which makes us discard until we find a minion and reveal that minion. So we're looking for the Quick Strike guy who's kind of coming at us. Okay, Zola's. Nope. Nah. Yes, nailed it. I love this. This is my favorite thing when you play around the scenario when you know it and you get rewarded for it. Because we just drew the Berserk Mutate. The Berserk Mutate, the only text is Quick Strike. And because we chose to do this in Alter Ego, we can dodge that Quick Strike. Now it has 3 health, which is not a great breakpoint for any of the cards in our deck, but hey, we just healed 2. Go us. Okay, things we want to do. Chaos Magic, Quinn Carrier, sick. A Spiritual Meditation, worth playing. If we get a double, we'll play Hexbolt. These are our 2 most iffy cards, but I guess we'll start with the Spiritual Meditation and see what we can get here. I feel like every time Clea's mentioned is how she's not good as another ally. Well, she got kind of outclassed in this game because all she does is chump block and that's it. So we would have played her back in the day, but yeah, we're not that bad at blocking, it turns out. But I did play the heck out of her when she was around. Draw 2. It's Crest, Armored Vest. Okay. So we have to discard 1 card here. So we're going to get a free Quinn Carrier. So what's our turn? We jump up, we get a free Quinn Carrier. We can still discard 2 draw. Okay. So this is in hero mode. Say that we discard the Armored Vest, which we might not. If we want to do a Hex Bolt, that's 2 cards. It leaves us with 1 left over. But we can do Quinn Carrier and Agatha for Hex Bolt, which leaves us with 2. That might mean we have a breakpoint to do Agatha. So we could do 1, 2 for Agatha. Agatha can draw us a card. And then we could do Quinn Carrier plus that card for Hex Bolts. It's a bit ugly. I think it's better that we just try to do Hex Bolt plus Scarlet Witch's Crest, because then we can knock out the Berserk Mutate. Ultimate Bioserver can hit us for 1. It's not the end of the world, but the Mutate needs to go down because it hits us for 2. So I think we just get rid of the Decay. There's no shot we're playing it. Okay. We still have our alter ego effect though. So any cards that we're not going to play, we might as well trade them away to see if we get a double. So I think our plan is play Quinn Carrier, use Quinn Carrier in a card to play Scarlet Witch. Oh, then we can't play the Hex Bolt. So we mathed this bad. We did bad math. Okay, so say that we do Quinn Carrier plus this plays Crest. We're short 1. We need to play the Hex Bolt. We need to play Scarlet Witch. So we need to find a double. There are 2 doubles in the deck. So what about if we play Agatha's here? If we do Armored Vest into Agatha's gives us a card back. We do Chaos Magic for Quinn Carrier plus the card plays Hex Bolt. We float 1. I mean, it uses more resources. Agatha also has a better chance of finding a double. I think we'll do that, and we'll just not play the Scarlet Witch's Crest, and we'll hope. Because we just need 2 damage to hit the Mutate, and then we can finish it off with our basic attack. I think that's fine. So we'll do the Vest for Agatha Harkness. And the old witch here, tone flag positive. Sounds like an insult. We'll exhaust this to look at the top 3 and add 1 to the hand. So we're looking for a double here. Unflappable, no thanks. Double, nailed it. So I'm going to put the unflappable on the top. That's sick. Have we discarded for meditation? Yeah, we discarded the molecular decay. Yeah, we did like delay that effect for a while, but yeah, the decay went out. It's good to check. Okay, so now we can do everything we want. We'll flip up. We will summon you through Chaos Magic, a Quinn Carrier. So this generates a wild. We can play it because we're an Avenger, and now we just have a wild generator. And then once that Chaos Magic resolves, I think I did this right? Yeah, I think we can do all this. And so we have to discard 3 cards from the top of the counter deck. 1, 2, 3. Now, when you discard multiple cards at a time, I believe you're allowed to choose the order they go back on top of the deck, and that technically matters because the order of the discard pile is referenced through this scenario, specifically by the order of attaching attachments. So when we discarded until we hit the minion, if there was 2 attachments, we could decide which one's on the top, as long as you discard the cards simultaneously, which I'm not sure when discard into, if that is considered a simultaneous discard or not. But I'm pretty sure when you discard cards, you can choose the order they enter the discard pile, I think. I'm pretty sure. All right, we'll spend a double. No, wait. Wait, why is this math still bad? Wait, this math is bad. We cooked the math. I think that we still did a Quinn Carrier, but yeah, this double was not worth anything. Yeah, it wasn't worth anything. Because we're short a resource. I did the math bad. So if that's the case, if we don't take the, no, we still take it. We just float the helmet. It's still okay, but we waste this resource. So if this was any other card from the bottom, we could have done that into Hexbolt and had the energy still in our deck, but it'll be on the bottom. I think this on the bottom is not bad. So we haven't learned anything yet. I think we're going to redo the Agatha because the math was bad. So I think we're just going to take the Helicarrier out of rotation and we'll put these on the bottom. So we know there's an energy on the bottom. That's fine. Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. Drawing off Hexbolt. Yeah. It's a possibility. We should play around that. Yeah, I totally forget that Hexbolt can draw sometimes. Yeah, that should be in that order. That probably won't matter, but it could. It could. But yeah, in theory, we want this first, but you're right. We can always draw off of this. So we'll just play the Hexbolt and have some fun. So we'll see what happens here. All right. Rip 3. Again, we can redraw 1. So we get a 1. That is remove 2 threat. I mean, that technically can do something. We have a 2, that's draw a card, so that's good. And we have a 0, which is good, that's 2 damage. So we're actually okay. Yeah, go for the Hexball draw. I keep forgetting that draw is an option here. So the 2 thwart is the one that I don't care about, right? Because clearing this is like not a priority. So I'm going to re-roll the 2 thwart one, which is the 1. So we'll re-roll that. And we got the same outcome. Okay, so we have a 0-1-2 split, which is kind of perfect. So we'll do 2 damage to the Berserk Mutate. We'll draw a card. Fine, I guess. Not my favorite to draw here because we're not playing it. And then we do 2 threat from this, which is like whatever. It's nice to always have something there so you're not wasting your Hex Bolts, but we don't care about this thing. We'll get him when we want to get our friend Quicksilver, our brother. We'll attack for 1 to knock at the Mutate. And then we'll use the Quinn Carrier to play Scarlet Witch's Helmet. So a bit of a weird ordering, but there's no way around that. Not bad. Not bad at all. Good setup. Really good turn. Took us a while to get there. A lot of like unknowns, but that's again why she's so fun. Yeah, that was really good. Okay, Mansion. Hexbolt. Sorcerer Supreme. That's fantastic. Another Hexbolt. Okay. Electrostatic. We do not draw a 6th card just yet. So we have a lot of things that we have to do here. The Island of Dr. Zola. So we're going to put 1 threat here, and we're going to put 1 test counter. This doesn't do anything until it finally hits 3, and it checks. There's a bunch of encounter cards that will add counters. They don't matter until you get to this point. And the villain's going to attack us for 2 in a card. We're just going to put Nick Fury in the way. 1, 2. Oh, that's good. That's good. We didn't do the bad thing. It's good. Well, we always want to count where these are because it can catch you off guard. So deal 1 damage to each friendly character. So Nick takes 1, we take 1. And if Nick was going to be defeated by this, the attack now is unblocked to her face. But luckily Nick survives. So that's why also Clea is not good in this scenario because you usually want to put Clea on 1 health. In theory, you should leave her on 2 health until you know where both copies of these are. The Ultimate Bioservant hits us for 1. We draw 1 encounter card. Oh, I did that to the villain. Excuse me. Advance. I mean, we could immediately go to Act 2. Main scheme 2 if we're unlucky. So the Zola schemes for 1, 2. Boost on Zola's Mutate. I think this just shuffles it back into the deck. Yeah, so this goes to 3. All right, shuffle that back in. Classic Mutate. Okay. I mean, seems good. We can 3 thwart the Island of Dr. Zola. I do not know how to deal with the Ultimate Bioservant, I'll be honest. I don't know if there's any piercing that you have access to in protection, but being able to deal with toughness is really good in this scenario. One of the best things you can do to change your deck for Zola, and it's like a scenario that sometimes demands a change, is like just play Energy Barrier. Because Energy Barrier is so good because you basically, anytime that you attack Zola, you can redirect that damage to a Bioservant, let alone to anybody else. It's so good to have instances of 1 damage in this scenario. Okay, so things that we can do. We have a Resource Generator. We definitely want to play Sorcerer Supreme. And then I think we just play 1 Hexbolt and see what happens. Classics Hexbolt. The only thing about the Hexbolt, though, is we're kind of incentivized to attack the Ultimate Bioservant for 1, because if we hit instance of 2 damage, we want to knock out the Bioservant before it gets things attached to it. So I think this is probably just like play Sorcerer Supreme, play Hexbolt, which means we will, as much as we're wasting 3 thwart, attack this for 1, and then let her rip. So we'll just play Hexbolt for 3. All right, rip 3. We can increase, decrease, and we can reroll. So 1 boost is remove 2 threat. I mean, maybe. 3 boost is a stun or a toughness. I mean, that's not bad. Stun's fine. And then we have a 2 boost, which is draw a card. So we don't need to remove the 3 threat, remove 2 threat. These are all able to go down to 2. Like we can make this do 2. Rerolling this doesn't open our hand. So I'm going to, like, using the card draw doesn't do anything to our hand. So I'm going to re-roll this with our ability to draw a different one. It's 3, 1, 1. That is the same. So now we're going to use our Scarlet Witch's Crest to make a 1 into 0. So this will go down to 2. Stinks. Under attack will give us a stun. And then this will remove 2 threat from this, which is like fine. But the Bioservant lives a day. Lives another day. All right, I think that's 3 Hexbolts out. And then we're just going to use the Quinn Carrier to play a Sorcerer Supreme, which gives us an additional hand size, which obviously that's pretty good. All right, we'll pass. Next turn is going to be the turn where there's another minion engaged. We're kind of incentivized to be an alter ego to some extent, as much as we've seen one of the quick strikes. Draw 6. Decay, maybe a bit overkill. Preemptive strike's not bad, but we're not getting attacked. Meditation. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no, that's not a good hand. Well, hopefully meditation bails us out of this because this hand is like not nearly unplayable. This goes to 2. This goes to 2. Zola is stunned. Bioservant will attack us for 1 damage. We'll take it. 1 encounter card. Slipping Sanity. Okay, so there's actually a chance that we go down to Alter Ego on this one because it allows us to fire our Alter Ego ability, and our Alter Ego ability will allow us to draw more cards because this hand is bad. Now, us being ready doesn't really matter that much. We get Thwart for 3. We also could get Quicksilver, which thwarts for 3 perfectly, and then that uses our hand a bit better. So we do have a fair bit of options here. Like maybe actually rescuing Quicksilver is correct. We haven't seen Master Plan yet, which is maybe worth like something. But I could see us using Slipping Sanity just to jump down to Alter Ego for free to filter our hand. I think we will. So no matter what, we'll flip down to Alter Ego. We don't exhaust ourselves because that's separate. And now we can either exhaust ourselves to remove this from the game, or we can add some amount of threat to the table. I think Zola actually has a fair few of star icons because like the Ultimate Bioservant is a star icon. The Zola's Mutate is a star icon. So I think Slipping Sanity is likely to actually add threat. So I think we will just exhaust ourselves, but I could be wrong about that. This is now removed from the game. Okay, we know we definitely don't want to keep any of these cards, so we can start with our Alter Ego here, and we're just going to go ahead and discard these to draw 2. We don't have Pietro. 1, nice. Yeah, that was way better. Okay, sick. This hand should deal with everything we want and more. We might as well meditate. So we draw 2, discard 1. Iron Fist, Spiritual Meditation, sick. We're going to keep meditating. We'll get rid of the Desperate Defense. Keep dreaming, draw 2. Voodoo, Magic Shield. Okay, so we have to discard 1 here. We could have played Ironheart first because we're likely to. So if we play, we still have to discard a card. I don't know if we're at the Molecular Decay level yet. I don't think we'll play Molecular Decay. It's actually equally likely we won't play all these allies, but I think we'll play at least Ironheart. Then we can play Hexbolt and Magic Shield. I think that's it. Yeah, so at least we'll have an ally to block. We'll flip up. Okay. Oh, wait. Agatha. We should have done this before digging through a deck. Yeah, because we could have got more options here. So we look at 3, preemptive, Magic Shield, Magic Shield. Okay, we'll take a Magic Shield. We'll put preemptive. So the bottom of our deck is, it's Unflappable, Quinn Carrier, preemptive, Magic Shield. We're playing Flesh and Blood now. Flip up. Okay. Might as well let it rip. Actually, no, we might as well play Ironheart to see what we draw. So we draw 1. We get a White Tiger. Ooh, we could get Quicksilver, actually. That's a really cheap Quicksilver. Because White Tiger, we liberated her, so we get to do White Tiger stuff, and she's absurdly over curve. Really nice also with the Quinn Carrier to ensure that we always have the resource that she wants for her kicker. Okay, so that actually probably changes it. That's better than playing the shield, I think. So, do we have... It doesn't really matter how we spend our hand. We'll play White Tiger. We'll just use the Quinn Carrier. Remove 2 threat from the Quicksilver, which adds Quicksilver to our hand. The issue is we can't play Quicksilver, but we could play Hexbolt for 2 and play a Magic Shield. We could play Brother Voodoo, and no. We're going to be drawing 5 cards. We know these 3 to not be events. No, this is a preemptive strike. This is an event for sure, yeah. So I think we actually can play Brother Voodoo here. Wait, this is kind of funny that we know the order of the bottom actually really does matter. So we'll play White Tiger and we'll use Quinn Carrier. And so we'll remove 3 threat from the Hydra Prison. This removes from the game and Quicksilver is now in our hand. So we have no more side schemes, so Master Plan is a bit worse for us. We are going to deck out, but we can now play slightly more of our hand. I guess we should just start with the Hexbolt to see what happens. So we're not going to play this and we're not going to play this, but we will play Hexbolt. No, that's not true. We need to play Brother Voodoo first because we need the resource. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3 for Brother Voodoo. And we know Brother Voodoo is guaranteed to draw the resource we want because there is 4 cards down in event. So our stacking actually mattered, which is really funny. So we search the top 5. So there's a preemptive we knew. There's a Warp Reality, but I'll keep it in the deck because we're guaranteed to draw it. I'd actually rather have a Desperate Defense, I think, than a preemptive. So we'll take the preemptive. And we shuffled the bottom 5. So we're going to deck out guaranteed. We're going to be drawing 6 of these cards. So shuffling this doesn't actually matter. Oh, no, it does because we could draw with Hexbolt. Okay. That's that. That's a Voodoo. Then we'll just see what happens. Hexbolt. I think we played 3 of our Hexbolts in a deck cycle, which like that's kind of what you want. And we still have access to all of our mitigation. So that's a 2 boost. So that's draw a card. We don't really want that. That's a 0 boost, which is 2 damage. That's perfect. And that's a 0 boost, which is 2 damage, which is perfect. So we can make the Mind Ray to do 3 threat, or let's just reroll the Mind Ray. Oh no, we can make the Mind Ray a stun. That's way better. So we're not going to reroll. We're not going to do anything. This is actually really, really quite good. So we have 2, but we'll make it with a Witch's Crest. We'll make it a 3. And so we'll just go ahead and stun Zola. And then we have 2 damage and 2 damage. So we'll hit the Bioservant. And specifically because this is not an attack, we can hit Zola for 2 without taking Retaliate. So villain's down on 12. That was good. That was perfect. That was actually perfect. Now we're not incentivized to attack with these allies because the Retaliate kind of gets you pretty quickly. So we will thwart, I guess, 2 with Brother Voodoo off of this, and we'll pass. We're going to be drawing another minion here, which is not my favorite. We're also going to be decking out, and all these minions are going to miss the deck cycle. Also not my favorite. Allies, excuse me, not minions, but we'll draw 6. So we know all these cards. Unflappable, the Warp Reality is really good on a 2 encounter card, and we do have a Desperate Defense as much as we chose to add a stun. Maybe we're meant to add a Confuse here, because we know that we're drawing the defense card. And we have all these allies. We're owed a 6th card, but actually maybe we go for a Confuse before we draw any more unknown information. Yeah, maybe we should go for the Confuse, because I don't think we mind if Zola attacks us here. Yeah, let's try for the Confuse. I think that's more flexible, and like we should be being attacked more. Like we have all these allies, and we have a Desperate Defense. We're only blocking for 4, which is not guaranteed, but then we can use our hero ability to reroll. Oh, you can't reroll a boost because you don't count a boost, I don't think. You can't use Scarlet Witch on just like regular boost cards. But the game says you count the boost icons when you get attacked, right? Right? Can you just use Scarlet Witch on any boost card? Or do you need to play an effect? Like a card effect? Because she says when boost icons on a counter card would be counted. I mean, they're counted all the time. Can you just reroll her all the time on defense? Wait, can you just use Scarlet Witch's Crest to decrease boost icons? It's because Scarlet Witch's Crest says... Oh, not you. Excuse me. This says, when boost icons on a counter card are counted. Yeah, you count encounter cards when a boost comes up. This is a good question. 1 per phase leads me to believe it can be used on villain attacks. Yeah, why can't we just use this on villain? You can? How did we get this far in the campaign without knowing you could just use this on boost icons? I thought you needed a card effect. But technically you count boost icons when you're dealt a boost card. Wait, she should be a good protection deck. We're owed a 6th card. The 6th card is a preemptive strike. Okay, whatever. This goes to 1. And then we have to do the text because this is 3. And then we hit the then clause. So there's a reason to maybe considering jumping down to Alter Ego. We've drawn 1 extra card. Both of you assume my note account. We could have considered jumping down to Alter Ego here. Because if we get the one that quick strikes us, it's going to hit us twice, which is not the end of the world. But the thing is going to scheme against us. But Zola is confused. I think jumping down to Alter Ego here might be correct. I know that we had at least this in our hand. And we have a Warp Reality. No, Warp Reality is a hero interrupt. We shouldn't do that. I don't think we played that in Alter Ego yet. So this goes through. Sorry. So we remove 3 counters. Well, first we discard cards until, and then we remove 3 counters. I don't think it's going to matter. So let's not get the quick strike guy. Shadows is gone. Mind Ray is gone. That's a really scary card. Okay, we're discarding multiple cards, so we can choose the order that these hit the discard pile. I'm pretty sure. Under Fire is gone. All right, bad option. We got the one we didn't want because this is going to attack us twice now. So the Berserk mutate. Then we remove 3 counters. We can choose the order these hit the discard pile. I don't think they really matter, so let's not. They both give 2 health and some annoying stat. Because now this thing's going to hit us twice. That sucks. So firstly, now it's revealed, so it's going to quick strike us. The quick strike is not attached to revealed, it's when it engages you, so we'll just take 2. We're not going to block it. Then Zola is going to attack against us, now that we've hit that proper part of the villain phase. So it's 2 and a card. I guess we'll put Brother Voodoo in the way. Oh no, we said we were going to defend this with Desperate Defense. Man, this hand doesn't do anything. Oh, we're meant to have an encounter card because we decked out. So this is our encounter card. This is our boost card. Yeah. 1, 2. Boost. Oh no, the bad thing happened. The thing that we said we would play around. That sucks. So deal 1 damage to each friendly character. So we take 1. I mean, we're almost dead here. White Tiger takes 1, Ironheart takes 1, Brother Voodoo's knocked out. So now the attack goes straight to our face. We can't cancel this with Preemptive Strike because it doesn't have icons. So Zola's hitting us for 2, and we just take 2. Jesus, things went bad. We're down to 3 health, and now the Berserk Mutate is attacking us. Yikes. That hits us for 2. We take in a lot of damage suddenly. So we could block this for 2 and then spend 2 cards to ready ourselves, I don't think it's that good. I don't know if there's encounter cards that just zap you for a bit of damage. So I think we do defend here, but if we defend here, we can't recover. So I think we're going to Quinn Carrier Desperate Defense just to heal 2, which like not my favorite. So we will block for 2 and then take no damage. So we ready Desperate Defense. Sacrifice Ironheart. I'm going to keep Ironheart for another attack from the villain. I think it's more likely. Because if we're seeing 2 encounter cards, I guess we're canceling one of them, so maybe we shouldn't. Yeah, I could see us sacrificing Ironheart, but I don't actually think we use this hand that well that we have to be precious about the resources. So maybe. We should be taking more attacks, famous last words. I know, we could have a stun there. Oh, God. It's a Berserk Mutate. 3 health. It's attacking. We can cancel this one. I'm going to cancel this one. So we will just play Warp Reality. Hopefully it's not a one that attacks us. So when encounter card is revealed from the counter deck, cancel all of its effects. I don't know if when revealed happens before or after the quick strike engage. I'm going to say it's before. If it's after, I'll do it after. Hey, 1 second. My partner just came home. All right. I think we can cancel this. And this has no boosts on it, so we discard nothing. Again, I don't know if quick strike happens first. I just want to make sure I unmuted myself, right? Yeah, it looks like I did. Yeah, we're good. Okay, next card. Zola's Mutate. Oh, my. This one would have been so much better to cancel. I'm a coward. When revealed, discard cards from the top of the counter deck until attack attachment is discarded. We got 1 and 1. So now this thing has 7 health and retaliate 1. Because pain inhibitors hits it. Man, this would have been so much better to cancel. Why did we do that? So plus 2 hit points and retaliate. So Zola's Mutate is big. Yeah, these are really big. We could consider doing the laser cannon here. Back to us, I guess. So we need to jump down into Alter Ego and our hand does nothing. In Alter Ego, we can draw more cards, we can recover, we can draw a card, we can filter 2 to draw. Like we have a bunch of cards we can draw here. But yeah, we might need to fire the cannon. This is probably a cannon fire. It's just if we jump down, there's not much more we can do with our hand. Like we can play Unflappable, Magic Shield, and call it a day. But that's it. Yeah. Yeah, we canceled the wrong card, I think. I'm just going to fire it. I think we're going to do the laser cannon. I think we're in a bad spot. So we're going to just rip this, discard this card, remove it from the game. Bye now. Deal 5 damage to the villain and each enemy engaged with you. So Zola takes 5. Everything else gets cleaned up. So that actually did 15 damage, which is really high for what you want this to be. The Zola's Mutate is still alive. That wasn't an attack, so we don't take Retaliate twice. But now we're just going to put White Tiger. We're going to put Ironheart into it. She's defeated by, what's it called? Retaliate. And then White Tiger attacks. She survives the Retaliate because it gets knocked out. Are those shells in the artwork, despite it, the laser ejects shells? Honestly? Yes. But those that could have been there before. It looks like this is not a laser cannon. Like, it looks like the end has like 5 separate barrels. Maybe this is like some sort of minigun. But it's heated up, which like, I guess technically a laser could heat up. I don't know. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, we're going to jump down. Here in Alter Ego, we don't really have a reason to fire our text because we can play 2 of these cards. But we're going to use Agatha. And so we're going to draw, look at 3, draw 1. Nick, we're going to put them on the bottom. Power on all of us. Does that change anything? Preemptive Strike. If we draw Nick, we can't play Nick. If we draw Power on all of us, we can use it for the Helicarrier and then play Magic Shield. But I think I'd rather play anything else. So we'll take the preemptive and we'll put these 2 cards together, which is good. I guess we'll put this one on top, probably. I think defensive end cards in her kit make her so slow. I don't disagree with you. We've had to play 1 here and it wasn't amazing, but it did keep us kind of okay because it allows us to recover, but it's not my favorite. All right, so we're just going to play the Magic Shield and Unflappable. So we basically healed 6 this turn. I guess we'll move our resources to the bottom. And we'll keep our defense stuff in the middle. So Unflappable means that when we defend, we draw a card. And then Magic Shield just says when a friendly character would take 3 damage, up to 3 damage, we can cancel up to 3 damage. Okay, we'll recover for 3. And we'll pass. So I'm glad we have the Confuse here, at least for a moment. All right, draw 6. 1-2. Electrostatic, Desperate Defense. Don't love that. Spiritual's fine. Quicksilver is fine. And energy. Actually, with the energy, we can do the Quicksilver thing. The problem is like Quicksilver attacking to Zola is not a good use of our time because of the Retaliate. So we probably would need to use Quicksilver to clear minions. This goes to 2. It puts a test counter. From some articles, and her innate can be used once per phase, meaning she can switch to a heavy hitter boost card on the villain phase. You have to reveal to decide each card separate and cannot check both cards first. How's it going, by the way, lore takers? Are you reading the article from when she was revealed? Those are not always rules accurate, but they're usually close enough, right? Zola is confused. 1 encounter card. Mind Ray. This one's really bad if you're in hero mode. This is still bad. Zola schemes, you were confused. So this could pop if we're unlucky. And notably, we cannot control. Oh, actually, we can use Scarlet Witch's Crown here, which I think we're allowed to use. I think we can use this because it's not in hero mode. When a boost icon and encounter cards are counted. So Zola is scheming. We're confused. We have no thwart events in our whole deck. Zola is scheming for 1/2. This is a 0 boost, so we can't really do anything. It says place 1 test counter on the main scheme. So Zola brings us to 4, and that's it. Yeah, Lord Taker, I understand when it's 3 separate cards, we can reveal and decide each card separate. Yes. And then we can fire them separately. So you can draw a card before deciding, I think. I just don't know if you can just use it on any boost card. I think you can. Okay. So we have a bunch of things that we can do here. We'll start with Agatha, which is the unknown information. I think that's right. We might play Quicksilver to go up +1 card, but again, Quicksilver on this board state's not particularly good, so it might not be right. So we'll look at the top 3. Probably don't take that. I'll take Clea. We'll put Magic Shield preemptive on the bottom. All right, I think we'll meditate. So spiritual meditation, you know how it works. Spiritual meditation. We draw 2, discard 1. We'll just go ahead and get rid of that before thinking too hard about it. And then we can still do Wanda's text and alter ego. I think we're going to recover just because health matters a fair bit more in this mode, and White Tiger can deal with most of this. The information is from 3 separate sources. To make it more official, it's not a single source. Of discarding or of the instant? Because I know when you discard 3 cards, you can decide 1 at a time how you want to use them. But I'm not sure what the implication is of that exactly. Okay, I don't think we'll play Quicksilver. I think Iron Fist is a lot better. So we'll use our alter ego. We'll discard Quicksilver and draw 2. Meditation. Okay, genius. We've drawn all our resources. We'll play another meditation. 1, 2. You know how it'd be. You do know how it'd be. I'm going to get rid of the armor. One more time. Draw 2. 1, 2. Molecular Decay will knock at Zola, so we should definitely do that. So this hand plays Clea for a block, Iron Fist for a block, and then we can just play, I guess we don't play Clea then. So we'll throw out Clea. He's talking about Wanda's ability to reroll boost cards. Okay, well, hold on. I have to read this way more slowly. You can use it on regular boost cards during villain phase. Sorry, it took me a while to search it up. Oh, okay, cool. So you can just use it on any boost card because technically you count like naturally. When you reveal a boost card, you count the icons. And then yeah, if you reveal multiple, you can use the ability on any of them. Grenade can be used once per phase, meaning she can switch out a heavy hitter boost card in the villain phase. Yeah, that makes sense. That is exactly what we want to talk about, yeah. You have to reveal and decide each card separate and cannot check both cards. Oh, so what you're saying is if you have multiple boost cards. Yeah, that makes sense. So the idea is that say that a villain's attacking you with multiple boost cards, you have to reveal the first boost card, decide to deal with that boost card with either of your abilities before you reveal the second boost card. That is super intuitive. Yeah, that's the same with like Falcon and anything that interacts with boost cards. You have to do them before you reveal the second time because specifically boost cards say reveal, count, then reveal, count. So that makes sense. Thank you though. That does confirm 100% though you can use it just on an average boost card, which is kind of sick to know. All right, we'll flip up. We can knock at Zola for sure. When Zola advances, I don't know if Zola 3 has any text. A minion. And you reveal it. So that's quick strike. So let's not jump up yet because I think we're going to recover anyways. Is there any way we can do that much damage to Zola without jumping up? Because I don't want to be attacked by a minion. I guess we can hex bolt it and get the little guy with toughness and maybe blow through that. That's probably correct. In Alter Ego, the most damage we have is Iron Fist doing 2. Okay, we'll recover for 3 because we have to be careful. We'll flip up now. And now we're going to start to do things. So what sort of things, you ask? It's a good question. I mean, we might as well start with the Molecular Decay because it's likely to one-shot and then we don't waste damage. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, Molecular Decay. We haven't played one all game and we've been kind of struggling to stay afloat, but there's so many more minions you have to deal with. And we're going to be drawing another minion next turn, which like that's scary. So we deal 5 damage to Zola and then we discard 2. So we're just looking for small boosts here. This has no boost on it. This has 1 boost on it. We can reroll the ultimate bioservant if we want to, or we can just force this. I think we want to use none of our effects. So because our effects are much better when we have hex bolts. So unfortunately we drew like 1 boost where we just need 2 boosts. So I think we're just gonna make sure we'll keep this safe, and we'll Scarlet Witch's Crest to make this do 2 damage, and we'll hit Zola for 2 more, but that's a really, really bad roll. Notably, the deck has at least 4 cards. It has 3 cards. It has 4 cards, at least 3 cards, so we can Hex Bolt with full value. So Zola takes 2 more and we advance. All right, so firstly, we take the Retaliate because Zola side 2 has that text. And then each player searches the counter deck and discard pile. I think we're just going to go for the Mutate because it's the least scary one. Or not the Mutate, the Ultimate Bioservant. Okay, this comes in toughness 4 health. I feel like the green defense events and supports in your campaign have been almost exclusively been discarded to use to pay for Scarlet Witch aspects cards, basic cards, and allies. You're 100% right. And while I'm going to be very clear that the protection parts of this deck, specifically not the allies, are easily the worst part of this deck, the upside is that one of the costs of playing defense events in Marvel Champions is that they're really bad when you draw into them midway through a turn, or when you draw into them when the villain is stunned or you're just not getting attacked in general. And that's like a good thing about Scarlet Witch and Meditation and Agatha and all these other like mitigation effects and our alter ego effect, is that you can actually get these cards out of hand. Because obviously if you draw a defense event halfway through your turn, like you're not going to use them. If you jump down to alter ego, like drawing defense events sucks unless you're specifically playing taunt, which we can't because it didn't exist for another like 3 years. So like that's a good part. We should celebrate that, is that we can actually turn our bad defense events into good cards. But then obviously you could say like just play good cards in the first place. Because you're right, the protection cards in this deck are the worst part. It'd probably be better if we cut all these defense events, and mind you, this is how classically you played a lot of defense decks back in the day, and then just played like more static cards like Energy Barrier, which do value on most board states, especially because like Quick Strike is getting us real bad. But I hear you. But yeah, Scarlet Witch's cards are really good. I think that's the other upside, is like her cards are good, but we have a lot of ability to control things. Heading out to game night. Hey, enjoy the rest of your Friday, Metapper. Thanks for dropping by, huh? Okay, so we've done good. We've done good so far. We want to play a Hex Bolt, and then we'll play Iron Fist, and that should be good enough. So we'll start with the Hex Bolt and see what happens. Oh, we've used our Quinn Carrier since when? When did we use our Quinn Carrier? Oh, immediately. So we actually can't play both of these cards. So I guess we have to hope that we draw a card off Hex Bolt, huh? Math is hard sometimes. Hex Bolt. So we look at 3. We can still use Scarlet Witch's ability. So that's a card draw. Good. That is 2 damage. Good, but there's a toughness, not great. And then this is remove 2 threat. I'm going to reroll the remove 2 threat. This decks us out. So that's 2 damage. So this is good. So we do deck out. So these are technically in limbo. We will shuffle this. God, this deck is so big and we rip through it. I mean, Scarlet Witch stuff. I'm not scared of ripping through the deck. Like, yeah, you get an acceleration, but like the abilities are so good that they're worth it, let alone they're fun. Reminds me of Magneto. I feel like when I play him, I'm always discarding the aspect cards just to play his cards. Yeah, but he also, I think, forces you to discard your cards, right? Off the top of your deck with his magnetism effect. Okay, so we have to resolve these 3 texts. We've used all our mitigation effect. So firstly, exhaustion, that's good enough. This is a 2 boost, so we'll just draw a card, which means we can play our next card. We draw a Magic Shield. Fantastic. That's done. These are both 0 boosts, so they just do 2 damage. So we hit tough, hit for 2, which means in theory, if we don't want to stun Zola, we can knock out the Bioservant before it gets attached. There are no upgrades in the discard pile, so it might be a bit better for us. Then we'll spend 1, 2, 3, 4. We could Hex Bolt again, but I think Iron Fist overall will be a bit better for damage mitigation. So you know this guy. He's the Proto Psylocke. Comes in with 3 health, 2 Mystic counters, and the ability to attack twice before he gets blown out. So he's going to attack Zola, I think. Like, we can knock out the Bioservant. Chad, do you think we knock out the Bioservant, or do you think we just hit Zola with the stun? Zola only attacks for 2 in a card, and we have a magical shield, so I don't think it's super concerning. We will use White Tiger here, and notably, we don't want to be blocking with any allies that have 1 health anymore, because we just shuffled all the concussive blasts back into the deck. I think we're basically at the territory where next turn we can win if we draw a Molecular Decay, and I think we still have 1 in our deck. Yeah, we have 2 in our deck. So we probably should just do damage to Zola and not care about the Bioservant. One of the attachments does give a guard, but that's fine. Blocking the minion gives you free card draw. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to get another minion too, though. So like we're going to get a minion no matter what. Could also be a quick strike that hits us for 4. We can use the magic shield, but I think we'll hit Zola. So we'll attack for 2 into the villain, get a stun, and we take retaliate 1. So it's risky to block with Iron Fist. That's it, we'll pass. Good turn. That turn was enabled by being forced into Alter Ego, which is kind of cool. Nick, that's always good. Magic Shield. Power Novice with Nick, which we set up as much as we did shuffle our deck. Do we shuffle our deck? Why did we shuffle our deck? I thought we put these together. Did we shuffle our deck? For Voodoo, maybe? Preemptive, that's good. Chaos Magic is a free Nick, that's absurd. 6th card because of we're a Magician Armored Vest, which like, yeah, that's been really important. Okay, this goes up to 3. Hits the 3rd counter. And so we have to do the text on the island of Dr. Zola. So we have to discard cards until we find a minion. Hopefully it's not the quick strike one. We reveal it. It is another ultimate bioservant. So that's ultimately, pun intended, not that bad. So 2 ultimate bioservants are in play. They have the same text as much as one of them is a bit dinged up. So toughness, 4 health. And these get stronger if they get things attached to them. So that's totally acceptable. Zola is stunned, and each bioservant will hit us for 1. We'll just take them to the face. So we're down to 6. We do want to make sure that we end our turn on like 3 health or end the game on 3 health. Maybe we can end the game this turn. We'll have to be pretty lucky for that to be the case. Oh, wow. Oh, God. Oh, God. The whole gang is here. Oh, no. Oh, there's so many. I mean, that's scary. That's not good. Okay. Okay, they're all just sitting there menacingly looking at us, and they're all so tough. I mean, gang up is not here yet. Well, okay, that's good. Is it a penalty for being engaged with the minion at the end of this one at the start of Red Skull? I don't think so. That's a good question. This is public information. Yeah, each player engaged with a minion records they are. I forgot about that. So we are incentivized to knock these out, which is fun. That's a nice way to like actually make you engage with these things, as opposed to just like blitzing it. Okay, so for sure we just start with Chaos Magic here. And we need to get Hex Bolts and some stuff. But I think all we have in the deck is a lot of damage. We're not at a good spot. Nick Fury's going to draw 3 cards. Zola is like really hard compared to everything else in this box. I think it's fun though. So we draw 3. Hex Bolt. Oh, we had one more. Sick. Mansion, whatever. And a Hex Bolt. Whoa. Whoa. Is there any chance a Hex Bolt cleans the table? Okay, so Iron Fist can stun Zola. We need to do a bit of work here on the table. We are confused, so we can't clear this on itself, but we might just errantly get one from the Hexbolt. But the 2 cards on the bottom of their deck are both Mutant Decays. Check that out. They're exactly both Molecular Decays. If we drew a Molecular Decay here, we might have had Lethal, and we could have just left. However, we would be a bit banged up, and we'd have some minions engaged with us. Ultimate Bioservant is doing the exact pose from the Kevin James meme, and I can't unsee it. I don't know if I know what the Kevin James meme is, but Paul Blart style, I'm guessing. Damn, we could have just ripped through this. I mean, we could still maybe draw a card here. Okay, we'll do Wild plus Preemptive for Hexbolt, and we'll just see what happens. We have all our mitigation effects, so we're going to discard 3. We get 0 boost. That's 2 damage. That's 1 servant. Yeah. 0 boost. That's 2 damage. That's a toughness. We could have attacked with Scarlet Witch first. Probably was correct to take a toughness off. And then 2 damage, which is draw a card. We can make that 3 damage for a stun, which is probably pretty good. I could see that being right. We could also go for a confuse and jump down. But we have Nick Fury, so the stun's actually not that good. I think we go for a confuse because toughness is not that good. Yeah, okay, so we're going to have another Hexbolt here. So let's start here. This Hexbolt will do 2. This Hexbolt will do 2 to this toughness, which that's on us. I guess we could have pinged that. And then this will promote to be 3 and will confuse Zola, which is a bit silly, but Nick Fury is a really good blocker this turn. We don't want to jump down. We could have drawn a card, but I didn't do any math whether it hits any breakpoints. Okay, so we do want to clear all the bioservants. So we can even keep Iron Fist alive. Like Iron Fist can attack for 1, and we can use the magic shield to make him able to technically block an attack. We don't really want to stun Zola, so Iron Fist could attack a bioservant and just do 2 damage. And then we can just keep him alive and then use him again next turn and actually stun Zola. That's actually kind of sick. The question is whether we do 3 thwart here, because this is going to go to 5. It might just hit 6, but we might clear with Hexbolt. But I could see us, like, it's not likely that we do 6 damage, which is where taking the toughness off. So I think we just play the next Hexbolt and see what happens. So we'll do 1, 2 into this Hexbolt. Technically, if we draw a card, there's nothing in the bottom of our deck that Power All of Us does, so we'll just Hexbolt one more time. So reveal 3, we still can reroll. 0 boost, that's 2 damage, that's good. Brother Voodoo? Brother Voodoo was in the counter deck? Huh? Did you see that? Did that happen? That means we lost Brother Voodoo for a whole deck cycle. Sometimes I do that. Let's just do a little sanity check. Yeah, no, okay. Brother Voodoo. Good to see that guy. 1 boost, which is 2 threat, which is not bad. And then we have 0 boost. So that's 4 damage. So we'll lock in the 4 damage to knock out this Bioservant. And I think we'll actually take the 1 threat and not go for the reroll, because that will read this down to 1, which is a safe spot. And we don't really need the status counter here. So that was pretty good. That was actually quite good. We did 6 damage. We did like 8 damage, right? Okay. So then we're going to use Iron Fist, who's going to attack for 2 into the toughness. No, we're going to attack for 1 into the toughness. Then Iron Fist is going to attack into 2 into the Bioservant. But before Iron Fist is going to take the consequential, we can actually pop the Magic Shield, I think. When a friendly character would take any amount of damage, prevent 3, and so Iron Fist lives, Nick Fury will knock out the Bioservant, which we want to clear the table. I mean, that was a good turn, all things considered. And then we'll just play another Magic Shield, which means next turn we're going to be drawing 2 copies of these. We know that. We're going to be drawing too many encounter cards, which is a bit scary. But that means we're likely going to be able to do enough damage to get the lethal, jump down, and then use our allies to finish it off while we recover slowly. On a side note, what's your thought on Scarlet Witch and Pool? More chaos, like 7 Hexbolts with I Got This? What is I Got This? The following icons are 1 or more card in play, deal 3 damage to an enemy. Oh, just like playing I Got This? I mean, I'm not a huge Pool fan, I'll be honest. I find Pool to be like my favorite part of the Pool are the meta cards. The metagame cards I think are actually quite fun. But I don't like the Pool allies are not bad. They're just kind of boring because they just sit on the table. But I Got This as a fun card. The thing is, like, you have to get these icons for it to be good. Yeah, I don't know. He might either deal 1 damage to friendly characters, though. He might, but we have a Magic Shield, so we can still deal with that. I Got This is a really fun card if you build into it. And you have to build into this by playing the allies or putting side schemes into play. So it's not a bad card, for sure. It's funny how it is functionally, yeah, just a Hexbolt with consistency. Ready and Ally can be really broken with this card. Because can't you do something with I Got This and then, like, Miss Marvel? If you play Cameo, I guess you can't do all that in a Pool deck. Well, I guess you can. You have to play like Scarlet Witch or something. Or Golden Boy. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Blech. 4. Okay, that's good. 5. 3 Molecular Decay hands. That's what you want to give us? 6 a Preemptive Strike. Probably doesn't matter. This goes to 3, and we get 1 test counter. And then Zola's going to attack us for 2 and a card. We'll put Nick Fury in the way. 1, 2. Boost. Give the villain a tough status. I don't like that. Nick is knocked. Misses the deck cycle. Feels bad. 2 encounter cards, and we have no way of interacting with them. Yeah. First. Oh, that's bad. Mind Ray. That's not good. So Zola attacks you, you are stunned. That is everything that we don't want this to be, which pushes us away. Like the toughness is bad, the stun is bad, it puts us far away. And Zola is now attacking us for 2 and a card. Oh, if we defend here, we get unflappable, and we probably don't take damage if we fire our Magic Shield. I think that's fine. Even if we defend for 2, we can just like Preemptive Strike. Preemptive Strike is not an attack, so we can knock out the toughness at a minimum. I mean, that's fine. So we'll defend. Oh, if we defend here, we can't play Molecular Decay unless we force 2 Molecular Decays. Maybe we just think that the cool thing with the Magic Shield is it just doesn't care if we're defending or not. And then if we pop the Preemptive Strike, if there's boost icons, we'll knock the toughness while out exhausting ourselves. I think that's what we probably do here. So we're attacked for 1, 2. No boost icons. This says place 1 threat counter. So it's only being attacked for 2 damage. That sucks because that has no boost icons on it. We can't. No. We are going to pull another card. We want to be in control here. We need this to have the boost icons. So we're going to use our once a phase ability to discard this and hopefully reveal something worse. 1 boost icon. Perfect. Sorry, I hit the microphone. That's all we need here. Because now there's 1 boost icon, which means we're taking 1 damage. Sorry, we're taking 3 damage. But we're going to go ahead and do, I guess, Quinn Carrier to Preemptive Strike. So now we technically defended. So we're going to not take 1 damage and we're going to take the toughness off. It's not an attack, so we don't take Retaliate. And then so we don't take damage, we're going to pop the magic shield, which prevents the 2 damage we would be taking. So we didn't take damage. So unflappable draws. That's in theory what we're meant to be doing. And we drew a Hex Bolt, which that's pretty exciting. We're also now ready so we can take the toughness off. The problem is if we attack Zola, we're going to take Retaliate, which we don't want to do. Test subjects. Okay, we can ignore that if we can win. This is what we started with. Comes in with Hazard and 2 threat. And we discard this. We have to go get a minion and reveal it, which is not good. Sorry, I cleared that a bit fast. Okay, so how likely is that to win this turn? Not incredibly liking. I mean, if you don't want to play the pool cards, you can still discard them for good Scarlet Witch cards. So it's like a meta with the game. I'm not a fan of pool as well. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of pool. Do you take Retaliate if you're stunned, since stun is replacement effect? No, you don't. So if we attack and we're just to take the stun off, you're right. We don't take the Retaliate because we don't actually attack Zola. So that's not bad. The problem is we'll be exhausted, but I think we just knock Zola down to low health and jump down to Alter Ego and then just like Coward hide. Sorry, I mean Brave Hero hide. And then we just recover and then knock out it with whatever minion we draw. I mean, there's a chance we Hex Bolt because it's good fun. Like Hex Bolt is just fun. Fun is good. Good is fun. We could clear threat off the Isle of Dr. Zola. We could draw cards. I mean, why wouldn't we Hex Bolt here? The answer is because we have to play Molecular Decay, but that's 3 cards. This is 2 cards. I mean, it's a match made in heaven. We'll attack for 1. Get rid of the stun. Play Hex Bolt and see what the heck happens. All right, we discard. A 1. So that's remove 2 threat. That's acceptable. A 2, that's draw a card. We don't really need that. We can make that toughness for us. And a 2, which is not necessary. So I'm going to Scarlet Witch reroll one of these. So 1, that's good. That's good. That's really good. And then we're going to use our crest to make the master plan into a 3 because drawing a card doesn't matter. So technically we're not gonna be able to use it on Molecular Decay, but that's fine. So we're gonna go give ourselves a toughness, which is just a bit of safety. And we're gonna remove 4 threat from the main scheme. I don't care about test subjects, I don't think. Iron Fist will attack for 2 into Zola. Oh, hold on. Actually, no. Let's see if we, because we could just defeat him and we don't want to do that. We'll now spend 2 Molecular Decays to play Molecular Decay. And so we're going to do 5 damage to Zola. This is going to ping the toughness, actually. So we did this in the bad order, but like, whatever. That's not a big difference. So we do 5 to Zola and we discard 2. That's 6. That's 7, 8. Good enough. Takes 3 more. Actually, no, I wish that was bigger. We can't reroll. We can't increase because we did that. We take the toughness off. That was a very bad toughness. Let's not pretend it wasn't. We should have done that in the other order for sure. Iron Fist will attack for 2 into Zola. Gets the stun off because I think Iron Fist should happen first. Iron Fist says response when Iron Fist attacks. So actually, no, that doesn't happen. Retaliate happens first, right? Shit. When Iron Fist attacks an enemy, remove a mystic counter from him. It's not an interrupt, it's a when. When happens first? Oh, Iron Fist did 23 damage. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So this is when? So I think Retaliate happens first. Retaliate's the first thing, and then it's when responses. Oh, I forgot to open the rules thing. Okay, hold on. We have a break here in the middle. 1.7. We have to go to the attack order. I'm pretty sure Retaliate's the first thing that happens. Okay. Yeah, okay. So the Retaliate keyword happens first. Then forced abilities with the following trigger after ally attacks, after attacks. Oh no, so when happens first? Resolve any boost, increase the discard. So wait, we have to do attack hero player activation. So when attack multiple targets, okay, the order is the Retaliate X keyword, forced abilities with the following triggers after. So when happens first? Yeah. Huh? When is that meant to happen? So Retaliate, then forced abilities with the following triggers after. So I'm assuming one has to happen before Retaliate, considering I can't find it on the chart. So it looks like we should be okay. So that means we can do Iron Fist text first to get the stun, and then Iron Fist does 2 instead of 23, which is a bit of a difference, and then it gets knocked out to Retaliate. Okay, we will hop down. We technically can look at 3 with Agatha Harkness. I mean, we might as well. 1, 2, 3. We don't want to draw this. We can keep the energy in our hand. So let's just keep the energy in our hand and bottom these 2. So we're going to have to recover and hopefully find an ally that does damage. The best case would be Nick Fury, but Nick Fury's at the bottom. So we probably have to recover and then just do one attack. So it might not be this turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, Quicksilver does it. Quicksilver wins. So we can recover to 9 and they have Quicksilver finish the game. That's actually a really good draw. Goes to 2 and 2. Stun. Sorry, confuse. And because of the hazard, 2 encounter cards. First one, pain inhibitors. I don't know if these have surge or not. We haven't naturally drawn an upgrade yet. Attached to the minion with the most remaining hit points. If you cannot, this card gains surge. Advance. That's bad. Probably not the end of the world, but bad. The villain schemes. So Zola schemes now for 3 in a card. 1 boost. We can use our text on Witch's Crest, and we can make this have a 0 boost, which brings us to 5. Yeah, because the interrupt on this is not attached to being in hero mode. So that's a 0 boost, so we hit 5 exactly. It breaks on 6, mind you. Concussive Blast, fine, we take a damage. So glad that we got to use our Iron Fist before this showed up, but this is just take 1. So we're going to be slightly banged up. So now we can make a decision. The problem is like next turn is a really bad turn because we're going to get a minion. So I think we're just going to recover to 3. We're going to recover to 8 and then just leave. And Quicksilver means we can just leave because all we have to do is 4 damage to Zola. So there's a lot of things that we could do. I don't think there's any card in our deck that readies us or lets us recover more. So I don't think we have to do any of those things. There's no minions engaged with us, which is perfect for the campaign. So we're just going to recover for 3 and just keep this very simple. So we're going to start next turn with 10, next game with 10 health. And we're just going to do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Quicksilver. Just so that we can say that we've done this because we haven't. We're going to use our alter ego text. And this is not a good card to discard, but we'll discard 2 to draw 3 because that's fun. Cool. Nice. And then we're going to use Quicksilver who attacks. Quicksilver is going to do 2 damage to Zola and take 1 damage back. So Quicksilver is going to do 2. Take 2. Then we'll use Quicksilver's action to ready Quicksilver, and Quicksilver is going to attack for 2. And knock at Zola before the retaliate knocks out our friend Quicksilver. We could have drawn more if we needed more damage. We technically needed just another ally. White Tiger was the damage. And we could even have jumped up and Hex Bolt could have finished the game. Managed to pull it together just in time. Yeah, that one was bad. Zola can be pretty bad. We did get overwhelmed, and shout out to the laser cannon. The laser cannon was actually really sick. So that takes us to the end of Zola, which I think is usually the hardest one. And the victory conditions are really good for us. Each player engaged with an enemy records they're engaged with an enemy in the campaign log. If the Hydra Prison scheme is in play, we lose our ally. They're in prison. That's bad. And if the Hydra Prison scheme is not in play, which I forgot it's attached to that, each player may replace their basic condition with its improved side, which is really good. And we're going to record our 8 health. So our improved condition is so much better. This is the improved thwart upgrade, which they really did not think of a better name for this one, huh? So you got +2 hit points, you get +1 thwart, and after you defeat a side scheme, draw a card. This is so absurdly good in Red Skull, because Red Skull, by default, produces a side scheme every single dang turn. So not only are we a 3 threat, we're functionally at 6 or 7 hand size, which is absurd. It did get errata to be an interrupt? Clash, what did get errata to be an interrupt? Scarlet Witch's Crest or Iron Fist? Did Iron Fist become an interrupt? Because that makes sense. It should be an interrupt because it interrupts the thing happening. It doesn't respond to the thing happening because it should be the same as Psylocke. So I'm assuming that got because yeah, it should be like Psylocke. Psylocke should be a star interrupt, and Iron Fist is not. It's just a response, which is not correct timing. So that's probably why we couldn't find it. Okay, how's everyone doing? We've been streaming for 4 hours and 13 minutes. It's not even the end of the workday, so we're gonna keep going. This is now technically our job. That's kind of sick in some ways. So we're gonna go ahead and shuffle up and try and finish this whole campaign against Red Skull, which usually Zola is actually harder, but we've gone pretty well so far. Yeah, Iron Fist is an interrupt, page 63. Okay, cool. So they eroded it. That makes sense. It's the exact same timing structure as Psylocke, which is what it should be. How's everyone doing today? How's everyone's weekend? Thanks so much for tuning in, by the way. We're going to be doing more streams at non-conventional times, as much as we'll still be here Sunday morning if you got used to that. The problem is this is what I was planning to do Sunday morning with this deck, so hopefully we figure out something. It's more likely, though, that we'll just find something cool on Marvel CDB that somebody played at Con of Heroes. The issue with that is most of the Con of Hero decks are like kind of built with multiplayer in mind, and that's not exactly what we do here all the time. So let's just separate this to its requisite parts. It was one of their first erratas. Oh, sick. I wasn't playing at the time. That's really good to know. So this goes something like that. Now we go on to get a punch a Nazi in the face, which let me tell you, what a rare treat, huh? Not conventional times. It's 4 a.m. for me. I'm so sorry. Is Sunday morning a lot better, maybe? I guess it should be, huh? We'll keep one bioservant app for setup. No, that's not right. I'm getting hungry, but we'll be able to get through this. It's also getting warm, but we'll, again, I will eventually have the red skull when I start getting gross and sweaty. So this is a lot of cards. That sounds right. We'll clean this up better later. It doesn't matter. The desk behind me, you shouldn't see it. It's a huge mess of Marvel Champions cards. And so again, this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yeah, that's right. 2215 here. Not too bad. Not too bad. You're literally on the opposite side of the world? I didn't know that. But yeah, I probably am. That's kind of awkward, huh? I prefer Saturday. I can't tune in on Sunday because of work in the morning. Bummer. I can't promise that. Actually, tomorrow, Saturday, we're going to be streaming. It's a Netrunner tournament. We'll be streaming it on the Metropolitan Grid if you want to drop by. It's a big online tournament. We generally do a good enough job trying to make it accessible. I won't be doing commentary the whole time, but that will be tomorrow, starting at, I think, like 11 in the morning, maybe a bit later, if you want to watch some Netrunner. All right, Red Skull has a bit of a setup. Let's go get the Red Skull side scheme deck. We're going to need that in a second. We got this piece of work. And Red Skull's really cool, at least, let's say that, because Red Skull has a side deck of side schemes, and most of them have like 3 threat, which is not the end of the world. However, when you clear them, you usually get a benefit. So villain name Red Skull, side 2. Let's go. Okay, so we have to separate all the side schemes. In this setup, this thing might show up, who knows? The only thing that we have to get is Hydra Assault and Hydra Patrol. So give me 1 second to find those. The Rise of Red Skull. I kind of like it when the side scheme or the main scheme has the name of the box. I think that's really cute. I don't know how often that happened. So Hydra Patrol. So that has a side scheme in it. No, this is not right. And he is not a Weapons Master. I was wrong. So Hydra Patrol has a side scheme that goes into the deck. So that's 5. And then we need Hydra Assault, which is the one that knocks out our support. Big meow. Did you hear that? There's no shot you hear that. Why are you yelling at me? Is it lunchtime and no one's fed you lunch? I'm missing 1 Hydra Assault card here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm glad we took out the card that would have let us thwart when we're blocking, because what blocking are we doing? I'm in the Caribbean. Oh yeah, that's really very far away, huh? I just looked at the rulebook. Iron Fist text got errata that makes an interrupt based on a response, as it should have been from the start. Nikos, yeah, thank you. Yeah, we got told about that. And it makes so much more sense because it's the exact same structure as Psylocke. Hold on, Nana, it's 4. You don't get fed till 5. Go find Maddie. She might break early. All right, let's give this a proper shuffle. Massive deck. Again, that was kind of a Rise of the Red Skull thing, is the counter decks are really, really big. Speaking of, what's in here? There's, I think, only 2 or 3 minions in Red Skull. A lot of attachments. Some of them don't do that much. Hydra Assault, again, mostly minions. There's a bit of a quick strike thing there. The Hydra Jet Troopers, they're very similar to the Mutates. I think those are the Berserks. And Hydra Patrol has those little regulars, and the Hydra Patrol itself side scheme is not really threatening at all. And the big thing about Red Skull is you need to make sure you're clearing the side schemes, because his stats go up the more side schemes are in play, let alone some of the encounter cards I think might get a bit worse, but I'm not 100% sure about that. In theory, you just want to clear the side scheme the turn it shows up. And now with our basic or our upgraded thwart upgrade, we draw a card when we clear a side scheme. So like we have 17 different reasons to do that. We also are playing Nick Fury. Nick Fury is just such a good card in this because there's a side scheme that just says, go grab a minion from your deck, or sorry, an ally, and put it into play. All right, put the Red House into play. That's a fun side scheme. That's this one. So this one always starts in play. The Red House has a proto version of this salt keyword before it was coined. So you can use your attack to thwart this. And while this is in play, lovely theme. Red Skull can't take any damage. Now, the other thing we do is we build the side scheme deck. So every side scheme, no matter how it shows up into this, has to get shuffled into its own deck. And then every turn will be drawing from that deck. Now, when that deck is empty, you don't draw an encounter card or put an acceleration. You just shuffle that discard pile and then keep going from it. And there is 1 Hydra Patrol card and then 5 or 6 other Red Skull side schemes. So there's a lot of them. I thought Assault was mandatory. No, I don't think Assault is mandatory. I think it's a choice, but I could be wrong. I just don't know the name of any Assault cards to pull them up. But this is optional because it says they may. I think Assault might say may. If you can tell me the name of an assault side scheme, I can pull it up. I just don't know them off by heart. There's only like 1 or 2 that are part of the player side scheme cards. All right, that's most of the setup. We put some stuff aside out of play. We built the side scheme deck. We flip this over. Now there is going to be something that's going to kick in here because of our what's it called? The way that we did the campaign. Because this is the Rise of Red Skull. So it's force response during the beginning of the villain phase. We grab the top card of the side scheme deck. So there's always going to be a side scheme. However, we have to remember this text, which says we're going to start with 8 threat. Look at all the bad things happening. And it says, each player searches for shuffled experimental attachments according to the campaign log, put the setup cards into play, and then place X threat counters on the main scheme, where X is the number of delay counters in the campaign log. So if you get more than 8, it's a problem, but we have 4. So we're going to start with 4 threat there, which is a small bit of, little campaign rules. Now, the expert campaign only set each player's hit points. Each player may add 1 random obligation. Each player who is recorded being engaged with an enemy deals themselves an encounter card. And the players lose this game. Red Skull conquers the world, and the players lose the campaign. I don't think the stakes have been higher. They really haven't. We do start with our improved thwart upgrade. We did lose our big thing, improved thwart upgrade, which means we do get just 2 health back immediately. So we kind of start at 10 health, which is nice. Keep them busy? Yeah, that sounds right. So keep them busy says, oh yeah, it's forced. You're right. It's not May. It's basic thwarts against us use attack. So you can't use your thwart. While Red House allows you to use either, which is fun. It's to make you not get stuck if you're playing an attack deck and you just can't do damage to Red Skull. As much as you're still going to run into issues. Okay, that's this. We haven't looked at Red Skull. Has not that much health still. It's like 16 for side 2 is not a lot. We get an encounter card. That's a treat. And Red Skull gets +1 attack for each side scheme. And because we're going to be drawing side schemes mandatorily every turn before Red Skull attacks, he functionally has 2 attack. There's only one side scheme that's really bad, because the ones that have the acceleration, those don't matter because you do that after putting threat here. But the one with the hazard, that one's bad because you just draw 2 encounter cards. Finally, a scenario where Hulk is good. I would not go that far. What the heck happened to the deck? Okay, we boxed the deck really bad, so I guess we'll just do this the right way. Yeah, what happened? Now some of the cards are upside down? Oh my god, we made a pig's ear out of this. 1, 2, okay. We're going to spend longer on this task than Absorbing Man. Think of the delay counters. Okay, yeah, it's all just sort of upside down. So I don't know why this is, and I've looked it up and I can't come up with the answer, but I know as a kid growing up, the idea of having a deck of cards where some cards are upside down was called a boxed deck. Boxed, right? And some people on the internet agree with that term. It might have a relationship to like hearts or something, or bridge. I don't know. But it's not a term everyone knows, and I don't know if it's correct. I've heard it in a couple places, but that's called boxing a deck, where you accidentally put cards upside down. Technically, when you play like a card game, like Netrunner, and even if you have like monochromatic colored sleeves, if some of your cards are upside down, that's technically a legal deck, if you ask me, because you can mark certain cards for being upside down. A lot of people don't care, but I'm a stickler about that. You never heard that before? Yeah, I find evidence online that I'm not the only person to say that, but I have no idea where I picked that up and if it's even correct. But yeah, a boxed deck. No idea why that is. Could not find anything convincing on the internet to tell me I'm correct. Yeah, Brother Voodoo's head again in the villain deck. That's good. We have 3 thwart. We have our only setup card because we lost one, and I think we're off. Again, we need to clear a side scheme a turn. And when we clear the red house, not only do we draw a card, we clear the red house. I guess I said that in the wrong way, but yeah, that's really good. All right, final fight. If we lose this, Red Skull takes over the world, and that's not good, obviously. The deck is upside down. All right, Hexbolt. Not amazing here. It would be nice to get a little stun, and maybe that we can do, but this is a maybe keep. It's like, oh no, we can remove threat off of the main scheme. There's 4 threat there, so this is okay. Doing some incidental damage is whatever, but it's not a setup card we want. I will keep Agatha. I think Agatha is good. She's been okay. She's probably in the maybe keep camp too. Preemptive, we obviously don't keep. Obviously no. Get out of there. Helicarrier. We haven't played one of these yet. It's expensive, but it's good. Like, obviously it's expensive and it's good. I think we can keep it. Worst case, if we don't like it, we throw it away to Wanda's text. But like, this hand is not easy to play all of this. We need a double here. I'll try to do it. I used to deal cards at a casino. A boxed card with a card turned face up in a deck. So it wasn't backwards, it was the wrong way around? Lefty, that's awesome information. So it wasn't the fact that it was like this, it was like that. And that's a box deck. So there is terminology. We need the experts, the professional card dealers. Electrostatic, Clea, Quinn Carrier. I don't like this hand. I think it's likely that we play Agatha. Agatha can fish for a double. If we're lucky, a double can play the Quinn Carrier, which is just a better card. The Quinn Carrier can play Clea. We also can do all of this or some part of this after we draw a card from clearing the red house. So like we're not doomed. Is Clea better than a Hexbolt? Honestly, Hexbolt's more fun. So I think we're going to start with our alter ego ability. Actually, no, we probably start with Wanda. So I don't think we're going to play the Electrostatic as much as it's one cost. And then we'll play Agatha, and then we'll use Agatha to look at the top 3 of our deck, add 1 to the hand, bottom the rest. So we're looking for doubles, not you. Okay. Bottom of the deck is real punchy. Okay, so my box deck is not even correct compared to what a box deck should be. Okay, that helps. We can now use Wanda's text. So in our alter ego, we can definitely not play the Helicarrier and Clea, I think. So we're going to discard these 2 to draw 2. But even when she's the only ally, can't escape the shadow of better cards. I mean, you're not wrong. That's sick. I mean, okay. We will jump up, and there's no shot that we're not thwarting for 3, which clears the red house. It goes into its own discard pile. Watch out, I never put that in the wrong place. And then we can do improved thwart upgrade. Such a functionally named card. And we can draw a card first. We get a molecular decay. I would love to throw that at the villain, but I don't think we do. I think we do 3 for a Quinn Carrier. And then we just play Hexbolt, see what we get from it. And then we play Unflappable with the Quinn Carrier. So let's just do a Hexbolt. So rip 3. 0 boost. It's good to see where that thing is. So that's 2 damage. That's whatever. 1 is 2 threat. That's good. And then 1 is 2 threat. That's good. Honestly, this is good enough. Like if we hit a 2 boost, we're in a bad spot because drawing a card does not matter. I think this is like a relatively good Hexbolt. Like again, we paid 2 or we paid 3 technically for 4 damage and 2 thwart. Like that's exactly what we wanted here. It would have been, no, this is exactly what we wanted. 4 threat and 2 damage is like perfect. The only better thing is a 3 boost, but Red Skull takes 2. Then we'll just use Quinn Carrier to play Unflappable, which in theory incentivizes us to do some blocking. Who knows if that will happen? We did discard a whole bunch of defense events and we'll pass. All right. Not bad at all. Draw 1. Nice. Meditation. Nice power and all of us. Hopefully we get a Sorcery Supreme. Magic Shield. Another Hexbolt. Strength and only 5 cards, but not a bad hand. And we get some more throughput with the meditation. All right. So the Rise of Red Skull. After we put that threat there, we just have to draw the top card of the side scheme deck and see what we get. So this is the Rise of Red Skull. After resolving step 1, reveal the top card. This is the best one by a mile. Oh my god, is this card good. Now I want to be very clear. The theme of this is awful. Obviously it is awful, maybe a bit too real. But when we clear this, not only do we draw a card, but we get Nick Fury, and Nick Fury draws 3 cards. So we basically spend our basic action to draw 4 cards. Yeah, it's like literally the best thing that could happen to us. So that's really good. Now the villain's going to attack us. The villain's attacking for 2 in a card because there's 1 side scheme in play. We're not really able to defend here because we need to be ready to attack for 3. So the only way that we can safely defend in this is with playing Preemptive, which we know 2 are on the bottom, 1 is here, or Desperate Defenses, which there's 2 here. So unfortunately, we're just going to leak some damage. So Unflappable is like whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4. We take 4. We could re-roll this, but I don't think we should. I think we just take 4. Down to 10. Yeah, we did heal 2. Red Skull's Right Hook. Good name of a card. Attach the Red Skull, gets Retaliate. And every resource in the world to get rid of this. Whatever. Hydra Exo Soldier. This one's a bit tanky. Toughness and 5 health is like pretty big. That requires a lot of work from Hexbolt. It does swing for 2, no matter which way you slice it, but we're going to draw a lot of cards here, so we should be okay. Now, I think we're going to be drawing all these cards before we do the meditation, because we might as well, and then we'll see what the Hexbolt brings us. But we're going to thwart for 3, which clears the camps. When the player who defeats this searches their deck and discard pile for an ally and puts it into play, we'll put that in the right discard pile. So we'll go for Nicholas. We shuffle our decks, or our preemptives come back up. Nick is probably right. In theory, we could get Quicksilver, but like Nick is just so good. And of course, we can do improved thwart upgrade. I don't know the order that we're meant to do them. In theory, if you're forced to do this first, you could draw Nick and the whole thing bricks. It's not very likely, but I'm not 100% sure of the technical ordering here. All right, so Nick is in play. This is after you defeat, and I think that is when defeated. So I think when defeated happens after defeated, or before after defeated. So we draw 3. Hexbolt, nice. Avengers Mansion, maybe honestly. Preemptive. And we draw 1 with improved. So give us a double. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so setting up an Avengers Mansion here is be good. So let's do a meditation to see a bit deeper. And if we can find another double, so we draw 2. Crest is important. Quicksilver is not important. But we can discard some sort of defense event here. Fine. Okay, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 10 cards. Oh my god, we have 10 cards. I think this is greedy, but we're going to do it. We're going to spend power in all of us for Avengers Mansion and just get that down. So we have set up 2 of our most important big upgrades as soon as turn 2. Avengers Mansion, we're just going to use immediately to draw a card. I mean, why not? We have to watch out, but the thing that forces us to discard supports, but we've seen one of them so far. We draw another magic shield. Okay, so next important thing is to play our crest, and then I think we just start bolting hexes and see what happens. So we'll do Quicksilver and Quinn Carrier with the crest. This thing allows us to modify once per round the number of things on a thing. We've cleared our side scheme. We've done all we need to do here. So we're just going to throw some spells. Look at our hand. Magic shields and hex bolts. Just the perfect hand. So we're going to do 1, 2. So we just need to draw 1 card here if we want to play the second hex bolt. We can attack to take the toughness off the Exo Soldier, but it doesn't really matter because everything we're doing is 2 thwart, or sorry, attack for 2 because we're exhausted. So this is good enough. All right, let's link some bolts. 0, that's good. That's 2 damage. That's perfect. This is 0. That's 2 damage. That's perfect. That's 2. That's draw a card. This is perfect. We don't need to touch perfect. So that takes 2 damage. 2 damage. We draw a card. It's a molecular decay. It's a bit too much here. I think we'll just continue to knock out this thing. Here we just need 2 more 0 boosts, and we still have the access to both our crest and our text. So we're going to do this again. Second bolt. That's 1. We don't really want 1 because we don't really need to remove 2 threat. 2 is a card draw. We don't want that either, but we can make that a 3, and that's a 0. That's good. So we'll cash in the 0 to be 1. I think we're going to use our crest on this thing to make it a 3. The 3 can give us a stun or confuse. The confuse is a bit better because Red Skull schemes for a lot. So if we draw in advance, it's pretty bad, and we already have a blocker. So I think we'll use that. Technically, we were doing this in a bad order, so we're going to re-roll this 1 gang up, and ideally we get 2 damage. It doesn't really change much because then Nick Fury just attacks for 2. But we'll re-roll this with our alter ego ability. We did lose Shadows of the Past and gang up, which is good. We get 2 boosts, so we draw a card. Ooh, that's a playable card. I forgot we have actually like a playable 0-cost card and we drew it. Now this card's absurdly good in this scenario because it's like, you know, a card for 6 thwart as soon as you can. We'll just play her and we won't do anything with her. We'll just leave her there. She knocks out every side scheme. Notably, the improved thwart upgrade, which I also want to highlight for having the wrong, like not the right text. Like, I don't know, the fonts on this seems strange. And I think it's just like spaced out differently and the font is a bit smaller. The font is weird on this in the text box is all I'm saying. But this is after you defeat a side scheme and our allies are not considered us. So yeah, that is unfortunate ordering. All right, this is knocked out. Just want to make sure we haven't thrown out any allies yet. No, we haven't. So Nick will just knock out the Exo Soldier and we'll call that a really good turn. Yo, Tony, how's it going? We've been streaming for like 4 hours today. We're going to be streaming in some days going forward, which, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. How you doing? How's your Friday? We'll pass. Draw 5. We're looking for a Sorcerer Supreme. It's right here. 2, 3. There it is. Okay, 4, 5. Chaos Magic gives us a free Voodoo. Good hand. But again, mostly they are good hands. We've thrown out all our defense events. This goes to 2. We grab a side scheme. All right, we have something to do here. This is the weird one. So this is the one that we can't actually clear because it's called the Sleeper Awakened. This says when revealed, and the timing where you do this is bad because this is now going to attack against us. So when revealed, put the Sleeper into play, engage with the first player, and when the Sleeper is defeated, remove this card from the game, which means we cannot defeat it, so we cannot fire our improved thwart upgrade. The Sleeper is set aside. It's not the biggest thing, but it is annoying. It has 5 health per player, which is cool to see that. It has guard and has retaliate, and it has toughness. None of that's great. And again, this side scheme has to stay there, which means Red Skull hits it even harder, so on and so on. When revealed, the Sleeper engages the first player, and because we draw this in the right order, or the bad order, this is going to attack us after Red Skull attacks us. Okay, speaking of Red Skull attacking us, Red Skull is going to attack us for 2 and a card. In theory, Nick could block that. Like, It's not very obvious he's going to attack for more. If Scarlet Witch blocks the sleeper, she's going to take damage guaranteed because the sleeper attacks for 3 and we only defend for 2. I don't know if we want to be blocking into this, but our hand has no obvious damage to knock at the sleeper. Brother Voodoo will look at the top 5 of our deck. The question is how many more, do we have left in the deck? Molecular Decays. I think we have 2. So it's very likely that we can find a Molecular Decay off of a free Brother Voodoo. Yeah, there's 2 in here, right? 1 in the bottom. Oh, there's only 1 in here. Is there 1 in our hand? No, okay. So there's 2 in a discard pile? It's getting ready to watch another Velma's Diner episode. I'm trying to catch up on the current campaign. Loving the Velma's production. It's so good. Thank you. That's very kind. We did do 2 last week, so there's a bit to catch up on. I'm not sure what cadence that should be coming out because it's hard to watch all of them. But we had 2 very good campaigns, 2 very good games last week. So hopefully they're okay, Tony. I want to say off camera that yesterday I tested 2-handed gaming and I think we have space to do it. So we'll be playing some 2-handed. Yeah, there has to be 2 in here unless we lost 1. Yeah, there's 2 in here. Okay. We're in a bad spot. We do have 2 chump blockers, but for the sleeper, we have to get lucky that we can knock it out this turn. So either we take up to 5 damage from Red Skull or as low as 2 damage, and we can control with Scarlet Witch's Crest and Unflappable. I think we could use White Tiger to take the toughness off, so I think we will block for 2 just to see slightly more cards. So we're going to defend for 2 against Red Skull. Red Skull's going to attack us for 2. It's a 0 boost, which is perfect. It says exhaust a character you control. That is not amazing. This is on Bitter Rival. We, in theory, could just grab another encounter card if we don't want to do with this boost. We technically are allowed to do that, I think. But I guess we're going to have to exhaust White Tiger, so this toughness is going to be harder to deal with. We do take no damage, so we can do Unflappable. We draw a Hex Bolt. That can help. And then the sleeper will attack for 3. We'll put Nick Fury in the way of that. So that was the right ordering, I think. Exhaustion. Okay, now that is such the right order. This says exhaust yourself, we are into Surge. And we get Master Strategist. This one's not that bad. It just gives you an extra boost card, right? When Red Skull activates him, give him an additional boost card for each side scheme in play. So that's why you really have to clear every side scheme every turn it shows up, which means we're really on the hook here because next turn there'll be 2 side schemes and then Red Skull will attack us for like 3 with 2 boosts, which unless you can put an ally in the way, it's an absolute disaster. Okay, so it's really important we knock out the sleeper this round and have an ally to block. We'll start with the mansion. Okay, we got a Warp Reality. That's useless. So why I like the laser for the last mission that you can just pop it. Yeah, but you have to take the toughness off. I hear you, but like in Zola, we actually did 15 damage with it. But you're not wrong. It's like we're guaranteed to have a 5 health enemy that matters. So I could see it. Okay, we'll keep drawing. We'll do the Spiritual Meditation. I think this might thin the deck to the point where we can guarantee getting the thing we want. Yeah, okay. Spiritual Meditation, Preemptive. We'll throw out the Preemptive. We'll do another Spiritual Meditation, draw 2. We'll throw out the Desperate Defense, and we have the Decay, so we should be able to knock this out. I just want to be very clear. We're always discarding a card that we draw, but you can discard any card from your hand. You don't have to do as we're doing here. So Brother Voodoo, I think full whiffs. Yeah, there's no events in the deck. There's Iron Fist and Armored Vest. We have to shuffle this because in theory we could draw a card during the turn. So all we have to figure out is how to take the toughness off the sleeper. There's a lot of cards we want to play here, and we can play 1 card for free. It'll probably be the Molecular Decay because we don't need to play Brother Voodoo that much more anymore. We could play Hexbolt and Hope. Hexbolt and Hope is definitely a play style that Scarlet Witch doesn't mind. But we definitely want to play Sorcerer Supreme. I guess we have a resource here we have to remember. I need to put this here. I'll forget about it. So Quinn Carrier we could play. So we could do Quinn Carrier for Ironheart. Ironheart draws a card. Ironheart takes off the toughness, gets knocked out. We play Molecular Decay. We play Sorcerer Supreme. I'm in. I mean, lock it in. That's good. So we'll do Quinn Carrier, Warp Reality, Ironheart. Ironheart will draw. She's going to hit the deck cycle, which is good, the way that we structure this. When she draws, it's a 50-50, so I'm just going to roll even. We draw the left, odd we draw the right, because we know with these cards, it's hard to shuffle 2 cards. Even we draw the left, odd we draw the right. We draw Armored Vest, whatever. And we'll attack with Ironheart. She takes 1 for the Retaliate. She takes 1 for Consequential. She knocks herself out immediately. All right, we're going to Molecular Decay off of Chaos Magic. I think strictly the ordering is here first. We play the Molecular, we resolve Molecular, and then we resolve the Chaos Magic. It shouldn't matter, but that is how it works. So we'll do Molecular Decay, and we are going to do 5 damage to the sleeper, which knocks it out. We're not going to take Retaliate because it's knocked out. We discard 2 more cards. Great. We discarded a thing. That's good. An obligation. This is removed from the game, and this is removed from the game. They will never come back. And then we have to fire the rest of Chaos Magic, which says we have to discard 3 cards from the top of the deck. So we discard 1, 2, 3. Losing a Flame Soldier is good. Losing it under fire is brilliant. Okay. We did good. We've done well. We've done well. We're left with this hand. Do we have one more resource than we thought we did? Yeah, because we... Why? I don't under his powers if he didn't handicap himself with bad defense events. I mean, they're fun. They're fine. They're okay. So I guess we just play Sorcerer Supreme Pass. Like, we're floating 1 extra card here awkwardly. I don't know how we got to that point. I'm going to hold on to Hex Bolt because it's fun. No, I'm going to hold on to Armored Vest because we can get out of the cycle. So 1, 2 to the Sorcerer Supreme. And then our hand size is good. I think we'll put it down here. Okay, first cycle of the deck, genuinely pretty good. Pretty dang good. We're going to be drawing Iron Fist. We're going to be readying all 17 cards. This thing is good to go. We'll draw. 1, 2, Iron Fist, we deck out, reshuffle. So we're now at the point where we're set up. So every time we draw a Molecular Decay, we just throw it to Red Skull. We probably should get rid of the Red Skull's right hook, but I don't think there's anything that like scales with the amount of what's it called, upgrades. And so Retaliate 1 only really matters for our allies. And it does technically matter. We got Queen Carrier and Avengers Mansion and Sorcerer Supreme and our Scarlet Witch's Crest in the first cycle, which is great. The only bad thing is White Tiger is missing the cycle. Technically, she's very good because she removes 3 threat, which clears every sides game. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That's good. We're going to send to face if we can. Chaos Magic, that means we'll send it to face for free. Those are together. We probably should shuffle a bit better. 4, 6, preemptive. I did 4, 6, whatever. Counting's hard. This goes to 3. We draw side scheme. This is also a really good card, but now the ordering of when we clear this matters because we generally want to draw this when our deck is thin. When you have a full deck, it's the worst time possible. Because Sensitive Pass has an acceleration, which is whatever. We can defeat this and draw a card. But it says each player chooses up to 3 cards in their discard pile and shuffles them into their deck. The best case scenario is when your deck is like 6 cards, because then you can guarantee Nick Fury will be drawn again or whatever, but that's fine. So now Red Skull's going to attack us for 2 and a card, but I think Master Strategist kicks in here. And Master Strategist says that when Red Skull will be given a boost card, give him an additional boost card for every sides game. So then it discards. So Red Skull's attacking for 2 and 2 boosts, which means we'll just put White Tiger in the way for safety's sake. So 1, 2, 3. Ooh, so scary. So frightening. White Tiger's knocked out. At least we'll shuffle her back in the deck with Censor the Past at a minimum. 2 encounter cards. We have no cancel. We just have a cheap play. Hey, Arkura, how's it going? Glad I'm catching a fun Friday stream. I love you've been playing older heroes. It reminds me how fun they are and that I need to revisit them. I've played so little. So specifically Arkura, not only have I played so little Scarlet Witch and she's the most fun, today we went out of the way to only play old cards. So every card that we are playing are cards that existed at the time that basically what's her name came out. Technically we're playing some Wasp cards, but these are all cards from the Red Skull cycle to show you how the game looked back then. And it's like totally the same in a lot of fun ways. Hydra Jet Trooper. Okay, this one has Assault. Or sorry, what's it called? It has Quick Strike. In theory, we could defend here to draw a card. But then Censor the Past is harder to clear. So I think we just take 2. Down to 4. Okay, that's a cheap way to jump down to Alter Ego. Slipping Sanity. We can flip down to Alter Ego, which we probably do anyways because we have so many good reasons to jump down to Alter Ego. This is 3 health, right? Yeah. And then we can either discard 5 cards from the top of the deck, and we have the ability to not reroll because we're in hero mode, or we'll be an Alter Ego. I think we're going to discard because I want to be able to jump down and just recover for 3. So I don't care about the threat too much. So we're going to jump down, and we're just going to rip 5 cards from the top of the deck. No Star Icon. That's bad. No Star Icon. No Star Icon. Losing an advance. No Star Icon. No Star Icon. 1 threat. Seems fine. If I had a card that says take 1, add 1 threat, jump down to Alter Ego, I would play it if it was an upgrade. All right. If we got those in the other order, the Hydra Jet Trooper would have missed us, which has been sick. Okay, so things we can do. We can just start with Agatha. We also should start with Avengers Mansion, I guess. Okay. Then I guess we start with Agatha. So we look at 3. We can add 1. I mean, yeah, no, no. So we'll take Nick. For obvious reasons. I don't remember the order I put them on the bottom of the deck. I don't think it matters. And we still have 2 ways to cycle cards. So I'm going to start with the Spiritual Meditation here. We could, in theory, wait until the Censor the Past, but I don't think it matters that much. So we'll draw 2, and we'll discard 1. Keep going. Draw 2. Sorry, Clea. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Actually, it might not be Clea. We might have a preemptive. Yeah, we can get rid of preemptive. Clea lives 1 more turn. The problem is now we're going to do our alter ego tax and discard 2 to draw 2. So I guess we could figure out, now it makes more sense to play Nick Fury with Chaos Magic, which we will do that in hero mode. We want to do Molecular Decay with a double and our Quinn Carrier. So the question is whether we play Iron Fist. We should play Iron Fist. It's really good. So I think we're going to discard these 2 with our alter ego to draw 2 more. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. Absurd. Just absurd. Everything we can do is absurd. I'll be honest. And now we have a full bin of things that when we clear this and draw a card. Oh, I guess then recovering is a bit expensive. Yeah, recovering is a bit hard here, and we need to clear this. I mean, we'll be fine. We're going to recover for 3. It's really expensive because we lose 3 thwart and we lose the ability to draw a card. But we need to not die. We will flip up. We will do 1, 2. No, we will do Chaos Magic for Nick. So Chaos Magic just says play a card for free, and then the card costs 4. So after we resolve Nick's enter play ability, which just says draw 3 cards, temporary. 1, 2, 3. Okay. We can go ahead and mill 4 cards off the top of the villain's deck. Assault, Power Gauntlets, the Last Soldier, I think, and a Luger. Feels like watching a leadership deck. It kind of is. Like, allies are still really good no matter what aspect you're playing. Pretty sure you can't reroll the obligation with Scarlet Witch anyways. It counts star icons, which are different from boosts. Oh, yeah, I think you are right. We must have done that wrong once. Because she says when a boost icons on an encounter card would be counted, and this is not strictly counting boost icons, it's counting star icons, which are technically not boost icons. Yeah, Lefty, I think you're right. And we've done that wrong once, as much as I don't think it actually really mattered. But yeah, that is an actual distinction. Okay, so this is still our hand. I want to hit Red Skull really bad with a Molecular Decay. I really do just want to hurt him. We don't need to this turn, though. Let's just do the little Hex Bolt and just do a little Hex Bolt, see what happens. All right, we'll rip 3. We have all our mitigation effects. If the Hydra Trooper just dies, I mean, we won't be upset. So 2 boost is a card draw. I mean, we don't need that. We could get a stun, but we don't need that either. 0 boost is 2 damage. That's good. And that's also not necessary. So awkward. It's 2/0/2. So we can increase or decrease 1, and we can re-roll 1. And we have another Hexbolt coming. Drawing 2 more cards, like, I don't have the brain power to perfectly plan this hand out. We should. I think we're going to play Iron Fist to stun Red Skull. We want to do some incidental damage to the Hydra Trooper. So no matter what, let's try and simplify things. We'll cash in the 0 to do 2 damage to the Hydra Trooper. We need that to go away. And so now we can draw 2 cards, or we can do a status effect, which stun is not useful. Tough is like mid useful. So I think we will do a reroll on the Master Plan. Master Plan's really bad in this scenario too. So we'll use our hero ability to reroll. This is a 1 ability. So we're going to use our crest on the 1 to do 0 damage to this, or to make it a 0 to do 2 damage to that. And then we'll draw a card. In theory, we should have done the card draw first because that gives us more information. We're about to deck out. Okay. Still cooking. We need to clear this. So I think we just do another Hexbolt here. 1, 2, Hexbolt, and we'll just keep doing it. This deck doesn't actually, we can't do the 3rd Hexbolt because there's just not enough cards. So that's a 2, which is a card draw. There's a 3, which is a toughness, I guess. And that's a 2. We have no mitigation here. So yeah, we just have to do what it says at this point because we cash in all our like control effects. So we're going to draw 2 cards and give ourselves a stun, or a toughness, I guess. Because we have the stun off of Iron Fist has been really good in this deck. Okay, so I'm not interested in playing the last Hexbolt because, okay, these don't fit in here anymore. There's only 1 card in the deck. So Hexbolt it will only discard 1 and then it like fizzles the rest of the effect. Okay, I mean, it's been good. We'll start with the double for Ironheart, so we can hit the breakpoint on Censor the Past. When Ironheart enters play, we draw a card. We draw a Helicarrier, that's not super useful. I think we have no extra thwart, so she'll thwart for 1. We can really like set up our discard pile with Censor the Past, which is gonna be good fun. We didn't want to play Iron Fist, so let's just do our expensive cards. 1, 2, 3,
4, and then we can decide to play either of these. Technically, Magic Shield's a bit better. So we'll play 4 for Iron Fist. Comes in with 2 counters. We're going to immediately attack. We technically will take Retaliate 1 and a Consequential, but we'll do 2 damage and stun. So the villain takes 2 and is stunned. We should get rid of this Retaliate sooner than later, but obviously I'm a bit greedy. Nick Fury will clean out the side scheme. And when you clean out Censor of the Past, you can take 3 cards and shuffle them from your discard pile into your deck. So that's a good question. Our deck has 2 molecular decays left in it, so we're not going to shuffle that back in. I think we're going to shuffle in a Chaos Magic because the molecular decays are good with it. I could see us shuffling in. Our deck has 1 more Hex Bolt. So White Tiger's never bad in this scenario. I'm just going to do another Hex Bolt because it's fun. And these get shuffled into what's like maybe 14 cards. Okay. Good turn. And then we'll just go ahead and play the Magic Shield, which I think is a bit more valuable because it's a fair bit more flexible. Looks like Nanico the cat might be coming back. She's in the room. Let's see if she... Oh, yeah, there she is. Hey, little friend. You're returning. You came in early. You blessed us on our first scenario, and now look at us. We're against Red Skull. The stakes are so high. If we die, the whole world falls apart, little cat. Okay. Draw 6. Good board state. Like, all these cards are sick. Oops. Oh, that's fine. Meant to hit this. Decay. Magic Shield. Hex. Bolt. Meditation. Hex Bolt. Such a Scarlet Witch coated hand, and then the White Tiger. That was 12 cards drawn. This is so fun. Yeah, I think we drew a lot of cards. You have so much filtering. This is a bit scary, but we have a confused, so we should be fine. This goes to 5. Hopefully we don't draw the hazard one. Yep, the hazard one. This one can be pretty annoying. This is Hydra Reinforcements. So this comes in with... Oh no, this one's actually okay. I'm thinking the other one that has the Crisis on it. The problem with this is now we're drawing 2 encounter cards. There's no way around it. But when defeated, the player who defeated the scheme discards a non-elite minion. So the best case scenario is we find the Hydra Guard that has like when defeated text, because this doesn't defeat, this discards, which is better. Red Skull attacks but is stunned. Oh, because of Iron Fist. Yeah, so Nick Fury, we're losing some value. That's not great. And now we draw 2 encounter cards from this deck. Oh, we deck out. Scary. Do we use Chaos Control and Hex Bolts? Technically, they're not counted, just checked. Sorry? We used Chaos Control on Nick, right? Wait, what is Chaos Control? Is that the 0 cost one? Oh, Scarlet Witch? Do you use Hex Bolts? Technically, they're not counted, just check. No, they're counted. There's no shot you can't use ability on Hex Bolts. Are you telling me you can't use Scarlet Witch's ability on Hex Bolts? For sure you can. That's like the whole thing. That's why you play her. Do you think that you can't do that? That's like why you play her, right? I would be so upset to be incorrect about that. Because count actually doesn't show up on a lot of cards. Like, I think count is whenever you check. Yeah, her hero power. Yeah, for sure. But when boost icons on an encounter card would be counted, you have to count them. Because you have to know how many there are. You're just checking the value, but how do you do that if you don't count them? Because otherwise there's no cards in her kit that say the word count. Right? Like, Preemptive Strike doesn't even say count. It says, then deal 1 damage to the villain for each boost icon cancel this way. When a boost card is turned to face up while this is villain, cancel all boost icons on the card. Like, this one technically counts from my understanding. But count just doesn't show up on card. Like, the word count doesn't show up. There's no way that you can't use it on Hex Bolts. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying if you can find me proof that you can, I want to know that sooner than later because we played through a whole campaign. But it wouldn't make any sense that you can't use this on her like marquee card. Counting is part of the attack step. I think counting is like a vague, unfortunate term for any time that you refer to the number of icons on a thing because you have to count them. You're right that counting works in the defense step where I think in the rules it actually says count the amount of things. Hold on. Let's just pull this up really quickly, but like count definitely shows up in rules text. I rotated this and I don't know how. How do you... Oh, that worked. Okay, the word count shows up in the boost section, but the word encounter shows up, so I should do count space, right? So give the face down card... Okay, hold on. Count space. Card ability of the player changes form does not count against. When an identity changes additional form does not count against, does not count against. Do not count towards the minimum. Do not count. Permanent do not count. May count the number of victory points. Like counting just does not show up as a rules term. I refuse to believe it can't be used on Hexball. That'd be wild. Yeah, but the word count just doesn't show up in the rules document in any way. So I don't know what to do about that. The word count just does not show up in any rules context. So like, good luck everyone, I guess. I don't know. That's weird. That's really, really weird. We didn't deck out. What is this? This is an encounter card, but we should have 2 encounter cards, right? Then I got sidetracked. Yeah. Did we deck out? I can't believe we decked out because we have this many cards left in our deck. No, we did deck out. Did we deck out? Wait, how many encounter cards should we have here? 2 or 3? Because I don't think we decked out. Because no, we did deck out last round. But then we drew 2 then? Oh no, because we shuffled the deck. It should be 1-2. Yeah, this seems right. Apologies. Twisted Reality. God, the art on this thing is so good. Tried Googling. I can't see anything that says you can't. Yeah, I think anytime that you're meant to refer to the number of boost icons, you technically have counted them. I don't think count is a rules complete term. Twisted Reality, Insight 1. So this goes to 6. Kind of scary. Attached to a side scheme. Okay, that's fine. When attached side scheme is defeated, deal the first player an encounter card. I mean, whatever. And we get the Red Skull's Luger, which we did just shuffle back. I don't know if there's 2 of these. It is technically unique. So Red Skull's Luger just says +1 attack, piercing, +1 scheme too, which is kind of fun. Against piercing and ranged, which we technically can have retaliate in this deck. But unfortunately, we didn't draw any minions, so that is kind of a bust. We'll start with the Mansion to draw 1. Nick is discarded, by the way. Okay, we should deck out maybe next round, depending on how many cards we draw. White Tiger's really good this turn because she can clear Rise of Red Skull, but we are incentivized to thwart this ourselves because then we draw a card. Unfortunately, its text is not useful on this thing. So I think we do that because there's nothing else we really need to do. So we're going to thwart for 3 off of Hydro Reinforcements. When Twisted Reality pops off, we give ourselves an encounter card. This clears, we can discard a minion, but Improved Thwart says when you defeat a thing, draw a card. We got a Warp Reality. That's not super useful. Do you still have the Scarlet Witch insert paper? I remember there's a question. I do, but it's in like a bin somewhere. They are technically online though. If you go to the FFG page, all the insert PDFs are available there. So it should be able to find it. Yeah, Hall of Heroes must have a question. Someone must have FAQ'd that because of course. All right, we'll do Spiritual Meditation. Draw 2, discard 1. Decay is good. Preemptive Strike's not it. Okay, we have so many options here. For sure, we're going to play White Tiger. When White Tiger comes into play, we're going to use the Quinn Carrier to remove 3 threat from this, and then she's going to threat the rest of it out. So she's on 2 health. Oh, sorry, I was on the wrong side. Okay. Cool. I do think we could get rid of the Retaliate, so we can send in Iron Fist. We can protect Iron Fist with the Magic Shield, so the Retaliate doesn't really matter. We are going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I don't think we're going to deck out. I think this is 7 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's 6 cards. So we do want to get Iron Fist and Ironheart back into the bin, which is acceptable. So we'll attack with Iron Fist, who does 2 and can do the stun before it gets knocked out because they eroded the timing structure. And then Ironheart will just do 1 and get knocked out to retaliate. Yeah, so we lost about a bunch of allies, but we are tough, so that's nice. The toughness will be lost to the actually Red Skull's right hook, so I think we should just get rid of this if we can. Hex bolts are not particularly good, so we'll do Wild, Physical, Energy, and we'll just get rid of Red Skull's right hook. Didn't really change the ordering there because everyone was on the way out, but we'll get rid of this so we no longer have Retaliate, which means we're not going to lose the toughness in a second. From the insert clarification, Scarlet Witch's Chaos Control ability and her Scarlet Witch crest to upgrade count boost icons. What does it mean to count boost icons? Thank you, Lucas. Boost icons are counted whenever a game step or card ability determines the exact number of boost cards. Yeah, cool. Okay, that's why. That's why it doesn't exist because it's answered in that document. That makes a lot of sense. Basically, anytime you're counting boost icons, it's considered counting as much as it's not rules complete. Yeah. Honestly, like if you, Lord Takers, if you say that, like, okay, how do I say this in a way that sounds more constructive? Anytime that there's a ruling like that we're not sure of, I would so much rather want to talk about it and figure out and like talk about the rules and understand more of the game. So if you say something that's like technically not correct, we look into it. Like I'm no stress is all I'm trying to say, right? We'll do molecular decay. This should knock him out. Can't wait for a card to determine the proximate number. I mean, just like round. Deal 5 damage to the villain. and we'll discard 2 cards and we have all our control. So this is a 1 boost. That's the thing that we wanted to get rid of. And that's a 0 boost. So this is only doing 1 more damage. So we're going to definitely re-roll this. Awful. And so we're going to Witch Crest one of these. So we do 2 more damage to the villain. I thought we'd get him there. That was a 7 damage. So it wasn't even swinging web kick. And we'll pass. Very confusing. No, not at all. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, it's good that we can talk about it and get like, we all leave this conversation with a stronger understanding of how the rules engine works, which is the idea. Same with when people correct me when I am wrong. It's like, yeah, good. We learned something. Magic Shield, Chaos Magic, get something expensive, power on all of us. Oh, that's terrible hand for Chaos Magic, as much as we can draw some cards still. All right, we deck out. We're going to be drawing 2 encounter cards. We don't have a cancel here, but we have a stun, a confuse, and a tough. So like it's unlikely for this to go super pear-shaped. We are going to deck out here. So there's likely, I think by default, the card that we're going to be getting is going to have a crisis on it, and it will discard cards from the top of our deck. And based off of what it discards, it'll get extra threat icons. So we'll see how that lines up. A Red Skull on the other side probably only has like 20 health, maybe less. So we're only 1 or 2 big attacks away from ending the game. That's also, I think, one of the better ones to get as your last one, because it's not, a bunch of the other cards actually give you upsides when you clear them. That one just does nothing. Okay, this goes to 2. We reveal the last card. Oh no, there's 2 left. Okay, so this is not the one I thought. It was a 50-50. So Hydra Patrol has Crisis and 2 threat, and when you defeat this, you can search the deck and discard pile for Hydra Minion put into play, which is not really a big thing to be doing. Cool, Red Skull attacks us but is stunned. And then we draw 3 encounter cards. That could be bad. Imagine playing Scarlet Witch, Deadpool, and Star-Lord together. A lot of encounter deck manipulation. I mean, and put in Falcon there. Like, why stop now? Master Strategist. Okay, so this is just an extra boost card. If you want to block with someone, that helps. Let's see if we get activated on mid-turn. Ooh, we haven't drawn that yet. I mean, that's a side scheme, and that side scheme ends up in the deck. So reveal your Nemesis set. We have to do that. We have no cancel here. So let's see what our Nemesis is. Notably, our Nemesis is only 4 cards. And that's because you have 2 copies of your obligation. So we get, I have no idea who any of these characters are. Luminous. 5 health. 2/2. After Luminous activates against you, discard the top cards of the counter deck. If 2 or more boost icons were discarded this way, deal yourself 1 encounter card. And you can manipulate that to your heart's content. We also draw the next evolution, which means technically now there's another side scheme. So the Master Strategist is a bit worse, let alone the stats. So it's only with 2 threat. It says increase the number of boost icons on each encounter card by 1. It's really funny that that can actually be good for you, actively very good for you in a lot of ways. We only shuffle 2 cards in. The problem is like leaving this on the table is not really a thing you should pursue with Red Skull. But technically that is a good thing to do, which is kind of funny. Oh, crap. I didn't realize Red Skull has piercing because of the Luger. So our toughness is not going to keep us safe. Yeah, Red Skull gives ranged and piercing, so we have to watch out. Last encounter card, hopefully we don't get activated on. Oh, okay, we do, but in a different way. Hydra Jet Trooper. Okay, so our toughness is not very good against the Luger, so I'm okay taking the toughness off on the Jet Trooper, so it'll just bounce off of our toughness. If we want to block here, we waste our activation and draw a card instead with Unflappable, but nah. We can't do Magic Shield because toughness has priority. Okay. We need to find ways to deal with the board because our hand doesn't deal much with much. Best case scenario is we draw an expensive card for Chaos Magic. So any ally, best case Nick, of course. We'll serve the mansion to draw 1. Yep. Nope. Not it. Well, that's it. That's all we're drawing. Literally, that's it. Uh-oh. I gotta say, all the possible nemesis, I would never would have guessed High Evolutionary. That's High Evolutionary. But then who's Luminous? Because I know who the High Evolutionary is, I'm pretty sure, from Marvel Snap, but yeah. Oh, wow, this hand is... It's really bad. It's very bad. Like, no Hexbolt, literally nothing to play the Chaos Magic on. This is the worst hand we've seen all afternoon. Shit. We probably have to jump down to Alter Ego because Alter Ego will allow us to filter a hand. The issue is Chaos Magic is a hero card. So like, but when we jump down, we can see 3 more cards with Agatha and our ability. And that's probably important because this hand does nothing. Hydra Jet Trooper schemes for 2. Red Skull is stunned or is confused. So jumping down is kind of reasonable. The issue is if Red Skull schemes again with this boost and this boost is going to like pop off. So I could see us like getting rid of the Luger with extra resources because it's unlikely to be able to use all these resources in Alter Ego regardless. So yeah, this is remarkably bad. The one thing we could do too is first we could use our hero tax on improved thwart upgrade. This should be ready. Because if we defeat something, we can draw a card, and that actually is important. So I guess we're going to defeat the Hydra Patrol. So we'll thwart it for 3. We'll draw a card. Okay, we actually can claw back. And then we have to go grab a minion and put it into play. It has to be a Hydra minion, so we're just going to go for the little insight guy. And because we put it into play, it doesn't do its text. Insight 1, that's all it is. 2 health. It's a Hydra regular. Regular should just not be a good title for any job. What are you? I'm one of the regulars. Don't do much. That's an early Marvel Champions protection hand. I mean, we got away with it all day. That's the worst hand we've seen. Oh, hey, little friend. Okay. So next thing is we'll power in all of us the Ironheart. I was considering Chaos Magicking it, but it's not a huge difference. It's still 1 card for 1 card. So Ironheart comes into play, we draw a card. Brother Voodoo, I mean, we can build a card here as long as every card gives us access to 1 more card. The best case scenario here is that we draw a Hexbolt off of Brother Voodoo, right? So I think we're now going to Chaos Magic. So we'll play for free Brother Voodoo. In theory, we finish playing Brother Voodoo's text first, but it doesn't really matter. But we'll do Brother Voodoo. So we look at the top 5. We need something that does something. So either Decay or Hexbolt would probably be my favorite. So we look at 5. 1, nice. 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, let's go. We're coming back, and we can still jump down and maybe get something here, which is good. By the way, really good live stream. Thank you. You share your thoughts clearly, interact with the chat, show cards, and stream. Best so far I've seen. Sharing thoughts and streaming ain't easy. Thank you. I've been doing streaming stuff for a long time, so if it looks easy, it's a lot of work. But I appreciate that the kind words very much. All right, after that, Chaos Magic resolves, and because we cheated out a 3 cost card, we just rip 3. It doesn't really matter. These are all random things. Okay, so 3 cards from Red Skull set. Okay, so we could rip a Hexbolt and just hope we have all the mitigation, let alone the Hexbolt could draw cards. Like, we've clawed this hand. Everything we've done has drawn at least 1 card, and the Hexbolt is probably not going to be any different. So let's just do a Hexbolt and hope. We don't need a status card. We just want card draw, damage, and thwarting. Here we go. 0, that is 2 damage. That's nice. 2, that's a card draw. I mean, we could take it. And that's a 0. So that's 4 damage. I'm going to take 4 damage. We'll put 4 on the Luminous, and then we'll just get a card draw. This will draw something good. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'm in. Sick. Let's keep going. Everything's increased by 1. You're right. Everything's increased by 1. The next evolution. Hold on. So we have to redo all of that. Very cool. Yeah. It is, of course, the evolutionary. What is this card? I think we found it here. Yeah, increase the number of boost icons on every counter card by 1. Yeah, okay, hold on. So let's pull that back. So I'll put the Hexbolt on top of the deck. I guess I legally have to shuffle here. We'll just shuffle. It's a good card draw, of course, but we'll shuffle. So technically every card is increased by 1. So this is a 1/3/1. We don't want a 1/3/1. In fact, the next evolution is really bad. Wait. No, we can do this. So if I'm not mistaken, we can clear next evolution off of the 1. That now goes into the side scheme bin. And now these cards are no longer boosted cards, right? Because I think you fire them 1 at a time, which means that this is legitimately a 2, which means we can draw a card. I would love it to be a Hexbolt. I mean, that's fine too. And then this is a 0, which does 2 damage, which now we should knock at the regular because we can knock at Luminous through other means. Cool. Yeah. So we just had to waste 2 damage to clear that. Good catch, though. I would have definitely forgot that. Obviously, I did. Okay, so now this hand is Molecular Decay. We could still hopefully draw something valuable when we jump down with Agatha, and with the Confuse, it's good. So I'm cool with that. I'm pretty cool with that. Yeah, let's go. Molecular Decay, we'll just hit Luminous. So we'll do 5 damage, and then we have to discard 2. It doesn't really matter. Exo Soldier, Exo Suit, fitting. Luminous is done. I mean, we're cleaning up. We are mopping up. Okay, Hydra Jet Trooper doesn't do anything in Alter Ego. This 1 card in her hand. Okay, so White Tiger can just clear this for safety's sake. Brother Voodoo also could have done that. That's okay. She's better at it. These don't have to do anything here. They can work on the Jet Trooper. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We'll attack for 1, so they can knock it out next turn. We will hop down to Alter Ego. And in Alter Ego, we can start with Agatha. So Agatha looks at 3. 1, 2, 3. Bummer. Nicholas. So I think we'll just take the Helicarrier, put Nick on the bottom. And we still have the Quinn Carrier, but regardless, we'll just throw this out to play another Magic Shield, just to have some safety, which is good. Maybe we could have interacted with this. I think it's fine. It's a bit scary to be an Alter Ego. As much as if Red Skull activates again, it will be a Master Strategist, so we'll get another boost card. And we should get a Crisis here, which is unfortunate. Okay. Good turn. That came from a nothing turn to actually fixing the table. We draw 6. Iron Fist is great. Desperate Defense, whatever. Meditation can fix that and that. Quicksilver and Hexbolt. Okay. Maybe we'll play Quicksilver. I don't think the card makes a lot of sense in the deck. This goes to 2, and we draw the last card, which we know what it is because it's Mass Chaos. So this is the card that technically doesn't count boost icons because it's from our deck. So each player discards the top 5 cards, and then we have to count the different kinds of resources, right? Place 1 threat here for each different resource. So we have mental, energy, mental, energy. I mean, that's not bad. 2 threat, easy to clear. Once it gets past 3, that's out of our reach, but we lost a bunch of resources as much as these cards wouldn't have been amazing to draw on our turn. Okay, that's that. We did deck out this side scheme deck, so we have to shuffle this immediately, I think. Which means Mass Chaos won't be showing up for a long time. Yeah, that turned out way better than it looked for sure. Okay. That goes in here. Good. Red Skull would scheme for 3, 4, and 2 boosts, but it's confused instead. Hydra Jet Trooper schemes for 0. Not a very smart character here. We draw 1 encounter card. It's a Hydra Exo Soldier. Okay, we can deal with this. Comes in with 5 in toughness, which those are good stats. If your Nemesis side scheme meant to be in the side scheme deck, yes. Anytime a side scheme enters the discard pile, the rules text says it enters this pile. It doesn't matter if it was not a thing, but all side schemes get discarded to the side scheme deck in Red Skull. It's a really weird thing that your side scheme can come up a lot. And it just becomes part of Red Skull's rotation. I kind of like that a lot, actually. Okay, we can advance the Red Skull, no problem. We should play Iron Fist to do 2 damage and a stun, which would be pretty good. We have a bunch of things here to knock out. We want to find a big damage hit for the Hydra Exo Soldier, but maybe Hexbolt gets some part there. We want to thwart this for 3, which draws a card. We could recover, but 7 health with 2 magic shields. We're feeling pretty good. I guess we'll start with Avengers Mansion. Okay. We definitely have 2 cards that we don't want. So we're going to use Wanda's Text and Alter Ego to discard 2. Excuse me, to discard these 2 to draw 2. I don't think we're going to be playing Quicksilver, so we're not going to make it better. Okay. And then we're going to start, I guess, with Agatha. We know Nick Fury's on the bottom here, so maybe we actually do get there. We'll do Agatha. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I think 2 Hexbolts is enough to deal with the Exo Soldier, so we'll keep the Hexbolt. We'll put the Decay on the bottom. And then we're going to be able to draw into Nick this turn too, which is absurd. It's just absurd. Meditation, draw 2, discard 1. We get a Warp Reality that's useless. We'll meditate again. Draw 2. It's not useless technically because we could use it to get rid of the Luger and we'll discard the Desperate Defense. That is before we do anything. And we're going to draw 1 more card here, which we know is, I think, a big damage card. Yeah, that's on top of our deck. Just nonsense. We'll flip up. Mystic traded. Nana, what's going on? Do you want to sit on the cards? Is that what you want? Yeah, I don't know if you should sit on the cards. There's like a lot going on right now. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you're removing the Red Skull's Luger? All right. Thank you. What are we doing here? We're gonna flip up, which we have. We are ready. I think when we're ready, it only makes sense for us to thwart this for 3, which clears it. And then with our basic thwart upgrade, we draw the last card. We know the last card is a Hexbolt. I don't think we have a way to draw it. Oh no, with Nick we do. Oh God, we still have Nick. Ridiculous turn. Ironheart's going to attack for 1 to ping the toughness. She goes into the discard pile so she can come back. Plus my 2 gets appreciate. Brother Voodoo can't get knocked out unless we thwart for 2, but we want to knock out White Tiger so she hits a deck cycle, so she will over thwart to get knocked out because we will be decking out here. Voodoo, we can't really reasonably get back into the deck out, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so how many of these cards do we want to get back in the discard pile before we draw up with either Hexbolt or Nick? I mean, there's actually very likely we can just win here. Like, we can just ignore these and do all the damage to Red Skull. The question is, like, what does Red Skull 3 look like? Might have a toughness. Oh, no, this is still here because I don't think he's activated. Red Skull gets an encounter card, has only 20 health. Like, if we're lucky with 2 molecular decays, we could just attack with Nick. Yeah, we play Nick no matter what. We know the last card is not the cheat out card for Nick or a double. So yeah, I think we're just going to, I mean, yeah. It sucks that these cards are missing the cycle. You could throw with Voodoo and attack with White Tiger if you wanted both in the discard. Yeah, you're right, actually. That might be better. Yeah, I actually like that better. You're right. We'll throw with Voodoo and we'll attack into the Hydrojet Trooper because that's the same difference. Yeah, that's okay. We don't have a toughness, but we'll have Nick as a blocker. I think that's acceptable. Yeah, I like that, actually. That's a good idea. Okay, so now we're going to commit to not trying to win. We're going to try and throw 1 Hex Bolt on Red Skull once we advance it, but we'll play Nick. And so then the cards, we're going to draw a Hex Bolt here, so we can just throw at 1, 2, and then the cards that we want to hit the cycle. So we want a Molecular Decay back. No, because we might be able to play 2 if we get really lucky. We'll do 1, 2. Iron Fist is good, though. We probably won't play a Decay. We'll do something like this. So we play Nick, we draw 3. Again, we're going to be drawing a lot of encounter cards here because when we knock out Red Skull, we draw more encounter cards, but we draw 3. So we draw 1, get an encounter card, shuffle, draw 2 more. Wow. She came in as backup. Late, of course, determined you were doing fine. Just so she had better things to do. Oh, I see you under control here. Like your 5th Hex Bolt. We're owed to 2 more cards. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I would call those useless garbage cards, but they do still generate resources. Okay, so there's a small chance Hexbolt knocks out the soldier, but it's not super likely. Nick Fury is well designed to knock out Red Skull, but actually better would be Iron Fist. So if we just generate nonsense to play Iron Fist, we could do like 1, 2, 3, 4. That lets us play Iron Fist. Iron Fist hits Red Skull, and that leaves us with this amount of cards in hand, which is kind of awkward. So if that's the case, if we're going to play Iron Fist, I think we just hit the Hydra Exosoldier with the Hexbolt and see what happens. There might be some case where we just throw all the pieces of damage at Red Skull, but I'm not very good at rushing like that, if we want to call that rushing. So we'll just Hexbolt and see what happens. If we draw 1 card here, especially a double, or the one of the card that says play a card for free, it'll be a lot better. Hexbolt. 1, that's 2 threat, that's useless. 2, that's draw a card, that's fine. 1, that's bad. So we'll Scarlet Witch one of the ones. That's still a 1. Ugh. Ugh. So I guess we'll draw a card first. Doubled, that's good. We'll increase or we'll decrease one of these 1s to be a 2. That doesn't hit a breakpoint. So I guess we just draw another card. Hold on. Because this is doing 4th thwart for no reason. If we draw another card, this is Iron Fist. Another card will let us maybe play Clea. We'll make this a 2 and draw another card with our crest. That's not great. And then we'll do 2 thwart to nothing. That was the worst Hexbolt from today. Yeah, that was not good. No, not good at all. Genuinely bad. Okay, that's fine. Let's say it's fine. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Iron Fist, and then we can play White Tiger and then another shield. That's fine. So we'll play Iron Fist. Okay. Was it rotted? It's good to know. Iron Fist will attack into Red Skull, which will defeat Red Skull and give him a stun on the way down using one of these counters. So we advance Red Skull. Now we're going to be drawing a lot of encounter cards because when revealed, deal each player an encounter card. Red Skull now has what's going to be like up to 4 attack. We actually could consider just getting rid of the Luger, but we kind of pitched in a bad way. So that's that. And we're going to be attacked by the Exosoldier. We're taking on a fair bit of risk here. We'll play White Tiger as another planet blocker. When she comes into play, she's not doing anything. She's just there. She's free. So a free ally is just a good ally. And then we'll play Clea to play our 3rd and final magic shield. So that's the one thing that's keeping us afloat. We technically have 9 extra health here, and we can use it at intervals of 3, which is really good. Nick Fury can attack for 2 into Red Skull. We know every copy of Molecular Decay, there's 1 copy of Molecular Decay in our deck, which is a bit ugly. That's our big damage card. We could shuffle it back in if we draw the thing. So I guess we'll put Hydra Soldier down to 3 and White Tiger will put him down to 2 so that we can hit a breakpoint next turn. All right, that's it. Weird turn. I feel like there's probably a better way we could have done that. Draw 6, 1. Chaos Magic. 1 card too late. Quicksilver, Chaos Magic. I mean, I'm in. X-Bolt, sick. Defense, we could consider playing it, but there's going to be too many boost cards for that to be good. I guess with Magic Shield, maybe. And then the last card is Voodoo. Nice. White Tiger's in Wild. I've been so underwhelmed by such an overpowered card. It's because we've been thwarting ourselves. If we did not have a good thwart stat, like she's absurdly good in this scenario, but I hear you. All right, this goes to 2. Hopefully we draw the one that recurs Nick Fury. We don't, but we get the one that allows us to put our big cards back in the deck. So when we clear this, it has an acceleration, which doesn't really matter. We can go ahead and shuffle cards from our discard pile back in our deck so we can put all our big damage cards, which should close the game out. Red Skull would attack really, really hard, but is stunned. Now, Hydra Exo Soldier is going to attack us for 2. We, in theory, could put somebody in the way. We also could defend ourselves, but we want to be ready. We could technically defend with Desperate Defense and spend 2 cards to get 1 card, because we would ready ourselves when we fired Unflappable. I mean, it's not the worst thing, because this hand, I think, can play itself relatively okay. Because we play Chaos Magic for free. We clear that draw card. I mean, it's not perfect. The thing is, like, we're wasting Nick Fury, but if Red Skull attacks us with 3 encounter cards, like, we definitely want to be ready for that. So I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to use Quinn Carrier to generate a wild to play Desperate Defense, and we're going to block. This is, like, fine, I guess. But Hydra Exo Soldier attacks us for 2. We block for 4. We take no damage. We ready ourselves. Unflappable says if you defend and don't take damage, draw a card. We drew an Electrostatic Armor. Okay, whatever. 3 encounter cards. First. Right hook. Okay, we got rid of this. It's back. So this says that he has Retaliate 1, which is relevant. Next up, Under Fire. I mean, I wish I could cancel that. We have no cancels in our hand. We only have Chaos Magic. So Surge and another card. So we're drawing a lot of cards here. Advance. That's going to be bad. Ooh, could we lose here? It's possible to lose here. Red Skull schemes for 4 and reveals another boost card. So it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, okay. Schemes for 10. Relax, dude. This gets cleared and we put 10 threat on this. So we advance to the next scheme. I mean, that's okay. But this goes through. I'm not sure what the text on this one is. When revealed, reveal the top card of the side scheme deck. It's the red house. Okay, so we have a lot of threat work to do. And now we're on the New World Hydra. It comes in with 1 threat. And if this completes, we lose the entire campaign. Jesus. Oh no. 2 in a row? So at least he's scheming only here for 4. 5, 6. We can make this a 5. Does that matter? Our hand has hex bolts. Nah, let's say it doesn't matter. 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, this is going up to 7. Things were bad. How did things get so bad? I mean, that's his face. Like, you love that smile. And we have a Hydra Soldier, which that's hard to deal with. Yikes. What a turn. Now, some of that was the Red Skull's Luger, but it didn't really matter. It was only like 4 threat. Okay. Your turn. Nick Fury got knocked out. So we could have used Nick Fury there at some point, but we thought we could have got attacked as well. Okay. So this hand has no card draw besides Hex Bolt. And when we clear the red house, let's start with our Avengers Mansion to draw a card. Energy. That sort of helps. Okay, the minions on the table is not the problem. The problem is we have to clear all of these and more. This is going to go to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with Censor the Past. 2 advances are out, but I think there's cards that just have insight that we have to worry about. So we're going to start by scheming for 3 with Scarlet Witch or thwarting, which clears Censor the Past. So when defeated, we can shuffle 3 cards from a discard pile back in their deck, and then we can draw a card. So I think the ordering goes like that. The cards we want back in their deck, I think, are Hex Bolts, a Molecular Decay to close the game out, and Nick Fury we don't really need back. So I think we'll put... Who are we kidding? We could draw on him immediately. And then we draw a card because of our improved thwart upgrade. Field Theory, how's it going? We played through our whole campaign so far. That was the worst turn we've seen by a mile. I think we got thwarted on for like 15 in a single turn, but it was also a 3 boost card, like a 3 encounter card turn. That was kind of on us. But yeah. Hey, Takuya, welcome to live. I mean, just in time. Just in time, we draw a card. Spiritual Meditation. Okay, let's pop off. We're going to try popping off here. So we'll do Spiritual Meditation. We'll draw 2. Hexbolt. Preemptive. We'll discard the preemptive. Okay. So we've got to the end of the road when it comes to drawing cards. We'll just use White Tiger here to get rid of this. Actually, no, she could leave this in play. Nah, it's fine. So that's out too. So no side schemes. That's a good spot. We have a stun here. We can knock out the Hydra Soldier easily with Quicksilver, but I think we're going to start with the Hexbolt, because if we draw into Nick Fury, obviously we're going to do Nick Fury stuff. So we're going to play the Hexbolt with the double, and let's reveal cards. We have access to both the Witch's Crest and Scarlet Witches to do some things here. Zero boost is perfect. Let's remove, no, let's do damage. Not perfect. Let's draw a card. Maybe, it's a bit luxurious. And that's 0. So this is 4 damage, which we don't really need, because we're going to play a Quicksilver for free that does 4 damage. So I'm going to reroll one of them. So we'll use our ability to reroll that one. Okay. So this will be 2 damage. Actually, no, I guess it makes more sense always to knock this one out first. This one will fire to draw a card, and we'll see what we draw. Another Hexbolt. And we can make this 3 to give us a stun or a toughness. Stun or a toughness, or do we want to just draw one more card? Nick Fury is somewhere in there. I don't think it's that amazing, but it's nice to have something for the power in all of us. I think we also have an Ironheart left in there. We only have 2 basic allies. Villain Theory, we're playing with cards that existed at this time, so we're like locked into like whatever this was, 2020, 2019. I wasn't playing exactly back then. Do we draw a card? I think we just draw a card, because we're going to use this on another Hexbolt. So we'll just fire it. Draws a Desperate Defense. Okay, that's a resource. I mean, we keep going. Of course we keep going. Hexbolt. Classic protection cards, playing our good or better cards. That's 0, that's 2 damage, that's not great. That's draw a card, not great. Oh my god, please. This is so bad. All right, we can still increase and decrease. That's all we can do. So we'll commit to at least drawing a card. Ooh, not good. We have no thwarting off of this. So we'll do 2 damage to the soldier. And then we can make this a 1, which is remove 2 threat. I guess we'll force this to be a 1. And we'll bring this down to 5. There's one weighted die that I randomly got on this pack, and you can really feel it when you pick it up on accident. So that goes down to 5. Do you wonder if the deck was sounds like a fun challenge, even if Red Skull is on a rampage right now? I mean, I want to say we've been keeping him into check. There's been one bad. We're doing okay. We got a lot of magic shields. You know a card's good when draw 2, deal 2 damage is considered bad. Yeah, you kind of do. Okay, so this still plays this. The rest of our turn, we probably just play the Hexbolt and hope we draw something of some value. We could have actually confused Red Skull, which probably is worth it, because that's how we lose the game of Red Skull schemes. So I think actually taking a confuse is probably right. We don't need the stun because we have Iron Fist. So regardless, we'll do Hexbolt one more time. Is there any reason that we keep the power in all of us over anything else? No. In theory, the one card we could draw is what's her face? Ironheart. We're not going to play Decay. We're probably not going to play Brother Voodoo. So I think this is fine. We'll play these 2 for Hexbolt again. Here we go. We have just a full rip it. So that's deal 2 damage. No, that's draw a card. Excuse me. Draw a card. Stop it. Okay, that's deal 2 damage. This has been a weird turn. So we deal 2 damage, which gives us an encounter card. We're almost decking out again, and we draw 2 cards. Meditation, Hexbolt. We haven't done the 4 Hexbolt turn. We're maybe on track to do the 4 Hexbolt turn. Okay. Meditate. Draw 2. Warp Reality is useless. We don't want to hold it. Ironheart is here, so that's a combo. So I think we discard the Warp Reality. Okay. So the problem is if we play Ironheart, we might run out of cards unless we get lucky off the Hexbolt. The thing is, like, the Hexbolt is full luck mode at this point. So it might be better to Chaos Magic Quicksilver. Like, we have to get lucky here, okay? Because if we play Power and All of Us for Ironheart, we draw a card. But then, like, the chance of this being a double is not very likely. I don't think we have a lot of doubles in our deck at all. Oh, we have 2. Actually, that would have worked out. But we did stabilize. We did definitely stabilize. Do we want to... Do we want to? No, I don't think we can, like, we're too, if we fail this, we lose the whole campaign. I don't think we're allowed to like risk it. So I think we don't play the last Hexbolt because it's very likely not to matter. So do Power on all of us for Ironheart, who will draw a card. She has a preemptive strike. Okay, great. So Ironheart is in play. Roll simple card. Not bad at all though. Oh wait, our ally slots are full. Oh shit. That's fine. I guess we'll just let Iron Fist defeat. So Iron Fist will attack. I was going to try and protect Iron Fist with the magical shield, but whatever, because we're running out of ally slots. So Iron Fist will attack for 2, and this is reworded, so it can actually do the stun. So Red Skull goes down to 18 and gets stunned, which is a nice little reprise for a second. Reprieve, and then we'll thwart 1. We'll go ahead and play Chaos Magic for Quicksilver. 8 that we're wasting 2 cards in our hand. So Chaos Magic allows us to play Quicksilver for free, but we have to mill 4 from the top of the deck, which we can't. We mill 2. And we give ourselves another acceleration. Again, we definitely should have gone for the Confuse when we had it. Do you have a favorite aspect? Protection by a mile. Play so much protection, especially solo protection. And it's gotten so much more interesting. Like I liked it even with this small card pool, but it's only got more and more fun. And I definitely should play more multiplayer where protection actually can be like obviously altruistic in a really cool way. Okay, so we've shuffled all the advances back into the deck, so that's like not great. We definitely want to hit a Confuse in the near future. All right, we have our ally Quicksilver. We can't really afford to jump down. I'm just going to use Quicksilver twice just to scheme for 2, which is not amazing, but that's the one way we probably do lose. Yeah, the stun, I guess, is from Ironheart, but yeah, the stun should have been Confused because we're pretty safe with 3 magic shields and 3 allies. We'll throw out the preemptive strike and we'll draw up to 6. We're hoping to get Nick, which I think is pretty likely with the meditation. Preemptive, Genius, Molecular. Okay, Nick, we only have 1 card in our deck, so let's see how bad things get. This now goes up to 5 of 11. So if we get schemed on, we do lose. So yeah, we should have really got it confused while we could with our Scarlet Witch's Crest. I'm going to feel bad about that if that really matters. Because 2 advances are still in the deck and we don't have our cancel in our hand. Yeah, the new protection Rodent stuff is like just kind of in my wheelhouse of how I like to play protection, which is not a lot of allies. We reveal Hydra Patrol. Okay, that's annoying because it does have, of course, a Crisis and it gets a little small minion in play. Red Skull would attack us, but it's stunned. And we have to draw 2 encounter cards. First encounter card, Caught Off Guard, super acceptable. We have to discard a card that we control, probably the Unflappable, let's be honest. Next card, not be in advance, the Hydra Soldier. Okay, that's fine. It's a guard though, and it gets us another encounter card. So next turn we're gonna have 3 encounter cards because we will deck out guaranteed. Okay, good, happy thoughts. This last card is an Armored Vest. So before we draw that card, we should get everything we want to hit the deck cycle back into the deck cycle. And we have a lot of card draw cards here. If we thwart this for 3, we get a minion, but then we have to draw a card, or we can choose to draw a card with improved thwart upgrade, which means a lot of these cards are going to miss the cycle by definition. Wow. Hey, Sipping, how's it going? Wait, what are we meant to do here? We defeat Red Skull. We have to get through the guard. Quicksilver could double attack into the Hydra Soldier, knocking the Hydra Soldier out. We can attack face for 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. So that's probably 9. We have to figure out how to do 9 more damage with this hand. We might just be able to send it all and win the game. Like, we're within the possibility. We basically have to figure out how to do 9 damage with a Hexbolt and what Nick draws. We know this is not a damage card, but it's like, it's a possibility. We could just say, F it, we're going to go for it. Yeah, it's possible. Nick is 6. Yeah, Nick is guaranteed 6 if we don't want to draw cards. This is not useful. But yeah, this molecular is probably around 8. So let's say this is 8, 9, 10, 11, plus 6, 17. Like short 1 damage. We actually could have it if this molecular lines up well. I don't know if we have all the resources. Like, we have to meditate and hope. Probably draw them with the Mansion, Spiritual Meditation first. Yeah, I just want to know if we need to get something back to the deck before the cycle. But I think we should just Mansion and see what we draw into. Because we need to play both of these cards, and that's difficult. Let's try it. Let's try the Mansion, which draws a useless card. It decks out. And we shuffle. Then we'll do Meditation to get rid of the Vest and see what we can get. These are missing the cycle, but yeah, there's a chance we just have enough damage. We could do Nick to draw 3, or we could do Nick for guaranteed 4 damage. Drawing 3 cards, I think, is likely to get about 4 damage because it should draw a Hex Bolt. It's the most likely card, and our deck is not very big. We're holding like 7 cards in hand, and we have a lot of cards on the table. Getting the Magic Shields out of rotation is like pretty hype. The problem is we have a lot of bad protection events that are useless. We also could just draw 1 more card from Scarlet Witch by clearing this instead of attacking for 1. Yeah, exactly. You can draw a card if you want to thwart the side scheme. Yeah. Okay, we'll do a meditation. I don't think the order matters. Draw 2. Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's clear. Let's get rid of the preemptive. We could hold the preemptive actually for damage because Red Skull could attack us and that could close the game out. So we'll get rid of the vest for sure. Okay, so we've filtered everything we can filter with this hand. So Quinn Carrier plus this is molecular. We could have got Quicksilver back into the deck, but I don't think we would want to draw on this cycle. X-Bolt can do some damage, but that leaves us with a Nick we can't play. I think we can't do Nick for 6. I think we have to do Nick for card draw. We could clear Hydra Patrol and see what we get by only losing 1. I think we should. So Scarlet Witch will thwart for 3 off of this. We clear it, which means we can search for a Hydra minion. It technically doesn't matter. We just put it into play. So we don't reveal it, so we'll just get the regular just there. But we do draw a card. So hopefully a double. Yeah. Okay. There's no instance where Quicksilver doesn't attack twice to knock out the Hydra Soldier, which is another encounter card, which is really why we want to end this game right now. Okay, so there's no guard, 18 damage. I think we have to draw with Nick. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Nick Fury. Draw 3. No damage. No damage, no damage. Well, technically, but not really. So it's just resources. So Nick might have wanted to do 6 damage and we could have got lucky. All right. Okay, I think we next do a Hex Bolt and see what happens. Hex Bolt? Let's find out. So we're going to rip through. We have access to all our effects. This is our hand. So we want 0s, 2s, and a 3. We don't want 1s. That's a 3. Okay. So we can give ourselves toughness. There's piercing, so we can give a stun to Red Skull. Technically, that robs us damage from the preemptive strike. Confuse is probably how we lose. We'll do the confuse on this if it sticks. That's 2, which is a card draw, which we could maybe do. And that's a 2, which is another card draw. Our hand has 1 more Hex Bolt. And if we draw 2 cards, we can do that into the Molecular Decay. So I think we're okay with this. We basically played 3 cards to draw 2 cards and get a confuse, which is like fine, I guess. So we'll just lock this in. We'll do 3, and then we'll draw 2 cards. I guess we can draw 1 at a time and figure out. So let's see if we draw a double. We didn't, so we'll draw another one. Okay, also not good cards. Oh no, our protection cards in our deck. All right, one more time. And this leaves us definitely with enough cards for Molecular Decay. So 3 cards. It's a 2, not useful. That's a 0, that's good. That's 2 damage. And that's a 2, that's not useful. So we can make this 2 a 1, which removes a bit of threat, which technically is okay. We always fire the 0. So we're going to do 2 damage to Red Skull. We'll fire the 0 for sure. Protection is my favorite aspect. Keep drawing protection cards. I know, I totally agree. We've been talking about this at length. This deck is not a good protection deck. It's because the cards are so good. Her cards are so much more fun. But I'm a protection fan for sure. Okay, so this is 2 and then 2. So what can we do? We can draw 2 more cards, but like drawing 2 cards is not likely to matter. This hand has spoken for itself. There is no 2 card combination we can draw that does more damage besides a Hex Bolt and a double. That's not likely. Very not likely. So the other thing here we can do is make one of them a toughness, which is useless because this thing has piercing. We can make one of them a thwart 2, which is probably more relevant. But we could also re-roll one of these because we haven't done a re-roll yet, right? We haven't done a re-roll yet. Did we re-roll in the first one? I don't think we did. The first one was perfect. So I'm going to re-roll this. In theory, there's a chance that we want to keep the re-roll for a Molecular Decay. But the card draw is totally bunk. So we're going to re-roll the Hydra Regular. Yeah. Okay, so this one has to be a draw card. Whoa. Whoa. Hold on there. So you're telling me the Molecular Decay is now free? I mean, that's not bad. That's actually pretty good. We can play another Clea or something. So now that was sick. Now what can we do? I mean, that gets us 1 more damage with Clea. If we draw a card, what can we draw into that matters? Nothing. Unless it's the last molecular decay. If it's the last molecular decay, there's 2 molecular decays in our deck. If we draw the molecular decay, we win. So I'm just going to say that we're going to draw a molecular decay with this Twisted Reality. It's not very likely, but beans. It might have been fine just to lower it to remove 2 threat, but it is what it is. Okay. So we'll just do Chaos Magic for free molecular decay. And there's a chance we'll win during the villain phase. So deal 5 damage to the villain. So villain's going to take 5. We'll take Retaliate 1. Doesn't really matter. We could protect it, but we're not going to. So 5 damage down to 11. We reveal 2 cards. 2 boost, pretty good. 0 boost, pretty bad. We've already used our reroll, so the most we can do is increase this by 1, so the villain takes 3 more. So that was the swinging web kick we thought it'd be. All right, calculation on the table. We have 2, 3, 4 damage, so we're short 4 damage. We're short 3 damage. So we might have a knockout with Clea, or sorry, with Preemptive Strike. So we're going to safety thwart with White Tiger. Maybe a bit cowardly. We're going to attack with Nick for 2. Takes Retaliate 1. We're going to attack with Ironheart for 1. Maybe we needed to attack with if we get a 3 boost, we can do it. It's really funny. If we get a 3 boost, we can Preemptive Strike for 4 damage. Then we're going to spend 1, 2. Oh no, we have to throw out Clea. No, we don't. We'll play Clea. Clea will attack for 1, getting knocked out to retaliate. No, we'll use a magic shield so she doesn't take the retaliate damage. And so that she does 1 to the villain. Okay, so in hindsight, instead of thwarting for 3, and notably, we also know where the red house is, so we're not going to get a card that says he can't take damage. If we attacked with White Tiger instead, Preemptive Strike is more likely to hit its thing, because all we have to hit is a 2 boost off of a Preemptive Strike. So we're basically saying Preemptive Strike, we're going to get a 3 boost. So let's get lucky here, and instead we're going to use White Tiger to attack for 1 to the villain and not thwart for 3. Yeah. Because now this Preemptive Strike can win the game, and then the protection card is like the best card in the deck, right? We'll pass. Here we go. 1, 2. Oh, who's the next card? 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, we have a lot of damage if we surround this. The problem is we might not. This goes to 8 of 11, which is terrifying. We grab the last card from this deck. It's the next evolution. Oh my god. That is incredible, because now our Preemptive Strike can do 5 damage. Because next evolution just says increase the number of boost icon cards into a Preemptive Strike. That's incredible. That is the best card we could have drawn here. Absolutely absurd. I forgot that was in the deck. That is so sick that ends up in the wrong deck in a weird way. So now the villain's going to attack us. So the villain's attacking for 2, 3, 4, and a boost card. We will put Nick Fury in the way, which does not stop us from doing preemptive if we need to, right? But we're attacked for 4 and a card. If this card has 2 boost icons, we win. It has 3 boost icons. So we're going to do Quid Carrier, and we're going to just do Preemptive Strike. And it just says, count the number of icons on it. So that's going to be 4 boost icons. We're going to make it 5 boost icons with Scarlet Witch's Crest, and we'll knock our Red Skull during that. We actually could have got a 5 boost, which is so funny. So we could have cleared 3 off of that, but we got lucky. If this was a bad, we would have like exchanged it and ripped it for another one. So that gets there. That's sick. That is such a good ending to this. Things were getting away from us in some way there. That was a really bad power turn. And now we're going to have to draw 3 encounter cards, which is also probably not like a healthy place to be in. That's Insight 1. That's scary. That is Exhausted Character. That's fine. That is, we actually would have survived another turn as much as we don't know there. Woof. Thanks so much for hanging out. This is a Friday afternoon stream, wrapping up at 5:45. We've been streaming for about 6 hours today. 2 things off the top. Firstly, if you're watching this, a stream that's 5 hours and 45 minutes is like super unapproachable when it comes to watching it, probably if you're watching the VOD. Doesn't make more sense for me to clip these things and then upload them separately as videos. At this point, I didn't record, so I'd have to pull it off of YouTube and the quality's not very good. But would it be better after a long stream like this to take out subsection games and upload them as like individual YouTube videos? So you have to watch like a 45-minute bout as opposed to like a 6-hour stream. Regardless, we timestamp these, so like it's easy to jump around and you return to a video. But let me know what you think, because if it makes sense, it makes sense. Sometimes having a 6-hour stream is a bit too much to watch for sure. Again, I said this at the beginning. I will repeat this. We're going to be doing more streaming on this channel, maybe some more video content as well. Unfortunately, earlier this week, I was laid off from my job suddenly alongside a whole bunch of folks. So while we're going to be okay, at least for the next couple months, and we have time to sort things out, I'm definitely going to be spending more time doing more content. On top of that, we'll probably be ending up to do some sort of monetization thing on this channel. So if you appreciate this channel and you want to give back, we might do some YouTube memberships or Patreon or something like that. In at least in the short term, maybe we'll continue doing that to make this make more sense, because it would make things a lot more comfortable. That's for sure. I'd like to see more videos. Yeah, videos. The issue with videos is they take really long to put out, right? Like recording a game, making sure it's a good game, editing it, uploading it. Like it's about the same thing as a live stream, except it takes me about so much longer to get done, right? Because I have to film the game. The game has to be good, otherwise it's not worth the video. So you generally play like 2 or 3 games. Then you have to edit it, which means you have to watch the video and edit out all the gaps and the mistakes. And it's like not a great use of time. That is probably better to just cut down streams, which like that sucks because it's not bespoke stuff. So probably if I'm going to do videos, it's not going to be gameplay. It's going to be like talking about stuff, like theory and talking about announcements, stuff like that. So we'll figure it out. Anywho, I think it would be more approachable. It also makes sense if you upload them 1 mission a day. That's a video every day of the week, which encourages engagement. Yeah, exactly. So it's not just like 1 stream a week, which it won't be anymore. Anyways, that's the Rise of Red Skull. I guess actually, hold on. They should celebrate us in some sort of image, right? We deserve an image. Victory, Hydras defeated. The players won the campaign. Turned the page to read the conclusion. Everyone's really happy. And I don't even know if it teased the next thing. No, it didn't, because it was Galaxy's Most Wanted. I guess stones mattered. But hey, we played through Expert with all the Expert rules, which I don't think I have in a long time. I would watch anything you put out. Oh, thank you. But I think most people would be intimidated by a 6-hour video. Yeah, I think so. So we'll figure out what to do about it. We'll put this out and see how people interact with it. But we'll be back on Sunday. So glad we were able to play Scarlet Witch the way that we did. But we'll be back on Sunday with something else. Of course, and I always say this, if you like this sort of content, if you want to take a second to leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment, all that sort of stuff helps so much. It really does. It spreads this channel through the algorithm. Share this with somebody you think would like it, but it's the easiest way to make this channel grow, which is like just, yeah, the nicest way to say thanks. That's mostly it. Thanks so much for hanging out. If you're watching the VOD, hopefully you've been doing well. Hopefully the end of your week has been good, and we'll catch you on a Sunday morning in just a couple hours from now, huh? See you in the next one. Ciao.